2 year walking around like a Roomba, you know what I mean, with no brain. And everyone sees that, everyone on this planet sees that, and still there is people telling us he is on his prime, dude. Everyone sees
Yeah.
it, you know, and everyone knows it's not true, but still there is people like the most obvious lie you can ever produce, and they are just like, man, everyone who believes he's not in his prime lost his mind, and you're like, dude, nah, that can't be real. That can't be real. I think that's so funny, dude, what's happening sometimes.
Ugh. I think it's just like a scary, intimidating reality that we live in.
Yeah. So they completely ignore it. While there is also people telling you all the time how good life is. So I think there is three different people. Also, there are shapeshifters, obviously, on this planet, to be honest. Who knows? But I think where the flat earth community is not coherent at all is, do people on this planet understand what's really going on, or are we all part of the, are we all slaves of this earth or whatever? And my opinion is there is definitely people knowing what's going on. And maybe they are shapeshifters, maybe they are aliens, maybe they are humans. I have no clue who they are. But I can never believe that with all the power of you having NASA and Musk and satellites and drones, that you will not understand at the end what's really going on. I don't believe that.
Yeah, and the implications go on from there once they know that, and then the shape of everything else starts to look real dodgy.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Anyway, as anyway, believe in the dome theory. Does it make sense? In the we are locked in a snowball theory, whatever.
Well, I mean, atmospheric pressure makes sense, being in a pressurized space.
Yeah. Definitely makes no sense to definitely makes no sense to have atmospheric pressure next to a vacuum. But
But if you wanted to say that, like, there's a dome over a flat disk, and, like, I don't know, maybe the dome's edge continues down until it makes like an egg. Well, I mean, yeah, it's an idea, but the dome just coming down and then the plane continuing on until it encounters the next dome, for the next quote planet, it's just as rational.
sorry, I didn't understand that one. Can you repeat it?
Well, I think some people believe that, like, there's a dome over the Earth because that's all there is. The dome itself is the edge of, like, creation. And some people believe
Oh
that
no.
dome is, like, in some space. And some people believe that, like, the
Yeah.
ground just continues on and the dome is, like, here pressurizing this space, but it's just sitting on a greater landmass.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe we are cattle, and the dome is the gate of the farm. Nothing else. And obviously, in my opinion, outside of the dome, there is another dome with another cattle farm, if you want to mention it like that. But I have yesterday, I just want to say something funny. I've yesterday seen a video. It's called Cinema for Peace. I don't know whatever bullshit that is, but it seems like they are giving away peace prizes. And Hillary Clinton got one. And now Hillary Clinton.
God.
Listen, Hillary Clinton is known by 150 million, 3.5 billion people probably, right? Everyone knows Hillary Clinton on this planet. And the video, her speech got 200 views, dude. Imagine you are known by 3.5 billion people and 200 people are interested enough and believe in you enough that they are interested what's happening in your life. That's
I
crazy.
mean, that really doesn't mean anything. There's just basically you're just saying you don't like Hillary Clinton. Great.
No,
Thanks for sharing your opinion.
that says no one likes Hillary Clinton, bro. If
No, it just
if
plays down to just your opinion.
if Kais no,
You're not
listen,
saying everybody else does.
if Kais
Trivially true.
if Kaizenat, Elon Musk, or anyone else who has followers in this life would get this prize, the views of that video would be by 150 million, dude.
It's a non sequitur. Like you're saying, she doesn't have that many views on this video, therefore nobody likes her. That's not logical. You're just giving your opinion.
Very
That's all
logical,
you're
dude.
doing.
That's very logical because we see exactly that followers
False.
come by likes, and likes come with views, and views.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I could go online and find a video from Hillary Clinton that has 1 million views. So
Yes,
that would
yes,
just
5 years
that would
ago,
just
dude.
dispute your
Yeah.
your opinion.
No,
That's
she
all it
had
is. Your
followers
opinion.
5 years ago, but she doesn't have any more. That's what I want to say. She definitely.
That's
had
not true.
followers.
It's not true. You're
Obviously.
just basing it off of your opinion. So
No,
you can't
I'm
just take
basing
one
it off
video
for 200 views
of
on
that
YouTube.
conclusion. It's a fallacy.
I can just show you. Cinema for Peace, dude. Just Cinema for Peace, Hillary Clinton, my friend. Just YouTube it. And you will find out how positive everything is for her. Yeah, 240 views. I posted into the chat. Rather, 6 likes from 3.5 billion people who know her. 6 people like that she got a Peace Prize, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. She looks like the devil in the video. It's crazy. She's so ugly and evil, dude. She's so ugly and evil. Yeah, unmute this guy while you mute him. Mute. No need for a mute, people. Yo, who's in Flat Earth topic? Why no one is speaking? Everyone gone or what?
There's no Globers here.
Oh, what? Yeah, because that's a little bit sad. No, that the talk is only happening if there is a global and everyone can fight with one person talking about that he doesn't understand gravity or whatever. We don't need a globe to have a conversation about the flat Earth now.
Yeah, I'm cooking some minestrone soup, personally.
Sounds good, dude. The Globus.
But yeah, I think the world's gonna blow up before we work anything out.
Uh, I'm pretty sure they murder us before we exit the gate as well. Pretty confident about that one. If you find the gate, you will die.
God. Hey guys, it's me, 0102. It's been a while since I was back here. I'm happy to say I'm back. The king is back, baby.
You sound pretty dumb, dude.
What's
Listen, you sound
Yo,
pretty
who are
dumb.
you, man? Hey, I'm a flat
Listen,
earther. You can't say that to me.
of course I
I'm not
can
like
listen.
you, man, okay?
Of course you
You're a
are.
globetrotter, bro. Like you're gonna say bad things to me. You know what? That's what you are, man. They often say the one who insults is insulting himself.
Okay, they often say if
So
you
you're
think
insulting
yourself you are a
yourself.
king, you're
You're
probably a
insulting yourself,
bitch.
man. You
They often
globetrot.
say,
Go ahead.
say,
Go insult me, man.
listen,
Because you're
yeah, yeah.
insulting yourself. Wee, globetrot. Wee. Oh man, they're so dumb, man. They think we live in a ball. That's so dumb. Oh my
You
god.
know what they say? He who insults is a sultan, you motherfucker.
What?
No one
That
in
made
this
no
channel
sense,
believes
man.
in
What
the
the
globe.
fuck?
Just listen, no
He
one
he
believes in
was
the
a
globe. Yeah.
sultan? What? Then everyone is a sultan, man. Everyone has authority and power. But you know why this doesn't make sense? It's because you're a globetart. You think
I'm a
we live in a
sultan.
ball, that's why.
Okay, I just
You
mute you, dude. Who
globetart.
gives a shit what you're
Oh
talking?
my god, you're so dumb, man. Holy moly. I'm so confused by these globetards, man, and their
I live
way
I
of
live on a
thinking.
ball that
It's really around, man. It's so sad. I wish
I
they
live on a
actually
ball
used the
that
round heads, man. Hey,
I
like,
live on
don't
a
you?
ball
Hey, I
that
know that your brains are round, but that doesn't mean the Earth is round as well. It's so
I live
sad
on
to
a
see you guys
I,
like this, man. Honestly,
I live
you
on a
have no
ball that
no
somebody
logic,
offered.
no way of actually convincing me the Earth is a globe, and then you're just, oh, it's a globe because the school taught me. Oh my God, you're so dumb. You're so dumb.
I live on a ball that
What do I do,
somebody
man? I'm
offered
just
now.
saying he's a globetrot. What? I can't. There is no free speech here. There is no free speech here. I can't say they're a globetrot. Like what? That's so dumb, man. I'm just
Bro,
saying what they are, man. They are
listen carefully. No
globetrots.
one in this
They
channel
are
at the
just
moment
globetrots,
believes in
man.
the globe. You just stump rambling, dude. You have no clue what you're speaking. You come in here introducing yourself as the king of us. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. You have no clue. You're rambling. You dump.
There's no saving humanity.
No, it's not, dude. We lost, man. We lost. We are definitely lost.
We're fucking floating in the skibbity toilet.
Yeah.
And now they're making that shit a movie.
Yeah. But have you seen the new movie they made about the faking the moon landing? Bro,
Um,
new Hollywood movie with all the stars explaining exactly the story of Frankie Kubrick faking the moon landing. It's crazy, dude. Huge movie. Now Hollywood blockbuster. I have to Google what's the name. Give me a second. It's crazy, dude. Everything everyone believed the last 50 years about the moon landing is Hollywood movie about fake moon landing. What's the name of it? Fly Me to the Moon, it's called. How a Stanley Kubrick conspiracy theory inspired the film.
Yeah, is it the one that's done by the guy who did A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon?
I don't know.
I think it's the same guy.
I've posted the trailer.
Bart Sabrell did Funny Thing Happen on the Way to the Moon.
What happened?
Oh,
on
he
the
did
way?
a second. He did a second thing. I think that's what this guy's talking about. Because I saw him on Joe Rogan when he was talking about his first book was that one.
You know, I'm pretty sure he's talking about a Hollywood movie that was made about the faking of the moon landing.
Yeah,
Flying
exactly.
to the Moon is what it's called, with Scarlett Johansson.
Exactly. With the Ultra Illuminati stars.
I haven't even heard about that one.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. I've posted the trailer. You have to watch the trailer, dude. It's wilding, honestly. It's wilding.
But the crazy thing is, like, they've got ultra sharp 4K CGI, you
Yeah.
know, for movies that are like set in fucking space, and they can still just come out with the most poxy ass looking shit when they're spending like much more money to apparently put things on foreign bodies.
Bro, we have every one of us has 4K cameras in our pockets, and NASA and Musk are not capable of sticking one of that fucking phones to their fucking space shuttle so we can have a no-cut video from Earth to fucking ISS. It's crazy. Elon Musk annoys us 72 times a day about his crap in his brain on Twitter, but he cannot post a single video from his fucking rocket ship entering space to the IIS. It's crazy, man. They have no videos about anything. All is cutted, all is CGI, everything is faked.
Yeah, for me, like, it's been about 15 years worth of, hi, I'm Elon Musk. I'm fat and annoying. Guess how much money I have?
Yeah. Yes, dude. Have you seen the interview
Yeah, that
with
money was
Jordan
given to him by the
Peterson?
government.
I date literally the worst women on the planet, and I have the most money.
And I call my kids after fucking bombers, dude. I name that guy lost it, dude. I tell everyone AI will kill everyone, but I will invent AI, dude. Oh my god.
Largest welfare collector on Earth. Best he can do is Johnny Depp's leftovers.
Yeah.
He's like Andy Kaufman with a lot of money.
Very dumb, man. He's really crazy, man. He's really crazy. And he has not a single video presented from just start of the rocket, no cut, rocket goes out of space, out of the Earth, into space, locks in on the space station. Someone opens the door, they move positions from the rocket to the space station, and then they close whatever behind them. There is not a single video showing that process uncut. It's crazy. In 2024, when everyone has a camera in his pocket.
Let's not forget the main character in the book about the dude going to Mars was Elon.
Yeah.
It's one of
He's
von
great.
Braun's book, isn't it?
Man, he is Illuminati, let's be honest. He knows exactly what's going on. He has so much Pentagon contracts, you know what I mean? He is Illuminati. He is not a play figure of them, he is them. He's not a puppet like Obama or Harris or Biden. He is the puppet master. He knows exactly what's going on. He lies on purpose to everyone. So,
He's the hip new Antichrist.
yeah, man, he's the Antichrist. You can say that, actually. You can say he's the Antichrist. And have you seen the interview between him and Jordan B. Peterson?
No, I don't like
You
listening
have
to
to
him.
watch it, dude. That's the only interview you will ever find about Musk where he is not the crazy one of both. It's crazy, dude. Peterson, he is crazy. He lost himself in the last 3 or 4 years. Like 3 years
So
ago. Sorry, yeah.
I found something that you'll think is hilarious. It's like an AI parody of Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, and it's
Yeah.
like a 24/7 live YouTube channel where you can just make suggestions, and the AI will cook up a fucking joke scenario in like 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Then just post it. That sounds funny. Yeah, they're crazy.
It's like Joe Rogan's like, so Elon, I heard you threw your girlfriend Grimes at a ceiling fan. He's like, yeah, my girlfriend Grimes, she pissed me off, so I threw her at a ceiling fan. Whatever, I'm Elon Musk. It's the kind of shit it says.
That's funny. I'm a fan of Joe Rogan, to be honest, but this guy lost it as well. This guy lost it as well the last years. Everyone is losing it, it's true. Especially in America, dude. People now see too much religious. You know, they think Trump comes from God, Biden comes from God. They not come from God, both of them, not.
Well,
They're
that's some
fucking
divine intervention with the bullet nicking your fucking ear. If they didn't set
Yes.
that up, I'd be surprised.
Yes. It's the same thing with democracy. The only reason we have democracy is so we think there is an option. You know, so we don't think we have to question the people who present us that option. Makes no sense. They always paid by the same people. Their guns come from the same companies. The financial system is controlled by the same Rockefeller shits on this
Yeah,
planet. Goldman
you vote for
Sachs.
the guy. You vote for the guy that the banker gets to punch in the fucking face at the secret meeting.
Yeah, dude. I swear
You
to
won the
God, dude.
election. Congratulations, boss. Whack!
Man, as soon as Biden or Harris and Trump enter the Illuminati room, they will suck dick anyway of them people. Both of them, they will kneel and suck the Illuminati dick. I'm telling you.
Whoa.
Bro, listen, that's fact. They bitches of the Illuminati, I'm telling you. Sorry, we keep it PG.
Yeah, man. Family friendly VC.
It'll do for campfire.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Everyone has told these lies when they go to school, but I'll go back to the ball. Anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I'll go back to the ball. I can't believe.
Don't think so.
I believe that shit.
In our trip.
Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. You gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I'll go back to the ball. I tell you my senses over Newton and Einstein. I'll go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit.
Don't forget to watch the movie.
Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI.
Oh, where is it?
Gotta ask yourself why.
I send you a link.
Okay.
Conform cost. If anyone else would like to have the link to the movie, you can check.
So what exactly do you feel? All those theorists prove? 'Cause I'll go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I'll go back to the ball.
Who was it? Bizarro.
We can believe, we believe that
I
shit.
thank you.
'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Really gotta ask yourself,
Moon landing is one of the most interesting topics I think on this planet, to be honest, because it's so obvious fake. So it's crazy. If you just watch, I don't know, Luna, I think was the capsule called, right? The Luna whatever. If you watch the lunar sphere starting from the moon after they have visited the moon, how that looks today, it's crazy. It doesn't even look CGI. it's like
Yeah, something I saw in I can't remember where it was, probably through here, something like that. Is someone taking a photo that they apparently took of the Earth from the moon, and all they did was like change the like exposure level, and it resolves into being like this huge white square.
Yeah.
Like the Earth kind of just looks like a sandwich board sticking
Yes, and
there.
also it's just sped up. If you lower the speed of the clip from every moon clip existing to 75%, or maybe it was 25% or 75%, it was one of each, I don't know. And then it just looks like people are walking on the planet Earth. It just looks normal. The cars look normal, the people look normal, everything looks normal. You just have to lower the speed to 75% or 25%, I don't know.
It's pretty much always looked normal to me. Like the way they designed the spacesuits to be so massive and bulky, and your limbs are stuck out at weird angles. The way that you're compelled to walk in them adds to the effect of seeming like it takes too long for your leg to rise and fall. But if you look critically, yeah, you can tell the movements and the reactions and all the stuff that you like can't actually physically control. It's all happening in real time.
Yeah. Exactly. And also everything is fake. I mean, Moonstone they brought back was fake, with all mechanical plans for the rocket, for the spaceship, and for everything was lost, so we don't know, we cannot prove the mechanical part of it, and hundreds of astronauts and NASA employees have told that it was obviously fake, and whatever. So, if you still in 2024 believe that the moon landing was true, then you have missed the plot.
Yeah, and I also saw this guy saying that the like the landing module or whatever, the thing that took off on its own, had like a fucking 10,000-pound thrust engine, right? But it left no visible like change
no fire,
at all.
nothing, no dust, no fire,
Like,
no extrusion at all. It was just
yeah. When you look at it leaving the Earth, it creates like a fucking atomic fucking blast underneath the motherfucker.
Yeah.
But this, like, gadget, go!
Yeah, exactly. Go, gadget, dude. Exactly like that. You can see how it's pulled up on a string, dude. Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, if you still believe that, I just had a discussion with my parents like half a year ago about it. And then they talked about, the moon landing, and I was like, listen, I'm not gonna lie, but you dumb as fuck. It's crazy. They mental, dude. They want to believe it, not because they think it's true, but because they need to have something to believe in. Because if that would already be a lie, and if they would have to acknowledge that they would have believed in a lie in the past 40 years, then they would also have to rethink everything else, And as they don't want to rethink everything else, as they want to go camping twice a year, as they want to go to the mountains and drive their bicycles and talk about the bullshit crap dancing organization they are part of, they have unfortunately no interest and energy for anything truth-based, so they gonna die dumb. Love my parents, but they are dumb as fuck, and they will die dumb as fuck. That's just the reality. There will be no change in this generation anymore.
Yeah, I mean, when you're young and you hear about the moon landing was fake, and it seems like, okay, that seems to make sense. You know, I'm a kid, so I don't get much about the world, but I see what you're saying. And it kind of just like slightly unsettling to think that that many people in the world are that fucking dumb. And then you get older and you realize that that many people in the world are that fucking dumb, and it's not unsettling, it's fucking scary.
Man, people still in 2024, even young people, they are going gaunt to an insurrection day or whatever, and they think they can take over the government while in reality just taking over a building built of walls. Nothing else. No government, no military, no future, no hope. They have no plan. They have no idea what's going to do when they are in the building. Their plan is to take over a structure of beton. That's crazy, dude. People, conspiracy theorists nowadays think Trump is sent by heaven. Trump is anti-Illuminati. Trump is anti-conspiracy. Trump is telling the truth. Imagine how dumb you have to be in 2024 after Trump has been president, after Epstein got suicided under Trump, after Trump didn't charge Clinton, after Trump didn't tell us about the Earth, didn't tell us about aliens, didn't tell us about moon landing, didn't tell us about anything every conspiracy theorist believes in, and then 4 years later you are like, this guy is sent from God, this guy brings the truth. That's crazy. People are
That's
retarded, dude.
former president, clearly.
Yeah, they're retarded. It's just fact, man. People are retarded. Even conspiracy theorists, 80% of them are just mentally retarded.
Nobody knows. Stay the ground, but could not found the puppet's ball. Just give me one good look up to your face. Now that you're floating
What's the dough made of?
What? What is what made of?
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any sons, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, you know, nothing. I tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope, so stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nutshell, me, I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall on the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. There's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
Do you think it'll accept recordings that we've got in our bot?
Ugh.
What is up, flat Earth?
Not much, Glober.
Any Globers in here?
Dude.
Yes.
Oh,
All right. Real Globers or just LARPing?
What?
Okay.
I
What's
think
your
most
best
people-
evidence for? What's your best evidence for the globe?
Every scientist on this earth.
Okay, that's your
Well,
best
I
evidence.
can see
But
the I can see
Sounds-
Mars is a globe, the moon is a globe. It just wouldn't make sense that the Earth is just flat.
I think that's a fair question to ask. Is it the same as the other things in the sky, or is it not? But how's that a immediate conclusion that it is?
Well, looking at the evidence, everything I see in the universe is a circle or a ball. So it wouldn't make sense that there's
Everything?
only one flat thing. Yeah.
Okay, but
everything
when I
you see is a ball.
Yeah, basically.
So tables are balls, stop signs are balls, fences are
In the
balls.
universe, you're not
balls.
listening what he's saying. He said everything we can see from Earth in space is a ball.
Can I talk to him a bit? I don't have much time, so I'm curious how he thinks. So when I lay in my bed and I look up, I see the ceiling and it's covered with, there's a lamp attached to it and it's covered with paint. But when I look down, there's a carpet. So how do I make sense out of looking up versus looking down here? There are circles in the sky. Okay, fine. Does that mean we're walking on a sphere?
Yeah.
That's in your own head. Not like pretend you're not trying to dunk on me on the internet. It's just in your own head. Is that really what you have? Like circles in the sky, therefore I'm walking on a globe?
Okay, let's be honest. If all
Yeah,
planets in the
it's-
universe are actually round, that would be a very hard indication that the Earth is round as well.
But how do you even associate those objects in the sky being of
Because
the
they
same
are
nature?
part because now we don't know that. Maybe it's a fucking cinema or whatever. But if the planets in the universe are what the universe tells us it is, or what the mainstream science tell us it is, that would also mean that Earth is round, dude.
I agree with you. If they are what they tell us they are, then they are what they tell us they are. But you yourself, as a human being, wouldn't you have some way of
Nope.
figuring out
Nope.
if there's not invoking scientists?
Nope.
Well, I think
No?
you can just use a
So,
telescope
okay, let me
and
ask
look
you.
up and see these
Okay,
round objects.
so the first scientist that concluded the Earth was a sphere, they didn't have scientists before them saying the
Man,
Earth
you have
was a
to
sphere.
you
So
have to
how did they
understand.
do it?
You have to understand that
Yeah.
you ask him the question, why do you believe that the Earth is round? And his answer was, because everything we can see from Earth outside of planet Earth seems to be round. Then you cannot
That's true.
then you
That's a
cannot
good call.
then you cannot re-argue with, but nothing is real we see.
No,
You're just
you
performing the
called me out.
consequence of
I did.
logical fallacy. It's a failure in logic.
Sure.
Yeah,
But to be fair, I
everything
did
in the
ask him why he
sky is
thinks.
exactly what I'm standing on.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
that's
think if
good enough for him.
I can use a
Oh
telescope,
man.
look up in the sky, I can see the rotations of these globe objects constantly in our universe. And then outside of our universe, we can see these massive celestial beings like slowly condensing into each other to form more globes. So like it wouldn't make sense to me that
So
we
for
would be
you
the only
personally,
flat.
that's how you arrive at the conclusion, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have an argument against that outside of we don't believe that argument?
Yes, I think there's a much better, much more solid way at arriving at the conclusion that the Earth is a globe that does not involve mentioning things in the sky.
So we are going away from his argument again and just creating a new argument to debate about, or do we stay on his argument and debunk his argument?
Like you said, I don't think I
What
asked
he's
for a
going to
debate. I
say
just
is that
asked why he thinks.
Okay.
And he
Yeah, I
answered
think
that. And I'm just saying, then you asked me, is there a better way? And I said, yes, I think there's a much better way of proving that the Earth is a sphere that does not involve invoking anything in the sky.
So what's your
yeah, what
way?
about the ship thing, right? You have a
no,
ship,
this
you get a
process is
certain
going to be
distance and
using a
hold a flag.
theodolite beyond its capabilities of being accurate and saying, "Look, Earth curve."
What?
That's my process.
Taking a theodolite, using it beyond its capabilities of being accurate, and saying, "Look, Earth curve."
But I
So
think it'd be pretty accurate,
is
though.
actually going to address the ground where you're looking up and addressing the sky, which is non sequitur. It doesn't follow. Then you're going to beg the question that the objects in the sky are spheres, in the consequence that the thing in the sky is the thing underneath your feet.
Well, what about shadows pointing in different directions on different places?
Oh my God. What would shadows have anything to do with the ground? It's just an angle from the
Well,
source of light. That's it.
well, yeah, if you have like a big monolith structure on one place of the Earth, then it'd be pointing the shadow would be pointing a different direction. If the
Yeah.
sun is on different points, I don't know, I have to draw a picture
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you could do the same thing in your kitchen. You could put a cup on the table underneath the light you have in your ceiling, and then stick another object off to the away from that cup that you got directly underneath it, and you have your well and your phallic. And then you could say, well, I'll just take the angles, differences in angles, multiply it by the distance, divide it by 360, and then I have a circumference. Now my table is a sphere because I have a circumference of my table, when objectively my table is not a sphere, it's a flat surface. The only thing you did was that you used math and some angles, which all the angles were doing was telling you the direction to the source of light. It wasn't telling you the shape of the thing underneath your object.
Look at this picture. Pretty solid evidence, I don't know. I mean, do you disagree with the picture?
I'll show you what I'm showing you. Gotta give me time to find it. How about my picture?
Well, does this account from different spaces? Like,
Nope.
let me draw another picture.
You're gonna draw another picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw another picture. Would this account for like this?
What does that mean?
These are different spaces on the globe, different continents, but they aren't exactly
So
vertical.
you're begging the question that the Earth is a ball still,
What are you begging
right?
the question? I'm asking if this accounts for different spaces that are in a vertical line.
Violenta. Okay. So you're referencing shadows to divine the shape of the ground underneath the shadows, right?
I guess I don't.
Yes. Because if I was to ask you who measured the curve of the Earth, you're going to reference Eratosthenes, and he looked at a well and a phallic 500 miles away and noticed that the phallic had a shadow, while at the same time of year, the well had no shadow. So he presupposed that the Earth was curving and that all those sun's lights, all of the sunlight was parallel, so that you could now have a curved surface to stand on. Whereas you could take the same chain of logic and use it on a flat surface and have a close source of light with diverging light rays and come up with the same or similar effect. Angles of shadows pointing towards the source of light.
Yeah, but what about the on a non-vertical line? What I'm looking at yours, it only counts for a vertical line.
Yeah,
A straight
because
vertical
it's
line.
taken the sphere, cut it in half so that you can have an orthographic view, right? And
Yeah, but
all
this
that you're
doesn't
doing
account
is
for
taking the angles from the shadows and deriving the direction to the source of light. With the
yeah,
sphere, you're assuming that all of the light is parallel because the sun is way more massive than the surface that you're standing on. And Eratosthenes assumed that you can have it at an infinite distance so that it doesn't have to be part of the equation. so that you can have the different shadow angles on the surface of that circumference. And the shadow lengths are going to give you the arc of your circumference so that you can do some math that whereas if your light is not an infinite distance away and it's not larger than the surface that you stand on, and it's actually closer than you assume, right? Then you would have different shadow lengths, and the shadows would still be pointing towards the direction of the source of light.
I feel like you're ignoring my question.
I don't think you're representing yourself well enough for me to understand what it is that you're trying to get at.
I said if it was on a vertical line, these shadows, which your image only shows, like on a straight vertical line, would your image account for the obelisk being on two different spaces, not vertically?
If you had the source of light directly above the phallic, would the phallic have a shadow?
No.
What about if you took it some paces away from it? Would it then gain a shadow?
Well, it's not. This isn't. I don't know. This is relevant.
If you took another phallic a few more paces away from that one, would that one have a longer shadow than the one previously?
A phallic?
Yeah.
That means a cock, right?
Not on a vertical. You keep talking about
So
like
the
a
shadow would
straight
the
line.
light would be vertical.
You guys trying
The
to
light
measure
wouldn't.
penis shadows?
No, that's what the obelisk is the phallic forest of Osiris.
What the hell?
Because between the 13 pieces, he was divided up, his wife gathered up 12 of his
I
pieces,
can't even hear this
but
guy.
she never finished it. And then whenever she put them back together, he became god of the underworld because he wasn't allowed to have his full body because she didn't gather up all the pieces. So that's what the obelisk is about. Osiris. Can we get back to the point?
Are you in your car? Go inside. I can't. I don't. You're breaking up.
Yeah. I am in my car.
I can't have this. We can't. I can't have this conversation.
Okay.
Like your Wi-Fi is bad. I can't hear you.
I don't have Wi-Fi.
Oh.
Yeah, punished Ansel.
Yeah.
Did you just try to research globe evidence and all you found was Eratosthenes?
No, I didn't understand what you were saying. I can't. Like I don't.
You heard the rest of the conversation well enough because we was having the conversation. I get to a point where the topography is giving me a limited signal, and suddenly I'm sounding like the robot under my name.
Sorry.
Yeah, but you have sounded like a robot, dude.
No, I sound like a robot. There's a signal.
Yeah, you have bad signal.
So Ansel,
Tracking.
Eratosthenes, he did that experiment 2000 BC. Do you think there's anything better than that we might have done recently?
Yeah, I think the ship thing is pretty good. Makes sense.
The ship thing?
Yeah, the ship thing.
I'm
So
not
that
sure.
you can see them longer as you expect them to see or what?
What you mean the ship thing?
Where they go across they go down like a river. They hold the flag. If they can't see the flag anymore, it's like
I got you.
it's a curve. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good indication for the flat Earth.
Is that what you
Ansel,
guys do
does it
all day?
concern you that it's a little bit difficult for you to find any kind of study where they like directly measure the surface of the Earth to be curved?
I mean, I think I could. I haven't tried.
So NASA just
During
recently
this entire
released some
conversation.
photos of like what the Earth is actually shaped, and it's like you guys are wrong. It's actually a dick. I'm about to like drop some pictures in the chat for y'all so you can actually estimate it and see if like it's actually a dick.
I don't think. Oh. I don't think you can post this.
Okay.
That's funny, dude. Got he banned now or what? Why do you ban him? It was a funny. Oh yeah, he's back. Okay.
It's kind of real.
Yeah. Big Earth Society.
What's funnier is that the mod bot is broken, so they can't ban him.
Yeah.
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be much evidence for the flat Earth.
Sorry. What did you
He
say?
posted Dick Cloud now. There doesn't seem to be much evidence for the flat
Yeah,
Earth.
there is not too
There
much
is.
evidence because it's very hard to prove something like that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, I
If
mean,
you
I think there are like more important things to focus on. If we just like accept that the Earth is round.
Yeah, but the problem is if the Earth is not round, then you just accept the lie.
Yeah, but does it really affect?
It
Really
has-
affect you?
I mean, if there would be a lie, why would they lie to you? So, if there would be a lie, then the question why they would lie to you is probably more important than every other question on this earth.
Yeah, but that's so obvious.
Yeah, but I don't think they would lie about that.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
I think
Why
so.
wouldn't I? You
I
know,
think there'd be
all that gives
like
you
more-
to. It
But
gives you a
also
lot
just
of
doesn't make any
control.
sense. Like, I
Oh,
don't-
because you don't understand doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense.
No
It would
one
make sense for
understands.
them to
Don't
have
be
to destroy you.
disrespectful. He respectful, dude. What the fuck?
Well, I don't know. I'm not being respectful.
You are respectful. I told the other guy, not you.
Oh, okay. I think it's like I think a lot of this stems from it's like really deep Abrahamic beliefs. I really don't think that the U.S. government is like super anti-Christian the way you guys think it is.
Yeah, I don't believe that as well.
Who's saying it's anti-Christian? We're saying that the Earth is not a sphere, and you're growing up in an environment where the school system is telling you it's a sphere.
Yeah, but you don't really have proof that it's not a sphere.
Yeah, you do.
What is it? You failed to give it to me earlier.
What proof
You all you provided was some kind of impression why you think that's the case, but not a proof.
Proof? Oh, well, we can like the flag thing, the shadows.
So
Probably like
distant
You're
objects
just
disappearing
chanting
bottom up,
random words
therefore
right now.
Earth is a sphere.
What?
It's not a very strong proof. That's just if you're chanting certain things you heard, but
Well,
that's
if
not. Maybe
you-
that's a good start, but that's not a proof.
If you use like a flat, like a totally flat map, and you travel on it, then you
You
will
do.
not get to your destination accurately.
Yeah, maybe the
No.
map's
On a
wrong.
globe,
Okay,
You
so
really
when the military, when they go to a new location, right, their intelligence portion, they give them maps of the local area, and they're not giving it to them in a sphere. They're giving it to them on a piece of paper, which is usually flat, and they don't have to curve the
well.
piece of paper in order to read the map correctly. What they do is they reference a handful of things like distant markers from grid squares and the compass that's usually printed on the map, and it tells you which direction is your magnetic north, your true north, and your grid north. And they tell you how to orient the compass so that you can read the compass proper, so that you can read the map.
Yeah,
They
but
don't use
Yeah,
a
whenever
sphere.
you
even
They don't use a,
even on my
whenever
a
you have
curve.
computer,
a well.
even on my
Wait,
computer
can
right
I
now, when I
talk
boot
about the
up
map?
Google Earth, the screen is flat.
Okay, can I talk about the map? Whenever you have like a really small space of an area, you don't really need a globe to travel to one point to another accurately. But whenever
Yeah.
you're going like across continents, you kind of do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You
Or
don't.
you have a map that like takes into account the curvature of the globe. Like you don't
Right.
have a flat round map, because if you use a flat round map, you aren't going to get to your destination correctly.
Why not?
Because the Earth is not flat and round.
Would you read all maps the same way?
I mean, kinda, yeah. It's
No.
not.
Each map is going
Yeah,
to have
kinda.
its own way of being read in order to use it properly.
Well,
You
like whenever
can't
you
use
use
a method for the. You can't use a method used to navigate on a Mercator map as you would on an azimuthal equidistant projection.
Can you
Obviously, it's
show me a
exactly
map
If
that
the
you
you
had
same
a
think is
heart
used
shape,
for
principle.
if
travel?
you had a heart-shaped projection, you definitely wouldn't use the Mercator method to try and navigate on that map. You would have to
Can,
adjust your method of use.
can you show me a
No,
map that you think they use for travel, like airplane travel and ship travel?
every
Gleason's map.
every map is the same. It's just in a
What?
different scale, but the principle of the map stays the same.
But how can we trust these worldwide maps if we already said there might be a lie
Wait, can
involved?
you show me a map that you think is used
Yeah,
for travel?
I know.
No, we don't know
No, what do
which
you
one
mean
is
no?
actually used.
I mean no, just
All
show me it.
I have personally only verified local regional maps where I live, and they seem to be accurate. But that's not
Wait, so
enough.
if you can't show me a map that you think is used for travel, accurate travel, on a global scale, how can you like firmly assert that the Earth is flat?
No, I wouldn't assert it based on that. But let me ask you a logical, very concise question, and I would appreciate a concise answer. If someone believes that there might be a huge lie and deception regarding the shape of the Earth, wouldn't it also follow that that deception will extend to maps produced by certain organizations?
Of course, but how do you believe the Earth is flat if there is no indication for you can explain why the Earth is
Okay,
flat?
Well,
I
if
can.
you like
I
don't know
can.
either way,
Yeah,
then I
no,
don't know
not
why
if
you're.
I like. No, no, if I like,
No,
but I
I want to
can.
say the
Yes.
sentence, okay? One sentence, because
Okay. For most.
if
Okay.
no, listen, if the
Stop
argument
asking the
is
fucking question. Stop
if the
asking the
argument
question.
no, you had 10
You're
arguments
re-asking
already
the
and
same question. Okay.
you didn't
Yeah.
disprove a single argument. He said he
You
can
gotta
see
deliver
planets.
your load, huh?
He said he can see planets from Earth. You didn't believe that. He says we have maps. He
Sure.
said also maps are flat. Also maps
Non-sequitur.
are right. If your argument is
Non-sequitur.
your argument is a lie. I don't believe your argument, and we don't need to have a debate because you have
That's
no
not
how to
my
prove
argument.
anything.
Would you like to
Obviously,
hear my argument?
please.
I
Okay.
would like
Why
you to
don't you
answer
shut
his
up for a
question,
second?
but he won't let you answer.
Yeah, why don't you shut up instead of bloviating? All right, thank you. So, for most people that are alive and have ever lived, historically speaking, when they go outside, the earth appears to be flat and it appears to be motionless. This is actually the reason why people have lived for thousands of years absolutely convinced that it was flat and motionless. For example, the Chinese people lived with that conviction until 16 or 1700s.
And how
Okay,
do you
so
believe,
that's a pretty
when you
good
believe
argument.
the Earth is flat, why do you believe that these informations are true and not also fake, like you think the maps are fake? Where do you
That's
make the
just
line?
an
Based on
assumption.
your
I'm
experience,
not
not on
making
the
that
claims of
argument.
others.
I'm
It's
not
based on your
making that argument.
experience, not the claims of others. Do you feel the Earth moving right now?
Doesn't care if I feel it or no, it doesn't prove anything.
If you
No, it
feel it,
doesn't.
it's
But
an
that's the
earthquake.
default.
When you
That's
don't
the
feel
default.
it, it's not moving.
No, that's
The
exactly not
default.
true.
Hey, read my lips. The default experience of every human being is that it's flat and it's motionless.
Do
Now,
fish
forget
feel
the
that
government
water is
lies
moving,
aspect.
or does water feel still for fishes in the sea? Do fish think that the earth is moving because the water is moving, or do they think it's still? You see, it
I
doesn't
don't know
care
what
what the
fish
fish
think.
feels because it's no proof for anything. It's no proof for
Sure.
flat earth, it's no proof
So,
for
but
round
don't
earth.
get upset at me. Don't get upset at
So,
me. I just said that's the
who measured
default.
the Earth to be in motion then? Who made it empirical that the Earth is in motion? Who made that measurement? And how did they do it? Nobody. That's the answer.
That's the
Because
thing with
Einstein
low
had to create
quality.
special relativity. Einstein had to create special relativity in order to explain why all of the tests were coming up negative that the Earth was in motion. Because every time they tried to test that the Earth was in motion, they got something else. They didn't find the Earth to be in motion. The tests were negative. So because you're in a specific reference frame that won't allow you to see or feel the Earth in motion or measure the Earth in motion, you must be out of that reference frame in order to see the Earth in motion. Because every test we do here on Earth comes up negative. And then when you had Michelson Morley making their test to try and find the Earth in motion, there was a guy that claimed afterwards that space-time warped the test in such a way that they weren't able to detect the Earth in motion because space-time was warping it.
Listen, whoever comes in as a globalist and argues with arguments, the flat earthers against arguments are always, but Einstein didn't do that. I don't believe the map was real. I don't believe the foundation of the
That's not
calculation
what I'm
is real.
doing.
They had
You're
to
just not
bring up
listening.
some.
You
Listen,
can't
listen, I want to
engage.
finish the sentence. You can talk after. I'm listening as well. Everyone is listening.
You're so
okay?
emotional, though. Why are you
Listen,
spiraling?
yes, because it's retarded. So, listen.
You're spiraling.
And then 5 seconds later, you come,
I
but
know
this
you're
guy on
German, so
YouTube,
your
but this
spiraling
guy
is
on,
very subtle, but you're
listen,
spiraling.
okay, but then you're saying, but this guy on YouTube proved, and with his measurements, but as we don't believe in Einstein, we also don't believe in people on YouTube, no? So that's the problem. Either we believe no evidence presented to us and we can prove it for ourselves, and it doesn't seem like you have proof for yourselves, or we can believe in all evidence presented to us, and that means maybe the earth is round.
So it's
So
So a
all or
flat
nothing,
earther has
right?
a very easy job. A
You
flat
either
earther
believe
has a
everything
very
or
easy
you believe nothing. Right? All
What?
of it or nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fallacious. It's bad
So
reason.
if some guy says, I
Fellatio.
can
I
see,
love
if some
Yeah,
guy,
fellatio.
maybe if you
I
take
love a
it.
good head on my. You know what I'm saying? You said fellatio. I really like fellatio, especially receiving it.
Yeah. Us.
It's
if
great.
some guy says, I see through my telescope round planets in the universe, then this is a very valid argument. If your counter argument is, but this guy on YouTube tells me that these calculations are wrong and it's not planets.
That is not our counter argument, so stop strawmanning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a
Red herring.
counter argument why we can see round
Okay.
planets
The
in the
point
universe.
was,
Okay.
I asked
Easy.
you who made the measurement, who made the direct measurement.
You are lagging, dude. We cannot hear you anyway. You are roboting crazy.
Yeah, droid.
Direct measurement of the motion.
Yeah, your firewall is preventing you from communicating with us. So look, it's simple. The flat earther job is easy to begin with. Let's start from scratch. You go outside, the earth appears to be flat to your senses, and it appears to be motionless. As a globber, your job is slightly more difficult. You have to demonstrate why the human senses might be deceiving us, and you have to point at a precise measurement that shows the curvature of the Earth. When you start invoking maps, planets, photographs, you just departed so far away from the fundamental question that you're going to be subject to a lot of attacks. Ask yourself this: the first scientists, whoever they are, we don't have to agree who they were, doesn't matter. The first person to conclude that the Earth was a globe did not have access to all the things you're talking about: maps, telescopes, NASA photos. They had no access to this because that happened around 2,000 years ago. So can you not at least make an argument that's bare bone argument based on just geometry and just measurements? Do you have to employ authority? Do you have to employ fucking advanced technology? Do you have to employ concepts such as space, orbital motion? Like, do you?
You ramble.
Is that how weak your belief is?
You just have to apply the big if.
No, exactly.
You heard him earlier. He said if.
Listen, everything we see
Either
around
curves or
us,
it doesn't. Dude.
no,
It
you
either
said
curves or it doesn't. It either curves or it doesn't.
everything around us we see moving. Maybe it's a hologram, maybe it's a projection, we don't know that, but everything around us, what we can see, is moving. The whole universe, the whole
questions that.
galaxy is moving, dude. So
Nobody
it
questions
would
that.
make
This has
sense
nothing to do with the
that
shape of the Earth.
It would
Yeah.
also make sense if everything around us is moving, that we
Yeah,
are
it
moving with that. Does that make sense for you? I'm
No,
not
because I
saying
know
this is
physics
not a-
too well, and the same principles don't apply all over physics.
Okay, so the same principles don't apply. You see, that's you have all the time these artificial arguments why you believe what you
No,
believe.
it's not an
We
artificial
see
argument. It's a
everything is
logical
moving,
policy on
but
your behalf.
look, we see everything is moving. We see everything around us is round.
Okay.
But your perception tells you are on a flat, still standing planet. I get this.
Hey,
My
good.
perception tells me as well it's flat.
Not a planet.
My
Can I give
perception
you an
tells me
analogy why your reasoning is false? I'll give you an analogy from physics. Okay,
Yeah.
when you
Please.
look at your car, does it have a length, measurable length?
Yeah.
Okay, so a car has measurable length. We all agree. A proton does not have a measurable length or width.
I don't know that.
Well, I know this because I know quantum electrodynamics a little bit. So a proton does not have a measurable size.
Can I see a proton under the microscope or no?
You can see a photon
And
in
I can
certain ways,
measure it.
yes.
Everything I can
Yes.
see, I can measure.
It's not measurable. Every particle physicist will tell you the width of a proton is not measurable in the same sense that the width of your car is. So
What is
in
the same
nature,
sense? Just don't
so in
bring in these
nature-
artificial words
no,
like in the
but-
same
but
sense.
that's-
Is it
that's
measurable
what you
or no?
imply. But
If
that's
I can
what you
see it,
employ.
I know the
That's
length,
what you
no?
employ. In your reasoning, you employ this fallacy that if things move or are around in the sky, that translates guaranteed to the shape of the Earth. It does not. If something is true in one area of nature, it doesn't mean it extends to another area of nature. It doesn't automatically mean it. You have to show it. You have to demonstrate it.
Oh, that's exactly the thing. 9 million, okay, maybe 9,000, maybe 900, I don't know how many. But all acknowledged scientists on this earth, I don't believe in them. Listen
But
to
I'm
me
not talking
carefully.
to them, I'm
I'm
talking
not
to you.
saying it's not possible all of them are lying. I believe personally all of them are lying. But still, there is a huge amount of scientists on them earth who say they can scientifically prove that the earth is round, and no one, listen, who is accredited by any scientific facility on this earth say something different. Not a single
Appeal to
scientist,
authority.
not a
Appeal to
single
authority.
scientist who is accredited in any knowledgeable university, knowledgeable whatever laboratory or astrophysics, whatever, tells you, not a single one, tells you the earth is flat. Not a single
Appeal
one.
to
With
You're in a category error.
It's
Or-
just
yeah.
You're in category error.
Okay, let me give an idea. Here's, dude, just listen, calm down and listen. 150 years ago or so, all scientists believe that the atom, the model of the atom, was equivalent to the model of the solar system. A nucleus in the middle, orbiting electrons in literally orbits, moving per Newtonian mechanics around the nucleus. Every scientist back then, if you ask them, what is the atom? They would tell you this. 30 years later, they all found out they were wrong, that the atom does not look anywhere near like the solar system. There you go.
Okay, there you go. 2,000 years ago, they told us the Earth is round, and today they still tell us the Earth is round. You see, there was no
Sure,
change.
but why do
There was
you
no
think?
change in
No, that's
science.
Why do you
inaccurate.
think so?
No, you had a select group of people who was saying that the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah.
And
A
then
well
you
more
had in the
educated
churches,
group of people than people.
then you had in the churches where they were pushing what the church was telling them, right? If you wanted an education, you either went to an old man who would molest you, or you went to the church and they would give you an education and molest you. They would tell you that the earth was flat and contained, just like the Bible describes. And then they started teaching that the earth was a ball in a vacuum of outer space from a really big bang, right? No, it wasn't 2,000 years ago, and since then we knew that it was a ball. It wasn't until recently, because we have newspapers from the early 1900s where they were talking about how strange it was that people were trying to teach that the earth was a ball. You're inaccurate. You're ignorant. You don't understand something. You're missing something.
You have no clue how to argue a topic, dude. You are missing every single argument you want to bring. Your argument is, church made us believe we don't feel curvature. It feels
You've been
standing
doing with
still.
red herring.
It feels
Whenever it
standing
would come
still.
to a point, you would be like, hey, something off topic. And then whenever we would bring you back to topic, you would go back to something
I
off
tell you
topic.
again, this guy today asked the question, I see everything from my telescope. He said, I see everything around me outside of this Earth in universe. I see round and spinning. And you didn't answer his argument why this is wrong. You just failed. You came with Einstein, you came with Church, you came with we feel it still. You said we don't feel motion, we don't see rotation. Obviously, you can bring all these arguments, but that's not fact. It has nothing to do with science, it has nothing to do with fact. It is just an emotional experience. You want to prove anything about it. That's not proof. Sorry, dude.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was science because I'm referencing the pillar of your understanding. Einstein said that you do not detect the motion of the earth. It's impossible. You're in the wrong reference frame. That is the science that you're standing on.
No, Einstein said we don't feel the motion of the Earth, but I have a calculation which still proves that the Earth is in motion and round. You see?
Calculation is not a proof. Calculation is a way to
I
describe.
understand this, but still, Einstein never said the Earth is flat. He just said we don't feel it.
No, he didn't say the earth was flat. He thought the earth was a big old ball. But
Also, he never
he
said the
still was
Earth stands
also
still.
accepting of the fact that every time we tried to test to find the motion of the earth, it was negative.
We are not going anywhere. That's the
So,
problem with the flat Earth theory. You see, one guy says everything I see outside of my space from my telescope is round. Everything seems to be spinning, and there is not a single argument against it, which is fundamental. That's crazy.
yeah, the light bulb in my ceiling is sphere, so the floor of my house must be sphere. The light bulb above my pool table is a cylinder, so the pool table must also be a big cylinder. That makes a lot of sense. The balls on the pool table are spheres, so the pool table itself must also be a sphere. The pool cue, it's also a cylinder, so the table must also be a cylinder.
Man,
That doesn't
listen, if I do a long
bad reason.
exposure image, if I do a
That's
long
what the Grover
exposure,
pointed out to the kid earlier. That's
okay,
bad logic.
if I
Then
do,
he gave him an idea. How about you measure the earth to define what the shape of the earth is? You walk
anyway,
by that.
listen, if I do long exposure shots of the universe, then I can clearly see that everything around me, it might be an illusion, it might be a projection. I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying everything is provably moving around us with long exposure shots. Everyone can do that at home. You can do it right now,
Yeah.
today at night.
Yeah,
It's
the
not
lights in the
about
sky
to
are
see
moving. We're not
motion in
denying that.
space.
The
It's
thing
not.
is that we're asking you to show us a test where they determined that the Earth itself was moving, and they come up negative.
I've
They
never
see the lights
said.
in the sky moving. Hey, that's probably a good explanation as to why the ground's moving. Now let's check and see how much the ground is moving. It's not. Special relativity.
Anyway, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, honestly. It's unfortunate. This guy had good arguments why he thinks the Earth is round too. I understand. I don't believe the Earth is round as well. I'm just
I know
saying
you don't
all of
believe
the
it.
arguments against it was not arguments. We cannot just make 24/7 things up like, but we don't believe in the maps. But the maps have been created when the Earth is flat. We don't know that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. All these
So
arguments
where
are
the maps
bollocks.
arrive.
No one
The
understands that
maps
fucking
arrive.
bullshit. That's not arguments for nothing.
Okay. How was it the maps came to be? How did the people do it?
Man, maybe because they just sat in the fucking boat and crossed the fucking ocean and drove next to the countries. I don't know that. Listen, I don't know
What
that.
about the
But
land?
there is
They didn't have to get on a
possibilities
boat to
which do
measure
not
the
prove.
different heights of the mountains and the hills and the valleys. They didn't get in a boat to do that. They walked across the damn thing. They went and experienced it. And then they drew what they experienced. Some of them
Man,
were intelligent enough to get some kind of device to help them create angles
you
so
know
that
how
they could
many
determine height.
updates? You know
And
how many
then
updates
they
there
would
have
use
been in
a
Google
flat
Earth in the last
baseline
20 years
so
because
that
they
they could
fly out.
create the angle to determine the height so that they can have the measurement on the piece of paper to tell you how high the cliff was.
And I'm
What
saying
was their
nothing of that
level
proves the
reference?
flat Earth. You see, that's exactly what
What
I'm
was
saying
the
all the
level
time.
reference? What would they use to reference level? Would they use a tree?
Dude.
No, they didn't use a tree.
What does that prove, man?
Did they use clouds to determine level?
Can you stick on one topic, maybe? Or what do you want to tell me now?
Yeah, we're talking about maps because we wanted to talk about maps. Oh, people made maps, so therefore we don't know everything.
And you have to understand that at 24/7, people from Google.
So they would reference water. They would get their level from water because all of their experience was anytime they had water sitting somewhere in a contained environment, it would level itself out. If it wasn't level, it would flow until it was level. That's how we have like aqueducts. Then they would take this level plane, usually the sea, because the sea is the same level all over the earth. And then they would measure, well, that cliffside next to the sea, they would take their little angle measurement. Okay, now they can say, well, that might be a 20-foot high cliff. And then they can try and measure it to make sure that they got the angle right. And it was right. Okay, so this method actually works out. So the sea is level because it's water, and water is flat and level everywhere. And then they determine the mountains are 3,500 feet above sea level. And then the planes, they're flying at 32,000 feet above sea level. How did they determine that? Well, then they got to have two devices. They'll get their barometer, which will tell them that they're 30,000 feet above sea level. And then while they're flying in the mountains, they have a radar altimeter that'll tell them they're so many feet above the ground so that they don't actually crash in the ground because the ground is not at sea level. Gosh, people are fucking smart, but they would have to reference their experience in order to make these things. right?
Bro, I'm not allowed in this channel to talk about my honest belief about this earth. So
No, you're not allowed
listen.
to sit and ramble about the people ad hominem saying, oh, because you're a flat earther and you don't actually believe the things that other people believe, therefore your argument's wrong. Instead of actually listening to what the people have to say and going from there. Right? It's one thing to actually address the argument and tell them they're wrong by arguing the argument.
Man, I'm telling you, the argument was everything I can see from planet Earth, everything I can see from planet Earth, outside of planet Earth, in the universe, is moving and is round. And that argument is still in the room since 3 hours, and you are
You've
ranting
not
about
measured your belief system. You've listened to people tell you about your belief system that you put zero effort into trying to figure out,
Are you
other than looking
crazy?
at shit in the sky and saying, "Yeah, there's a round light in the sky. I must be on a round object too."
Yeah, listen to yourself, Alexander, presupposing the Earth as a planet on repeat.
Oh my
That's
God,
your
I
beginning.
don't even believe that the Earth is globe.
You
I
begin
believe
with a
Earth
leap
is
of
flat.
logic
We're
in the first
arguing.
place, bro. If you don't listen, if you don't like this news, maybe this chat isn't for you.
Man,
You
I
seem
believe
sort
in
of
the flat Earth
perturbed.
for 15 years, way longer than all people in this chat together. Do you understand? I believe in fucking the deepest conspiracy theories in 30 years.
Okay,
Dude.
well then relax then.
Okay, calm down, dude.
I'm calm, but you're the one listen, you're not even hearing yourself presuppose planet.
Man, I don't believe in that planet. I'm just saying all
You
the
said
arguments.
planet Earth, planet Earth, planet Earth, planet Earth.
Arguments.
Well, things are round because I'm not on those things. I'm on a round thing too.
And I don't believe in the round world, you mental dude. I'm just saying you have no arguments you should ever mention.
So what are you doing? Are you looking for like a sci-fi writer's enthusiasm forum? Are you looking to workshop your own cosmology?
Man, I don't know what I'm looking for.
You're the one that said, listen, if all the chiefs, you're the one who said if all these people are right, then yeah, planet Earth.
Man.
But if they're all blowing smoke, then what?
Listen, all the people telling us that the Earth is round have way more resources, money, and knowledge than we do, and still we don't believe them. Okay, but that's still.
Okay,
I understand.
speak for yourself.
I don't believe them. I don't believe them. But
imaginations are free.
I still have to acknowledge that to just say you people lying is not a real argument, even if I believe that. But
You
it's not
people
an
lying
argument
was
to say
not the
they are
argument.
lying. The maps are
The
not real.
argument was reference your
crazy.
senses.
That's crazy.
Determine your experience. That's my argument. Not
Man,
people are lying, so therefore question everything. Herder. You find out if someone's lying by referencing your experience.
exactly, that's the problem. You see, we don't find that because as
So yeah, how do you experience Earth as a planet then? Since you must begin. Well, why do you? What do you mean you don't?
Obviously, we don't experience.
Okay.
The Earth is round. Just saying to a globalist, your map was fictional. We don't.
I didn't say you're mad. I said you sounded perturbed. You said I'm not want to tell you what my honest thoughts on you are, sir.
No, I'm not allowed in this chat. I said
yeah,
I'm not allowed, and I'm not allowed because
dude. You've been here all week. You've been here all week. Relax.
Yes, muted 700 times for the things I believe. So
it happens to the best of us. I've been muted as well.
Okay, so calm down.
The whole thing is, listen, we get it. The story involves Earth as a ball flying through outer space. We get that. That's the crux of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So when you're telling from what I'm hearing, maybe I'm hearing you wrong, but you start with the very idea of if these people, these high priests, are saying what's going on in the sky is what's happening to us, even though we can show no motion of Earth. It's just an if. That's all we're saying. We're saying we're in the middle of a myth. That's it.
Exactly.
We get it. There's a lot of ifs.
That's what I would love. Look,
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
That's exactly what I would appreciate if people would say what you are saying. We believe, we think for that and that kind of reason, and not with arguments like what you believe is fake.
Well,
Einstein
time out,
never said
dude. What I'm saying is you are beginning with a leap of logic. Every time you tell us the evidence of why you think you're on a ball flying through space, you begin with a leap of logic.
Oh my god, dude, I don't believe in a balls flying through space. That's crazy that you said it.
Okay, then what are you trying to do? Create your own cosmology?
No, I'm trying.
Well, why are you so bent out of shape then?
Because 500 people join a day. I want to say the sentence after I'm silent. You can speak how long you want, okay? Because every day since I'm here, 200 people join this channel to try to argue for a globe, and not a single argument they are bringing is taken seriously and is taken and tried to be debunked. Everything is just, no, you just feel like you see
logic.
This. How can
They're
you know that you
using
see
faulty
this?
logic, sir.
How can
Sir.
you know you can believe your eyes? How can you know you believe
Sir,
the
they're
man?
using faulty logic.
Yes.
That's why. That's why it's shot down.
It's just a
It's
shutdown.
flawed logic. We get it. That's how the story exists. Circular reasoning and wishful thinking and believing priests. That's all illogic. They shouldn't take their own arguments seriously if they repeatedly present them in that fashion. Who would?
I say it again, listen, every scientist on this earth, unfortunate, I understand all of them are part of the conspiracy, all of them are lying.
Yeah, most of them are just working towards retirement.
Okay, and they don't understand it, and they maybe don't kind of prove it. It doesn't.
No, they're too busy. They're too busy with their own little.
That's artificial arguments. It doesn't care. All of them are.
Okay, so which Alexander, which argument for Globe do you think should be taken most seriously? Since you've heard them all, you said 200 of them have been shot down. So which one's the best one? We'll start there.
Again, I thought it was a very nice argument. Everything we can see out of our planet, everything we can see in the universe, seems to be rotating, seems to be round, and seems to be moving.
Okay, that's fine, but you're making a leap of logic, including the ground you stand upon.
Yeah. And then the follow-on question, hang on. Your follow-on question is, have you measured the ground?
Oh my god, dude.
Because if you want to say, well, the things in the sky are round, the thing that's underneath my feet is round, you should be able to determine if it's round or not, right? All you got to do is take a fucking measurement. That follows logically, right?
You're putting the cart before the horse, Alexander.
People think I'm trolling here, and people think I'm here to create confusion.
No, dude, you're not. We get it. We get it. You're bent out of shape about this, about everyone being twisted in thought. It's a big one to swallow. I get it.
Yes.
But do you get what we're talking about right at this moment?
I get what you're talking about. My argument from this guy is still open. No one has debunked it yet. You see, I just don't want to continue. If
Well, it doesn't need debunking. It's illogical. It's illogic. You're making a leap of logic. You're assuming. You're making a grand assumption in the first place, bro.
You are just creating this artificial argument. It's illogic.
Oh,
Every
Lord.
scientist on this earth, everyone with a telescope on this
Wow, you
planet,
are bent
says
out
the
of shape,
earth is
homeboy.
round. Not a single person paid for knowledge, like a scientist on this earth, tells we are wrong, we are true.
Yeah, the masses are usually in the dark, are they not? Aren't you the grand conspiracy researcher? The masses are usually in the dark, are they not, Alexander?
I believe in that as well, dude. I know we are lied
Okay,
to.
what do you mean you believe in it? You know for a fact that the masses are in the dark.
Of course.
Yeah, if you don't want to address the initial leap of logic you make, then there's nothing that can be addressed about what you're saying, because you're starting from a place of, if there's a fat man in a red suit with flying reindeer and one of them has a light bulb nose, then this whole Santa Claus thing makes perfect sense. Well, yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? So why don't you just address the fact that you're putting the cart before the horse?
Stop talking. The leap of logic is flat Earth. Where did you see a flat Earth?
How so?
Did you go?
Every time I've
to
filled
the
a
edges of
vessel of
the earth and
water,
confirm that's all horizontal?
every time I've filled a vessel of water, there's never any curvature to be seen, no matter how big the vessel.
Hey, yeah, is that vessel?
That's the
of
problem,
water?
isn't it?
Yeah, is that vessel
What?
of water? Is that the Earth? Is that vessel of water the entire?
Well, is the Earth not claimed to be covered 70% with water? It's on the Earth,
Yeah,
bro.
you poured water into a cup.
Is this
You
Callie?
think that proves the Earth is
Oh
flat. Hey,
Lord.
listen close. You poured water
dude.
into a cup. You poured water into a cup, and you think that shapes the Earth.
Well, if you don't like a cup,
You
go
know
to
the
the Suez
cup isn't
Canal.
the Earth.
Hey, Callie, go to the
Right?
Suez Canal.
You know that cup that you
That's
poured
a big
water
cup.
into? That's not the Earth.
Oh
You know
Lord, it's on the
that,
Earth.
right?
It's on the Earth, is it not?
How did you determine that the surface of the Earth is flat, not your cup?
Well, we're
You know the
talking about
difference between your cup
water.
and the Earth, right?
But you have a difficult time for the simplest of things to sink in, don't you, Voodoo Ball?
You can't answer simple questions.
I'm trying to answer. Are you going to
You're not
yammer?
listening.
I am
enough to even
listening.
be able to know.
Is the claim not that the Earth is covered 70% with water?
What
Is
evidence?
that not the claim?
What evidence do you have that the Earth is flat?
Dude,
Is your evidence that your cup has water in it?
Where's their surface curvature?
Where is the surface horizontality? Where's that?
Well, anytime you fill a vessel with water. So yeah, they claim the Earth. I can't believe you're parachuting in to cope when this guy's actually having a real conversation.
That's not the
Voodoo
entire
Ball.
Earth, dude.
Well,
You don't
dude,
know that the cup isn't the Earth. You don't know the difference.
we're talking about the
What
water,
the heck, dude?
Yeah, we're talking about the
so
water.
the water
in
in
the
your
cup.
cup is not the
Yeah.
Earth.
Well, an ocean basin,
Not the Earth. That's not the Earth.
would be a giant cup, you moron. An ocean basin
Have you
would be a
explored
giant
the
cup,
Earth?
you moron.
How do you know that that the entire
all right.
Earth is
Figure it out,
horizontal?
buddy. Alexander, you still here?
Yeah.
Do you hear the problem with that guy?
No, because I don't understand. He's lagging.
Okay. Well, you know what they claim the Earth to be, correct? A ball.
Yeah.
And they show pictures of it in textbooks and on TV. And they even give us numbers about how much of the surface is covered with water. Do they not?
Yeah, they do.
What's that number? It's vague.
I don't know. You said 70%, probably.
Yeah, well, that's the weird thing. It's never below 70, but I've seen anywhere from 70 to 74.
Okay.
So Callie wants to complain about a cup. Well, all you have to do is go to the Suez Canal. There's 120 miles, no locks. Okay, a waterway connecting sea levels. Right?
Yeah.
So how many of these 120-mile flat slabs can we have on a globe?
Look, how is it possible that
Zero.
everyone who built these canals didn't come to the same conclusion than you? No architect is talking about
There's no
it.
conclusions to be drawn. Dude. Okay, go to a cup. If you fill a bucket up with water.
Okay.
what does the surface do?
Flat, like also in every canal.
Okay, so that's what Callie has a problem with. He gets bent out
Callie
of
is a
shape.
very low quality glober.
Well, yeah, he's coping. He's hardcore coping.
Look, let me ask something, okay? Theoretically, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying theoretically, it would be possible that the gravity on this planet keeps water seemingly level with curvature, and also planes when they fly over the curved plane. You see, theoretically it would be possible. No one understands, no one of us believes that, but our scientists believe water on this earth seems to be flat because it's always pulled equally by gravity.
Look at Callie spiraling in the chat.
Wow.
Watch it.
Anyways, I don't even know what to say. I don't know why Callie even.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you why. He used to be a flat earther, and he blames flat earthers for tricking him into thinking the earth was flat. And I'm like, who? Who tricked you into thinking the earth was flat? He just says flat earthers. I go, can you name any flat earthers who tricked you, who purposely did some harm to you, fooled you into thinking that something was incorrect? No one. No one in this channel or any channel he's ever been to. Just a group of unnamed flat earthers that he apparently had contact with at some point in the past fooled him. And now he's pissed at all flat earthers who had nothing to do with it whatsoever. I go, what if those flat earthers were actually globalists who were making fun of you? They were never even flat earthers to begin with. But you won't accept that.
Sign of paranoia. Did he ever mention the Jesuits?
Maybe, I don't know. It's hard for me to listen to Callie because it's hard for me to listen to a grown man cry over nothing at all.
I feel you, brother.
Like when you, in the past, in the days of yore, when a grown man would cry, it was a heartbreaking event. I mean, you couldn't help but feel that. You know, some very tragic thing. I have to go into examples. Callie will cry because someone didn't answer his loaded question.
Yeah.
Because someone saw through his
the bar for
bullshit.
crying has dropped significantly since World War I.
Like you were like with Callie, it's like, okay, I'm not going to answer your retarded loaded question, and he'll just start bursting into tears.
What are you guys thinking about?
This is the German Coast Guard. What are you thinking about? Do you know that ad, Clay?
Yes, that was why I asked. That was a joke.
I love it.
Because Germans never do jokes, right?
Oh, they do the best jokes.
I recently saw a video of a German military ship sailing into the bay of London, I think, and they played the Imperial March music from Star Wars.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny.
Are you Bavarian, my friend?
What?
Are you Bavarian?
Barbarian?
Are you
Bavaria,
from the...
Bayern.
Bavaria bist,
No.
Junge.
Bayern.
Bavaria bist.
No, I'm not from Bavaria.
I'm
Bavaria.
from the. I'm from
Bayern,
the.
Mensch.
I'm from the Rhineland.
From the Rhineland.
Yeah. I'm from the Rhineland Palatinate, whatever it's called. I don't know, man. I can't say it in English.
Isn't it almost Bavaria?
Yeah, Callie,
It's
are
literally
you
the same
finished
shit, bro.
spazzing out?
Yo, what's
Are you
up, old
finished
boss?
spazzing, Callie?
Yeah, why do you
Fire
dumb motherfuckers talk about me right after you mute me? Fucking coward.
Because you're the poster child for having lost the plot completely. You're a good example.
What my line of questioning
Yeah, your line of questioning
warrants
is
a
absurd,
certain
dude.
response, and
Listen,
you avoid that
time out.
response.
Oh,
You
here
avoid
come
the
the belters.
response, the logical response to my question you don't want to say.
Well, dude, the point being is the nature of water as it presents itself, it ends all hopes of the earth being a water ball. If you want to go, well, have you been to the North Shore, northern shores of Tasmania?
I don't think I ever
that's
said anything along
stupid.
those lines, dude.
Yeah,
Never
well, I'm
said
being
anything along those lines.
facetious. I'm being facetious to
Yeah.
express a point.
Yeah, you're exaggerating words I said. You're putting words in my mouth. Good job.
Well, dude, you're implying you said, well, maybe there's some curved water somewhere. That's what you're saying. Correct? That's what you're hoping for.
No.
You haven't been
I
everywhere.
jumped in. Let's see if you remember. Do you remember my original question? I know my original question.
Go ahead.
Okay. How did you determine that the entire Earth is flat, not just the water in your cup?
Oh, Lord. So it is what I said. Chill out.
Are you going to answer that question, yes or no?
Well, dude.
Is that a bitching?
I'm not. That's the dog barking. It's
I'm
not
not
me.
talking about the dog barking. I'm talking about
Okay.
you bitching.
Well, here's
not
the thing.
answering.
Here's what we do know. We have a glass of water, flat. We have a bucket, flat. We have a swimming pool, flat. We have a pond, flat.
How'd you determine that?
Well, originally you can. We've spoken about this before. Do you not remember filling up a fish aquarium?
I'm asking you now.
Letting the water evaporate.
How did you determine that? I'm asking you now.
Well, I'm telling you how I've told you 6 times before.
Go ahead, let me know.
If you have a fish aquarium, let the water evaporate and measure the lines from the top to the bottom all the way around. And if you really want to get deep into it, you can put a grid on. If you know, these are things you learn if you keep fish that like to jump out of tanks. You put a grid on top of the thing, like a checkerboard thing, and you can also see there that the water evaporation is straight as an arrow. So then you have something like the Suez Canal. That's 120 miles, no locks, connecting sea
Wait,
levels.
before you jump to another body of water.
Time out.
How did you?
Let me. I'm almost finished,
Stop jumping
bro.
to another body.
I'm almost finished, bro. So we have 120 miles. We have 120 miles that you can and say, no, that's curved water. But what it is a waterway with no locks connecting sea level. Well, there we go. 120 miles. How many 120 mile slabs can make up a ball?
It's irrelevant. Yeah, what are you doing to determine that it's horizontal? No changes in elevation along the surface. Not time out. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Well, did you not hear what I said? You can go to a small scale. You can go to a pool. Yeah, if you want to go to a pool.
You don't understand.
Recreate what I did in a fish aquarium.
How do you determine the horizontal surface? No changes in elevation. How did you measure that? Without just looking at it.
Excuse me?
Without just looking at it.
Well, you can measure. You can measure the evaporated water line in an aquarium from the top of the tank to the bottom with a ruler.
You're using a ruler. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not good
what would you? You don't. You just said I couldn't eyeball it.
Yeah, you can't.
So listen. So what would you use if not a ruler?
I don't even expect to detect
To,
curvature in a fish tank.
well,
I
you're
said
just
I would
asking
expect to
about how we
detect.
know. Listen, all you're asking is how we know how water at rest is. That's all you're. That's your main question. You're in denial of the simplest thing. Something you would have never have denied prior to this flat Earth conundrum.
Okay, so you held your ruler to a fish tank, and that's
Yeah,
why
that's
Earth is
right. From the
flat.
top to the bottom.
Yeah, that
that's right.
doesn't prove anything. Sorry, dude.
What? Why
You
not?
put a ruler against a fish tank. That's not.
Yeah, from the top of the tank to the
shape of the
bottom, it's straight as an arrow.
Okay, so then by that
And
logic,
then you have the Suez Canal, which is a giant fish tank that boats go in. It's a giant bathtub, basically. It's a ditch.
That's not the surface of the Earth. That's a fish tank.
What are you talking about, dude? It's not the surface of the Earth. It's on Earth.
You don't get it.
All this water we're speaking of is on Earth. In nary will you find an example of curved water at rest. That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, everybody knows that water bows, water swells, water bulges. There's surface tension.
There's waves. Yeah, waves are for surfing. Yeah. There's
So
wait.
when
There's
you
water.
say that a
There's
large,
water
hey, I was in
tension.
the
Hold
middle of
on.
saying something.
There's
You're
water
saying something dumb, I'm saying
tensions.
something smart. Hold on.
Well, dude, there's water tension at small scales.
Yeah, there's such thing as surface tension, which would stop it
Okay,
from
at
being
small
horizontal.
scales.
Yeah, that
So-
means it's not horizontal. Good job.
So, do we have surface tension at the seashore? No, we
You
have
just
crashing
admitted
waves.
that there is such thing as surface tension. Therefore, there is no horizontal surface. You're done.
We see every tear that splashes in front of us. We see how round they are.
Do you understand how those two claims contradict each other?
Well, hold on. Are you claiming surface tension for the curving water of the 3959 blue
You don't
marble?
got to say all that gobbledygook. We're talking about surface
Well, that's
tension.
what we're talking about. We're talking about the 70% covered Earth ball with water. Are you claiming surface tensions for the curvature of it?
Are you saying that there's no surface
I'm
tension
asking
happening?
you. Are you claiming because if you're talking about a meniscus that forms, once that meniscus is broken, the water is no longer curved. So at the ocean, you have seashores, and those are waves breaking. There will be no water tension bubble there.
Good job. Not flat, not horizontal. Thank you.
Okay, now you're splitting hairs. All right, good to talk to you.
No, it's called being actual.
You're
you just presume
being
horizontal.
pedantic because we're talking the term flat. You no need for you to take it concretely. It's in reference to the claim of it being a water ball.
You should provide context to what you mean by flat.
You'll be fine, bro. Not curving.
That's all it means is not curving.
Yeah, not curving in adherence to the 3959 water ball.
All right.
See you later. I gotta go. But
yeah, bye.
I hope someone continues on with you, Callie, because maybe this will sink in eventually.
I'm sure that's what you'd like.
Peter will.
No, I don't care, bro.
It already sank in. That's why he's carrying on like he is.
I don't know what you think was accomplished there. Like, do you think a point was made for the flat Earth in that 5 minutes? No. He admitted that there's such thing as surface tension. That ruins your concept.
Small scales. The point.
No one denied.
Horizontal.
Wait,
I was in the
Kali.
middle of
No
a
one,
sentence.
Kali.
Can you
Kali.
stop making what I say chaotic by interrupting me, please?
Kali, no.
You
No one.
asserted
No.
surface
I will interrupt
Stop
you. I will interrupt you. No. I will interrupt you for sure. You will not talk because you were wrong. You just lied. No one here denies surface tension.
Good.
Because you were wrong. You were thinking that you you stupid bitch. You were thinking that we don't know about surface tension. We talk about large bodies of water doesn't curve, and they don't even have that surface tension. We talk about large bodies of water.
Or that's why you're gaslighted. Okay, you didn't think about it.
Can you repeat what I said? And if
I'm
you
going to
don't,
tell you that
don't
you
have the
haven't thought
information.
about this at length. That's
No,
why
no,
you're
no.
gaslighting.
We already talked
No.
about that, and we have already memes about those things. We talk about the
You're
Globers
shouting
when
and
they.
interrupting and not
No,
making
no.
sense. You haven't thought of a
We have
response to my argument.
we have
You
some
haven't thought of
jokes.
anything yet.
We throw some jokes about that, about you, the Globers, when you have a drop of
Irrelevant.
water and you are dancing and shouting that you have surface tension. But when you add more drops and you have large bodies of water, you have no more surface tension and no more curving droplets. You have a flat, horizontal, large surface of that body of water. We know
Is
about
there
surface
no
tension. It works only on small scale, like he told you many times when you were talking about with the old Sarah. So you don't know what we are thinking about.
Nobody
The
does, because it
government
probably
is
doesn't make
hiding the
sense.
flat Earth.
What are you thinking about?
Yeah, he think that we don't know about surface tension, the existence of surface tension. We know that. That
Wait,
means that related.
Wait, don't you know that surface tension is the answer to a spinning water ball flying from ever expanding world of darkness? Isn't that obvious?
It's not. It won't help them because that large body of water, what that we call ocean, the surface tension is broken all the way because the water is just moving and waving all the time, and it's large body of
You
water.
know,
You
that
can't
doesn't
have
even
that
matter.
surface tension.
Why don't you show me where
covering
you
the
measured?
water.
Stop chanting over me. Why don't you show me where you measured Earth to be flat? Why don't you do that instead of saying surface tension just magically disappears at large scale?
So you didn't understand him when he explained to you what is flat. Flat is the absence of curvature because no one could find the curvature.
Jesus
So no. Listen. Just listen. So the flatness is the absence of curvature. A surface which is flat, a flat surface, is a surface that is not curving down or up. It's a flat surface. So when no one could find any curvature, so we concluded that there is no curvature. So it means that the surface is completely flat.
Well, it's very simple. It just needs to show that the surface of Earth is anything but what it presents itself to be, which is a topographical stationary planar surface. So go ahead, show us where it's bending 360 degrees in every direction.
Cool.
I mean, it's
All
so
that
simple.
chanting and rambling didn't address my question.
I know.
How
It's
did
very
you
hard to
measure?
understand words.
You're
these days.
interrupting me.
If
You're
I have
interrupting Clay.
TikTok,
Just listen.
attention span.
Clay, don't get gaslighted.
Yeah,
Don't get
TikTok
gaslighted.
is
Just listen.
attention span.
Don't get gaslighted. Just listen. How did you
Sorry, I can't
measure?
listen. I also have a TikTok attention span, unfortunately.
How
So
did
sorry,
you
man.
Yeah, I know you do. You're a flat earther. How did you measure the surface of water on a large body of water? How did you measure that?
Yeah,
to
sorry,
be
it's just a
horizontal?
lot of rambling. I just don't really understand what you're saying right now. Sorry.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance will make something logical
I
sound
don't know what you're
illogical
saying.
because you're
Sorry.
reaffirming a bias.
Yeah,
But
you're
I'm asking you,
rambling.
how did you measure?
Can you maybe stop
How
rambling?
did you measure? Yeah, you can't let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
How
you're
did you
rambling
measure
a
the
lot.
surface of water? Easy. It's an easy question. You can just be honest and address it. Play under steel. Can you refer to a measurement proving the surface of water to be horizontal? You have any measurement? You know the difference?
Wait, are you saying something? I just hear rambling right now.
You ever measured your glass of water?
Right. Right. How do you measure the horizontality of the surface of water in your cup?
Bro, I'm giving you back your standard. I'm not gonna have a conversation with you as long as you
begging
keep
the question.
a
You
low
know what begging
standard
the
towards
question
what
is?
I'm saying. No, I refuse to have a conversation with you because you literally
Because you
what I said
can't.
rambling
Because
without
I'm asking
answering what I
questions
was
that you
talking
can't
about.
answer.
Yeah, no,
You can't
you're a
answer.
hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
He's defeated.
You're running away. He's a pussy.
He's submitting.
No, no, no. No one,
No,
no one is
you're a
running.
hypocrite.
But you just
I'm
you
not
were
talking to
rambling.
hypocrites.
Is there a low tier human being
You're
trying
just
to chime in right now?
you're a hypocrite, just a casual grower. You know, you have a different standard towards us than
Are you
towards
coping?
yourself.
Can you stop like sophistry and coping right now
So,
and answer the question?
so, Kali,
Sorry, I don't
Kali,
understand
stop
what
your
you're saying.
bullshit,
You're
Kali.
rambling.
Kali, you're rambling. So stop your bullshit. Don't ask people to prove the absence of
You're
something.
not answering my question either.
Just shut the fuck up and listen
Hey,
to what I'm
retard!
saying
You're
to
making
you.
personal
So
attacks,
listen
but you
to what
didn't
I'm
answer my
saying.
question.
You can't
You're
ask
making personal
someone.
attacks,
You
but you're not
can't ask.
addressing my question.
You can't
Callie, stop
ask
spazzing,
someone.
dude.
You can't
Why
ask
is this
someone
idiot
to
not
prove
answering
the
my
neg.
question?
Shut up, fuck up. You can't listen. Use your brain for a second because you never used it before. So it's the day. Use it today. So now you can think about this. You can't ask someone to prove the negative, to prove the absence of something. So when you ask someone to show you the flatness of water, we see it flat every day in that
Where?
horizontal
Show me.
horizon. The
Show me.
horizon is always
That's not a
horizontal,
measurement. That's not
flat.
a measurement. That's not a measurement, dude. You know the difference between a measurement and looking at something? Are you fucking retarded?
Why
Okay,
is he
Bedford
rambling?
level. Bedford level. The
Bedford
measurement
level
would.
experiment was
Yeah,
conducted
this is the
to
same. You were just
disprove that
denying the
guy.
use of a ruler, bro.
Yeah, that's not the surface
Yeah,
of the
Callie,
earth,
dude.
dude.
Callie, what you're doing is going back
Use
and
a
forth
ruler.
between being in denial of the nature of water and then pointing to water droplets for evidence of Earth curvature.
Did you hold the ruler to the ground? Is that what you did?
Oh my God, to the bottom of the tank.
That's not the earth. So you're
Oh my
irrelevant at the
Lord.
moment.
It's an example of it's a small ocean basin.
Why doesn't anyone have anything relevant to the shape of the earth? Keep talking about other things.
We have everything that is relevant to the shape of the earth. You just
Okay,
say
show me.
nah every time. So everywhere you see the flatness of the flat earth, you know you don't feel any motion. So
All right.
you are like us. You are seeing a flat horizon. You see everywhere a flat earth. You never see a curving earth, and you never feel or measure any motion. So you are like us. But because you have that belief, that stupid belief from the heliocentric stupidity, you want to hold that belief, but just ask people to prove the negative. So to prove that there is no curvature, to prove the curvature first, to tell us, to ask us that there is something against what you say, because it's like the unicorn analogy. If someone tells you there is no unicorn, you can't ask him to prove that there is no unicorn. The unicorns doesn't exist. You can't do that. But what you can do is come in with a unicorn and prove the existence of unicorn. So flatness
Have you ever heard of
is the
Dwayne Cullen?
absence of curvature. It means that if you have that stupid idea that the earth is curving, you can show us that. But don't ask people to prove that unicorns don't exist.
That's right.
It's been done before.
Well, imagine needing,
There you go.
flat
There's the video of Earth.
earthers
I'm responding to what he said, dude. He asked me to show him curvature. Dwayne Kellum, 110,000 feet in the air. He sent a balloon up into the sky, and he witnessed the Earth curve. So you could take a look at
We
that
want
if you
some
really
evidence
cared.
not provided by the
claims.
government.
If you cared about the claims that you make, you would look into this high altitude balloon footage. Okay, you run around chanting that Earth is flat, but you can't show me where. Where is it flat?
I'm just curious. In that,
didn't you
video
hear him?
you're
He just takes a
referencing,
ruler
right?
and puts it on the ground.
In that video you're
Right,
referencing,
right.
what in
And
that
that
video
wouldn't
you're
determine the
referencing,
shape of
what are
the
you
Earth.
looking at?
Oh, your mic's messed up. I didn't hear you.
In that video you're referencing with Dwayne Kellum, right?
I use a protractor on my glass
What are
of
you
water.
looking at?
What are you looking at in the Dwayne Kellum video? What is it that you want us to look at?
The shot when he's at 110,000 feet. The
Right,
Earth is
right. But
curved.
what are we
That's
looking
an
at?
optimal illusion.
No,
I
shut
see.
up.
I
Shut
see
up.
a nice.
Hold on. I'm
I
gonna
see a
start
nice
muting
go.
people.
Optimal.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna start muting
Can't
people. I don't
believe
want
what you see
anybody.
with
I don't
your
want anybody
eye.
to talk right now. What
What's that?
are we looking at?
You're looking at a high altitude camera.
No, you're not looking at a high altitude camera. That's retarded. What are you looking at?
Oh, so you're being super duper literal? Got it. Okay.
What are you looking at? What is
What are
the
you asking me
camera?
that? You already know who Dwayne Kellum is, you fucking tard. You know what this is.
I'm sorry. Okay, so
Yeah, it's
because
a
he's
Stop
joke.
asking me
triggered,
stupid questions.
because he's
You know what this
triggered.
is. You
All
know
right.
what this
You have
is.
to get
Stop
muted.
asking
I'm
stupid
sorry, bro.
questions.
So
Cal, okay, hold on.
here's
Let me jump in real quick,
here's
Elijah.
the thing that I'm trying to point out that I don't want anybody to interrupt. Right. So he just berated this guy for saying looking at the horizon is not a measurement. So now we're supposed to look at the horizon in Dwayne Kellum's video.
Yeah, it's concave.
No, the point is his logic. He's contradicting himself because in one instance he's like, "Well, looking at this means nothing. It's not a measurement." Now he's saying, "Well, you want to see a measurement? Look at this."
I think his video is filmed with a fisheye.
It doesn't
Yeah, yeah.
matter that it was filmed.
Wait, he
That's not
actually
the
was
point.
directly responding to the guy who wanted to
You guys
see
are
the
terrible,
curvature.
bro.
What do you mean? Are you retarded or were you just not listening?
Yeah, it's
No,
concave.
I wanted to see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
not the
exactly. He
curvature
wanted to see the curvature of the Earth, so he showed him a
Stop it!
video of the
It's
curvature
me.
of the Earth.
So no,
Yeah,
no, it's me who
upward
asked
curvature.
that.
Not hard to find.
Stop your
Yeah.
bullshit. I
Yeah, I
asked
know.
to
This
see the
big person just retarded what he just said.
I know,
So
it's really
I asked to see the curvature of the Earth, not the curvature made by a fisheye lens. No.
not fisheye. It's got a
Because it's a
rectilinear lens
fisheye
on his
because
camera.
you see the
No,
you
it's
see the
not.
horizon, you see the horizon being concave, and you
Holy crap,
see
he
it's curving
explains the
down.
instrument
Yeah,
package.
you
He
see the
tells you what
curvature
kind of
flipping
camera.
up and down.
Holy crap.
Gavi,
He
is,
tells
is,
you
the,
what kind
is
of
the
camera.
video is the video also proving a concave Earth simultaneously?
Yeah, I
Just so
told
I
him.
know.
I'm gonna respond to Elijah. Okay. The
I
proclaimed
posted that.
size
Can
of the
you
globe.
can you
I
can you
don't care
explain
right
why
now.
it's concave? Why
When
is it
people try to talk
concave
to
in
me
your
at once,
video?
I'm gonna respond one at a time. Okay, slow boy.
So maybe your video is
Elijah.
wrong. Maybe it's a fisheye
Elijah.
lens.
Yeah, it's definitely filmed with a fisheye.
Yeah, he sent you an image from your fucking video where you have a fisheye lens and that you don't know, you're just arguing from ignorance because you are fucking ignorant. So he sent you a concave Earth. That horizon is just curving up to make it like Halo, like that game Halo, where they have Earths like circles. Here you have one.
Yeah, your video is proving nothing. It's just actually proving that you have been duped by a curved lens. Anyways, that's it.
He's a religious guy. It's proven that he's a religious guy, like any religious person. He believes anything that they told him. Look, this is the thing. So he believes.
Well, the sad thing is, every I can bet €1,000 that every video a Globe is gonna send in, I can show them that there is a curved lens being used. Every video I have analyzed from a Glober who thought he sees curvature, it's always the camera. And this just took me 10 seconds into the video. And this is at 1 second. This is at 113,000 feet, and it's curving upwards because it's a curved lens.
Now you can unmute him and let him say sorry because he were arguing from ignorance and he said that no, it isn't fisheye lens.
Video was made by the government.
So now you can unmute him and let him say sorry.
No, I'm gonna say that it was a rectilinear lens.
Done that.
It
Been a
was a
long time.
rectilinear. Do you want me to answer you or not?
No. I don't want you to answer.
Yeah, because you're
I
a
don't
pussy.
want it. I didn't ask you
'cause you're
any
pussy.
shit. No, I didn't ask you anything. I'm waiting for an excuse because you have a video where the straight lines are just curving because of the lens. So you have like the picture, the screenshot that he sent you, the concave Earth. It's not curving down to make a ball.
Need some evidence of the camera.
Well, then why don't you allow him to respond?
There is no response there.
Oh, because
He
you said
were
so?
arguing from ignorance. He were saying
Well,
that
if
the
It's
video.
a rectilinear lens, you fucking idiot. Rectilinear lens. Look it up.
You got some
The guy that
evidence or
conducted
proof?
listen, shut up.
Proof of
The guy that
lens?
conducted the test was a flat earther, and he made sure there was no distortion made by the lens when he sent his balloon up. So you're fucking retarded.
Why is it concave then?
There is the distortion we see in the
No,
video
there's
that
no
you sent.
distortion, you fucking idiot.
There is distortion,
How
like in
did you
the
determine that
Definitely
there's distortion?
distorted.
How can you explain that the Earth is concave in the video that you sent? Like
That's
in
the
the
dumbest
image.
thing you could have ever said.
Can
It
you see the
doesn't show a
screenshot?
concave horizon.
No. Can you see the screenshot that the guy sent you?
It's definitely
There is a
concave. It's
screenshot
curving up.
where you can see concave Earth. Distortion
Why is
or
it
not?
curving up?
Fisheye.
And for the white knight who wanted us to let him explain, can you see the distortion or not? And tell him, Mr. White Knight, tell him that there is distortion.
God,
He
you
is
don't
arguing from
understand how
ignorance.
you don't understand how the angle of the lens in this particular shot is going to induce curvature. When the angle of the lens is horizontal, right? When it's level, that's when you're going to be taking the shot. You want to be paying attention to when it's level, not
In
when
the
it's
past-
spinning and rising.
In
Okay,
the
there's
past,
a period of hold on. There's a period of the video that as the balloon gains altitude, that it's spinning and the camera's not level. That is not when you're supposed to be trying to get a measurement of the horizon. Okay, so you need to
But
go to the
that-
part of the video and not cherry pick. Okay, because this was a good experiment.
no.
Right? Don't cherry
It's not cherry picking. That's what
It's
it
way
isn't
better
called
than looking
cherry
at a
picking.
cup. It's way
I'm
better than
asking
looking
you
at a cup, dude.
a simple
All right?
question. Where you see the picture where you see the horizon curving up, making a concave Earth.
I just told you why that would
No,
happen.
no. I'm asking you: is that a distortion or is it a real image of the horizon for the Earth?
It's the angle of the lens.
No. Is it a distortion
What the fuck do you
made
mean?
by?
No.
Is it a
It's not.
distortion made?
No. I just gave you the answer, stupid. So you saying no is irrelevant.
No. We need that word. Is it a distortion made by the angle of the lens of the camera?
You're cherry picking from the wrong part of the video.
You said there is
You're
no
not listening. You're not
distortion
paying
in the
attention to your
video.
No,
own
you're cherry
poor
picking.
inquiry into the
You
video.
said
Hold on.
and
I'm going to
you
post
said
another
that-
video because
You
there's a
said-
lot
Cherry
of these.
picking. Yeah,
Oh,
you
Yes,
check
there's a lot
cherry
of these.
picking.
See what type of fisheye lens he pulls up now.
Yeah, he can't accept the fact that his lens is creating a curve, which is probably exactly the same curve he thinks is oh wow, you already have the concave Earth in the thumbnail, man. Good job.
Oh my
Golly,
God,
man,
Jeff,
you're
you mean
very dense, aren't you?
You're drawing conclusions off the cover because you want to reaffirm flat Earth before you investigate.
But I already
what
see
I'm
the
presenting
concave.
to you.
I already see the
You're
curve in your camera lens.
reaffirming your bias before you indulge.
Bro,
Okay?
this idiot has. Sorry, not you as in idiot.
You're
I'm
an
talking
idiot. You've
about
never
the Dwayne
conducted an
guy.
experiment
The,
like this.
the,
You're
the,
a
the
fucking
Dwayne
idiot.
guy has literally put the trolling into the thumbnail. You see the concaveness caused by the camera having a curved lens. Like he's not
You
even
didn't
hiding
you
it,
still don't
bro.
understand.
He's making probably fun of people like you. That's why he puts it in the thumbnail. It's literally in the thumbnail, man. In the thumbnail, I'm seeing a concave Earth. What is wrong with you, dude? Like, just be a little bit of an intellectual, honest person. Just a little bit. Just like 5% or something.
Bro, there's no way you're real.
Let's see if you can be intellectually honest right now. Do you understand that the angle of the lens can affect the amount of curvature on something that is curved?
Do you understand
that's
that?
why I tell. Yeah, that's why I tell you that your videos are invalid.
Do
showing
you
nothing.
understand that? Do
Yes,
you?
that's
We
yes, I
understand
do.
how the
Cool.
lens distort
Cool.
the
The
image.
angle of the lens in this particular image, more than likely, it's the angle of the lens creating that.
Yeah, we know how the lens
Good.
distorted
You know that.
images.
Oh my
No,
God.
no,
Therefore,
we understand it. You don't. We understand how the lens distort the image, and you don't.
No.
You said that there is no distortion.
So
We told
therefore,
you
the Earth is curved because of a curved lens. Is that the thing you're trying to point out?
Here goes another example.
Bro, I've looked at all your examples. It's just a curved lens. I just don't get it. You have the same curve everywhere, no matter which altitude you go.
So where does it look flat? I'm sorry. Can you tell me where you measured the Earth to be flat?
Nowhere, because this idiot is using a curved lens. How many times do I need to repeat myself?
You said nowhere. Well, then why do you think Earth is flat?
Because I do not use imagery or videos where people use curved lenses
Okay,
that
what do you
visually
do to
make the
determine
Earth
Earth's
look like a curve, even though in reality there is none. Okay, let me show you my videos
You know what?
where there is no curve.
You know what question must follow, Clay?
You want to
Instead
see?
of
You
gambling
want to
and
see
wasting
good
time?
videos?
What
You want to
do
see
you-
true videos of the Earth?
What did you do to determine Earth is flat? What did you do?
I looked at water. There's one very simple thing
Oh my
that every
God.
child can understand.
Oh my God! Did you use a camera? Did you in real life? What'd you do?
No, I accept the Earth for what it presents itself to be. I don't insert my own
Okay,
beliefs
so you
or
just
vanity upon it.
presume. So
No, I
you
don't presume.
it's flat.
I accept reality,
No, no.
sir. And when I accept
Wow.
reality, I accept what it's practically
So you didn't
used for. What
measure
it,
anything.
No.
no.
What he's telling you is he never
He's
found
telling me he didn't
any.
measure anything and he presumes that it's
No,
flat. That's
he
what he's
never found any curvature.
You know what?
never measured any shit yourself.
You know
Neither
what?
neither your scientists and your priests. You never measured any curvature.
Yeah,
you know
you're
what?
trying
You know
hard
what,
to talk
Kali? You know what?
dude.
It doesn't matter what I think. If I think the Earth is a duck, whatever, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter what anybody says. The Earth presents itself to be a specific thing.
Where?
And that's it. It doesn't matter what I say. What someone says.
You said the
if
Earth
you,
presents
if, I mean,
itself a
I'm
specific
sorry
way,
for you.
and I'm
If
asking
you
you
base your understanding on reality on the arguments and the and what other people think and say, then that is your problem. I don't do that. It doesn't matter what I say or I think. The Earth
What are you
is what it
spending all this
is.
time talking, saying nothing? You haven't
You
said shit, bro.
You ask him
Where does Earth look
Yeah,
flat? Like
everywhere.
You just look at it. That's not a measurement.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You see a flat.
Did you measure it?
No.
You don't measure shit. You just
never
presume.
measured shit. You never measured.
you never measured.
No. Don't talk about any measurement till the moment where you will
Oh,
send
God,
us.
You're just a ranter.
Listen.
You don't have shit to say.
Just listen. You never measured anything
You're not
in your entire life. You don't talk about measurements till the moment when you will show us any measurement about the,
Oh God,
the
like you
curvature.
convincing
So
yourself with
now,
this stupid argument.
So now you asked us where you see that where you see that Earth is presenting itself as flat. Everywhere. The answer is everywhere. In the
You didn't measure.
No. Listen.
You didn't measure.
You
shit.
asked.
What did you measure? What measures flat?
You
What
asked.
on Earth measures flat?
You asked a question. He told you that Earth presents itself as flat.
Denial.
You said where?
This is
I'm telling
denialism
you-
and delusion.
No. I will repeat. Rinse and
You just
repeat.
keep saying bullshit, dude.
You're
You're
totally
addressing
stupid.
that
No,
you didn't
listen.
measure shit.
Listen. He told you.
Why? You
the
didn't
Earth-
measure anything.
He
You can't
told you-
speak on it.
We are
I'm
not
asking
talking about any
measurements. You don't have
measurements
it.
yet. We are not talking.
Why not?
Did
Why
you
not?
forget? Did you forget your question? You forgot. You forgot.
Why don't
your
you want to
question
talk
because-
about measurements, dude?
So because you never measured anything. Because there is no measurement of curvature, so it means that it is flat.
You're fucking
Because
coping.
flat.
You're
Because
coping with your
flat.
lack of
No.
flat Earth evidence.
No, no,
So you're
no.
just rambling and
It's not
interrupting.
coping. It's simple. It's simple. Because no one
You're
on the
coping the
surface
whole
of the
time.
earth, because no one on the surface of the earth showed us the existence of curvature or any measurement of curvature. So it means that there is zero curvature. It means zero curvature equal zero curvature equal flat. Because no one can show us any measurement.
He's chanting to convince himself.
Not even measurement. We not even measurement. Curvature. We want to see that curvature. Not even measurement. So because there is no curvature, it means that it is flat. Because flat is the absence of curvature. I think it's simple for kids, but for stupid adults, I think it's something.
Wait, do you want to
very
see with your
difficult to
eyes?
understand.
Do you want to see with your eyes the curvature? Is that what you want? Have you ever seen
Yeah,
a
you gotta
lunar
go
eclipse
higher and
before?
Unseenable with the
Have you
naked
ever
eye.
seen a lunar eclipse before?
Lunar eclipse? I've seen lunar eclipse. Tell me, I've seen lunar eclipse. Go on, tell him.
Yeah, what causes the
What
shadow
about
on the
that?
moon?
Who knows?
Well, the moon is flat too.
He said, who knows?
This is
Astronomy
really
No,
is caused by the Earth.
senseless
prove it.
conversation.
Prove it. Can you prove it?
Yeah, it
Go
comports
ahead.
with a heliocentric model where the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
That's
The
not a proof.
model
You are
provides
repeating a
evidence.
story. No. You are repeating a story. That's not a proof. You're repeating what you are told.
Okay, so you got something better? You got a better proposition for what causes the shadow on the moon in the
I
eclipse?
told you. I just told you the best proposition. I just told you the best. I just told you the best proposition. I told you who knows, and it was the truth. Who
That's not
knows?
that's
haven't
not
been to the
don't
moon.
know,
How do you know
and,
it
the worst
exists?
proposition.
and no one like
Hey,
you
you guys
knows.
That is the worst proposition.
Hey, check it out. Stay focused on the curve of the Earth. Don't run into sky magic with someone who doesn't even know what the hell they're looking at.
Yeah, because you will definitely fall flat on your face trying to explain astronomy. That's right, Crit. Don't ever talk about the sky because flat Earth can't explain anything in the sky. That's right.
Hey,
Have you been to the moon?
have you ever used an
That's right.
astrolabe?
Now, why do you think you have to avoid the eclipse when talking
Yeah,
about
go
flat Earth?
ahead. Go ahead. Prove that it is the Earth.
Right here. Here's a
Casting
quote
the
from
shadow.
Copernicus. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. Least he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart this study a greater fool than when you entered it. If you're willing to be a greater fool, go right ahead. No flat earther is going to follow you into foolishness. You just go right on ahead and say when you're looking at the moon, what you're actually looking at is the Earth. You can do that all you want. It's like you guys deny your own experts. You pretend
What
they
do you
say
think?
things.
How about you don't deny what you think the moon is? Tell us what the moon
A
is.
light in the
Crit.
sky. It's a
It's
light
the
in the sky.
moon. It's the moon.
Okay, that's
No,
barely
no. You don't-
So if it's a light, hold on, dude. Crit just answered the question. If it's a light in the sky, is it the source of the light or is it a projection? Is it a reflection?
It's not the Earth.
Is it a
It's the moon.
reflection, a
Yeah, it's the
projection,
moon. It's
or the
not
source?
the Earth. It's not
Oh
the Earth.
gosh.
This
Oh,
is
gosh.
lunacy, Callie.
So
He can't
Sheer
answer.
lunacy.
Here's
Is the
my
light in
answer.
the sky a
It's not.
projection?
It's
You,
not
you
the
just
source
Earth.
of
chase
the
your
light?
tail, don't you, dude?
It's not the Earth.
Shut up, old
So
Ross. I'm
I'm
in the
not
middle
gonna.
of something.
You can exit this process a greater fool, which is impressive, and I'm not going to follow you. You go
Yeah,
down
old
that
Hoss
route.
hates seeing you
Copernicus saw
get
you
cornered,
coming.
having to
Just
answer
relax,
an
bro.
obvious
You.
question.
Copernicus
Can you answer
saw
the
what was
question,
going
Crit?
to happen. That you are completely out of your mind. You are completely clueless, and you're even a
Answer
greater
the question,
fool.
Crit.
The moon
Hey, Crit.
is not the Earth.
So
Hey,
Callie,
Crit.
you
And
Callie.
Callie, how the hell did we
Hold
go from
on a
what the moon?
second.
What the hell?
my
How
God,
did
you
you go?
clown.
Oh my gosh. You go from lunar
Explain
eclipses
yourself, Goofy.
Some dude
to what is
blurted.
the moon?
Is it a projection, a reflection,
So
or the
Here we
source of
go.
the light, Crit?
Some
Callie,
dude blurted and it got him like squirrel. And then now Callie is just running after the new topic.
no, wait,
No,
Callie, you want,
no.
you,
I want
Callie,
you to
you want,
stick to your claim, Crit. Why are
Callie,
they
you
all trying to
won't
save
ask
your
those
Crit?
stupid questions if you understand this. No one here will assume something that he can't prove. It's so
He
simple.
just
I will repeat it. No.
that
I
the
will repeat it.
planets and the stars.
Oh fuck!
Dude,
I will repeat it for
can
you.
you
Just
relax?
to. No. I
What?
will
No, you
repeat.
can't. You're
I will
gaslighted
repeat
to
it.
hell. Okay.
I will repeat it. I will repeat it for you, just to help you understand this shit. No one here will assume anything that he can't prove. Like, for example, what makes the eclipse, the lunar eclipse? No one here will assume any shit, even your mother's ass. No one here will assume anything.
Oh my God. I was just waiting for you to stop.
Because
But if
we
you're gonna say
can't
shit like that,
prove
I'm
it.
gonna interrupt.
Man, Callie, you
I'm just
just
gonna
wait
interrupt
to
you if
talk,
that's what you want
don't
to
you,
say.
dude? You just sit
Did you
around
hear what
and
he
wait
said?
to
He said
start
nonsense.
yapping.
Old Hoss, don't interrupt this, okay?
You sit
Crit,
here and just wait to yap.
Crit, just shut up. Crit, is it a point of light? Is it the source? Is it a
So you didn't
reflection?
understand what I just said because you
Why are you
continue with
let
your
Crit answer?
question. No.
Why do you
You
want
didn't
to? Why
understand.
don't you want Crit to answer? Why don't you want
can't.
Crit to answer?
I just told you why.
Let Crit answer then. Shut up.
No one will
Oh my God, you're so
assume.
dumb.
No one will assume an answer that he can't prove. So just think for a second, because the moon is because the moon is there in the sky, no one went to see what is the moon. So no one here for the flat earthers, because they are critical thinkers, not stupid people like you, Globers, they won't assume any answer because they can't prove it. So you
Why
can because
what's this guy's name? Necros? Who's talking? Why can't you answer the simple question? You said that the stars are lights in the sky. Are they projections?
that's what we see. Are they projection? So can you just think about this? If we say that it is a projection, so we have to prove it, or will you accept the assumptions just blindfolded? Like a stupid person like you are now, because you accept anything that they told you from the heliocentric shit. So now, because no one went there to see what are the stars and what is the moon, will you accept any assumption that we will tell you without any proof? Go ahead, tell me.
Yo, Necros.
They unmuted you.
Necros, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question, you slow motherfucker. Are you ready? Are you ready for the question?
Go ahead.
I'm waiting for an answer.
You were muted. No one heard you. Not just to tell you something good to understand. I'm not slow. You are. Because I have to repeat simple things many times, different ways, just for you to not understand it. So it's pointless. And I bet I didn't hear your question at all. You were muted. I bet your question was about some assumption. I bet that
Est-ce que vous
your
connaissez la
question was
différence
about
entre la Terre et le
different
monde?
assumptions. What is the moon, or what is the star? What are the stars, or are they projection, or are they physical
Le monde
things
n'existe pas.
that we can touch, and no one did touch it to see if they are physical?
Yeah, what do you think they are?
No one knows. Is it
What do you
difficult
think
to
they are?
No one
What do you think?
knows. No one knows.
Make a claim.
No,
Come
no,
on, man.
no,
Stand
no
on
one.
something.
No.
See, you idiots that can't stand for
It's
anything,
your
you
mom.
fall for anything.
They are
That's why
your
you're
mom.
flat earth.
Dude, you're projecting
You fell for
hard,
the dumbest
Callie.
shit ever. You fell for the dumbest shit ever. That's why you can't
Yeah,
stand on anything.
Have you been to
yeah,
the
you're
star?
projecting hard, dude.
Maybe it's didn't interrupt me 1,000 times in a row.
Yeah, you're not engaging with any sort of. Dude, you're just off the rails.
How do you expect anyone to engage with something as stupid as flat earth? Like, it's the dumbest thing you could presume.
Well, why the hell do you arrive here first and early every day?
Yeah, you're here too. What's up, man?
Well, I'm not crying about it like you are. Yeah, Callie.
Okay, so do you
Callie,
think the
hold
moon
on.
is a sphere?
Callie,
Is
hold
the moon a
on,
sphere?
dude.
Yes or no?
Callie, hold on.
No,
Who
let's talk
fucking knows what the moon is? Hold on.
Why don't you
This
know? Why don't
started
you know
with
it's a sphere?
eclipses, bro. This started with eclipses. Right?
Yeah, we're still talking about the moon. Yeah.
Okay. So you do this thing where you say, well, it's a shadow. It's a shadow. Well, what else is creating a shadow? How do you know it's a shadow? And if it's a shadow, explain the selenium eclipse. Because that's
How do you
where
know
you
it's
have
not
to.
a shadow?
That's because, dude, that's a reversal of burden of proof.
No,
But
you reverse
when
the
the
burden of proof.
selenium eclipse
That's
is,
what you
dude,
did.
when the selenium eclipse is brought up, then you would have to tap dance to explain it. Well, refraction.
All right. You said you
so
know
they
it's
predict
not a
out that
shadow,
refraction, do they? Man, you just blab, don't you?
You know that it's not a shadow. How'd you come to that
Well,
conclusion?
that's what I said was the claim is it's a shadow.
See, you
correct?
don't think about what you're going to
Man,
respond.
dude,
You haven't put much
you know
thought
how
into
you remember the movie Office Space, Jump to Conclusions?
No, I don't watch those weird shit.
Okay, well that was a film. That was a film. Okay, and a guy made a board game called Jump to Conclusions. That's what you play. You don't even think about anything that's being said. You just wait to yap, dude. How did you?
So you're
Well, time
literally
out.
gaslighted to hell. That's why you want to
the
talk
one.
so much about me. All you
Listen,
can do
you're
is try
the
to
one.
talk about me. You can't address my question.
No, bro. Listen, I'm talking about what you've been saying. Some guy chimed in and said,
shut up
"Well,
and respond
oh yeah,
to the
dude.
issue
Here
with
you
flat
go.
Earth."
Here you go. Get it all out.
Yeah, I will. Address
Point to
the
your
issue with-
tears. Point to your tears and say curved water or whatever makes you feel better, Callie.
You cope with
You don't want that. You're projecting.
You cope by interrupting. Is the moon a sphere? Yes or no?
I do not know what the moon is, sir.
Why? How did you
I have
conclude
photographs of the
that it's
moon
not
that would indicate it's not what it's claimed. But
Were you
dude,
listening, you fucktard? How'd you
Yeah.
conclude that it's not a sphere?
I do. I
How
was
did you
listening, and it all
conclude-
began
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
solar eclipses. With lunar eclipses is how it began. I was listening.
That doesn't
Now you want me?
conclude it.
Now you want me to tell you with certainty what the moon is? I'm not
You just
omniscient.
said lunar eclipses help you conclude that it's not a sphere? What the fuck are you talking about? So it's a hockey puck? You don't see the deductive reasoning of the things you say.
Hold on.
Makes it incoherent.
You're no Peter Tosh. Just hold on.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're so fucking slow, dude.
Your prayers to Jesus are noted.
You're really fucking slow. Like, is the moon a sphere? Yes or no? Simple question. Stop using your bias for flat Earth.
Zero idea what the moon is. Zero idea what the moon is.
Okay, that doesn't help your argument. Like, now
All
you
of
have to appeal to
humanity.
ignorance
listen,
to make a
time
flat
out.
Earth. Now you
Yeah,
know.
all of
You find
humanity
out
has
more than
only
anything
seen
else.
one side of this moon if it's a sphere. And the only image that they've ever
Oh, it's a
given
circle?
of the dark side of the moon is, if you're believing that, then you probably are eating crowns.
So you concluded the moon is not a sphere because you never saw the other side. So then,
The original
therefore, it
claim,
must
no,
be a
that's not what I
circle.
said, dude. That's not, dude, you're
Yeah,
putting
be
words in my
careful with
mouth.
your words right now because this is a tough question.
They're your words. You voodoo ball.
Yeah, you gotta be careful
You
with
voodoo
speaking on
ball,
this
dude.
topic, dude. Yeah, be real careful.
Yeah, you're spurging out.
I'm
He's
just making
already
you guys
careful, and
answer
I
questions.
understood him. I understood him. He told you he doesn't know what the moon is. So you just
And
wanted
then,
to inject.
then he wants me to claim that it's after I tell
Yeah,
him I
it's
don't
not a
know,
sphere.
then he goes, "Tell me
No,
what it is."
no.
Yeah.
And
I
it's like,
asked you,
dude,
old Hoss, I asked you, how did you conclude that it's not a sphere? Hello? You don't get it. Are you that dumb?
well, dude, I'm not in control of the music of the reggae.
I'm not.
The original
Music?
claim, dude, the original, the reggae,
Gay.
the
Yeah,
reggae.
you were. Hey, I'm not gay.
Oh Lord. Yeah, the original claim is it's a rock ball.
How did you conclude that it's not
Okay.
a rock ball?
Well, now that's sort of a reversal of burden of proof. I didn't make the claim as to what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know that it's not
all
sphere?
footage they've given of us to indicate that it's a rock ball is farcical. All of humanity has only seen one side of this thing if it's a ball. The images they've given us of the dark side of the moon are CGI.
So you think it's a circle?
Well, I have no idea what it is. I have photographs that would.
We can rule out.
I have photographs. Listen.
Yeah,
I've
we can
taken
falsify
photographs
the
of the
moon
moon
being
that
a
would make it
circle.
look as if it's nothing.
We can
Why
falsify
is
the moon
listen?
being a circle. Hello?
A circle, yeah, it's circular for
Right.
sure. Yeah.
Right. So then that would also
From our point of
eliminate
view.
that would also eliminate the possibility of it being a projection, right? If it's not a circle.
Hold on, my phone's dying. I'll be.
You spent way too much time wasting time. Like fucking mumble and grumble over the things I say. Listen to my question before you try to interrupt and be gaslighted about it.
No, he didn't interrupt you. He just answered you properly and told you he doesn't know. But you want to inject what you believe and the opposite of what you believe in his ideas. But he doesn't. He didn't fall on that. You wanted him to say if
your
it's
English
physical.
is so fucking poor. Like, I
It
don't
doesn't
enjoy talking.
matter. At least it's my third
Yeah, you
language,
should
you
not have a
illiterate fucking bullshit guy. So now you shut up. He told you that he doesn't know if it's physical or a projection. You wanted to ask him if it is a circle or a disc, like for a disc or a sphere. He told you, but he didn't understood him. He told you that it is circle. It means if it is a sphere, it will just stay circled. It will have circle edges, and it will appear as a circle into the images, like in photographs or in the screens. So it will appear as a circle, as a disc. So circular doesn't mean that it is a disc, neither a sphere. So it's an attribute that is already existing in both of the things, the disc and the sphere. They are both circular.
First, I want you to understand you don't deserve a platform for how poor your English is. Second, is the moon a flat circle, yes or no?
No one knows.
How did you rule out the possibility
Potentially the
of
shape
the
of a
moon?
pizza.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. How did you rule out the possibility of the moon being a sphere? Necros. How did you rule out that possibility?
I didn't deny the moon being a sphere. I say that we don't
You
know,
think
and no one knows what is the moon, and if the
that
moon
doesn't
is a
matter.
disk
Just
or a
answer this question.
sphere. Even you
Is
don't
the moon a
know.
sphere?
No, even
Answer
you
this
don't.
question.
Even
Answer this
you
question.
don't
wasting
know.
time. Stop
So
wasting time. Is the moon a sphere? Yes or no?
no one knows.
Dude, you're literally being a lunatic.
Wow. How did you conclude that it's
You're
not a
stupid.
circle?
You're
How
totally
did
stupid.
you
You can't
conclude that
understand
it's not a circle?
you
Listen
can't
to him interchange
understand.
circle and sphere now.
You
Yeah,
can't
I have to go through
understand
this
what no one
kindergarten
knows
level
means.
nonsense because your deductive reasoning is so damn poor. How did
No
you
one
conclude that
knows.
it's not a flat circle? Okay?
I didn't
You don't know
conclude
it's a
that.
sphere. You
I
don't know
didn't.
it's a sphere.
I
You
didn't
know it's not a
conclude.
circle.
I
You
know
know it's
it's
not a
conclude.
circle.
No one
Right?
knows what it is and and how it is
Can you
and what
address your
shape it
kindergarten
is.
level misunderstanding, please? You know it's not a circle, right?
What?
Is the moon a circle? Yes or no?
He thinks Callie, he's intending, I guess, to further muddy the waters by now interchanging circle and sphere.
Dude,
And for your
do you think the
bullshit,
moon is
listen,
a...
hold on,
Okay, I'll
dude.
be more descriptive.
My phone died in the middle of me answering your last
Yeah,
question.
that was a good thing. That was a good thing.
No, because
You're
you rattled
interrupting
off, and then that eliminates the chance of it being a projection. Well, hell,
Yeah.
the Batman signal's bat shaped.
Oh, you think the Batman signal has a chance of being a sphere?
Oh my lord!
Yeah, so shut up.
No, it's bat
Oh,
shaped.
Necros. Doesn't matter. Necros. How did you conclude that it's not a flat circle?
I didn't.
You think the moon is a circle?
That it's not a flat circle. What are you even
Wait,
talking about, dude?
let him go. I will answer his question precisely. I didn't say that it's a flat circle. And
Yeah, how
I'm
do
not
you know?
saying that it's not a flat circle.
So you think it could be a flat circle?
It can be, yeah.
Okay, do you know how we can logically get that out of the way? We can falsify the moon being a circle.
Go ahead.
Yes, if the moon is, yeah, I'm gonna tell you. If the moon is a flat circle, when you change your orientation to it, it should become an ellipsoid. It should become oval. That's what happens to circles when you change your orientation to them. Just draw a circle on a piece of paper and then tilt the paper. It's going to appear an oval. That does not happen to the moon.
It depends. It depends. No. It doesn't falsify anything. It will falsify that when you will just
You even
tell us
comprehend what I just said?
how
Hold
big
on,
is
hold
the
on.
circle.
Did you comprehend what I said?
Yeah,
you didn't comprehend it?
I understood you. So the circle won't be will be oval if you are changing in a great angle. But if the circle is far away from you and the angle that you change, the distance that you are parcouring is not enough to make that circle oval, to make you in position in the side of that circle, it won't make the circle appear oval to you if you just change
really far away.
the small angle. Who knows?
Except we see the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere. So you just got debunked.
No, like that circle that we put in the roof that you can see, or that 6 that I can stick in the roof, and you can read it as a 9 from the other side as me. I can read it as a 6 if I am in the other side, and it won't change the shape of the number. It will just flip the number, so it won't be appear oval or something like that. Just the 6 will appear to you as a 9. So you are stupid and you don't know how flat things appears to flip and just a roof. You never did an experiment like that. No. You never did an experiment. You didn't have any answer. You couldn't have any answer or think about how can that happen in a flat plane. You couldn't think about what I just told you.
It took you 45 minutes to comprehend, and now you think you're about to educate me about it? You don't even know if the moon is a circle or a sphere. You can't make
Yeah.
deductive conclusions about shit.
Because
cares what you
I don't like assumptions like you people of fantasy
Like
world.
you
You
assuming
love
that the moon
assumption
is
that
not
you
a
can
sphere.
prove.
Are you saying you're certain you know that the moon is a sphere,
Like
Callie?
he just assumed that it's not a sphere. That's what he did.
Are you
No,
certain? Are
I
you
didn't.
certain that the moon is a sphere, Callie? Is that what you're trying
I'm
to tell us?
100%. I'm 100% certain that the moon is a physical spheroidal object.
And how'd
Prove
you
it.
come to that?
Just prove it. For
And all
us,
you gotta do is look at it with a telescope.
No,
Or
now
do you
just
think all
look at it. He
telescopes were
says.
programmed by
Look at
NASA?
it.
I can look at
You
it
think all telescopes are
with the
programmed by
telescope.
NASA? Yeah, go get a telescope and look at the
Half
moon.
an hour ago,
Determine
he
that it's a
mocked
sphere.
everyone for. Half an hour ago, he mocked everyone for making judgments on looking
Oh,
at
boo-hoo.
things.
Cried out.
Yeah. Well, you're the one that painted yourself in this corner.
What? That you guys have to make a claim about what the moon
You
is?
said
Because
just look at
presuming
it, bro.
that it's a
Look at it,
circle is
dude.
illogical. Presuming that the moon is a flat circle is
Yeah,
illogical.
you're talking about it like if the circle were a piece of paper stapled to the wall.
Okay, so then what is it? If it's not a
I
flat
don't know,
circle, what is
bro.
it?
No
If I
one
had
knows.
to
Then you
guess,
don't know
if I had to
anything. You're
guess, I would
appealing
say
to
it's some
ignorance.
sort of light.
You're appealing to ignorance, so nobody should take your opinion about
Like I
cosmology.
said, I don't know. I'm not claiming omniscience. You are.
So, Kali,
So why should anybody take you serious?
this is why you are a globe earther, because you can't understand simple things. So we repeated to you that no one knows. Yeah, some people believe.
Dude, I
Some
don't have
people
time for your
believe. No,
sophistry. You need
no,
to
just
conclude your things.
just understand what I'm telling you.
Wrap it up.
Knowledge is
Wrap
not
it up.
belief. So no one knows. Even you don't know because you can't prove what is the moon. What shape is the moon. You can't
Yeah, I
prove
can
that.
prove
So
the
you
shape of
will
the moon
just
if I
throw
don't
an
get interrupted every
assumption.
5 seconds.
You will throw an assumption is it's whatever you believe, and you won't prove it.
How ironic is it? This is the same guy who said, "Well, maybe there's some curved water somewhere that we haven't found," and now he
I don't know
hasn't
what the
seen
hell
the
you're
backside
talking
of the
about.
moon, but he's good on it. He knows
That
what it
doesn't make
is.
any sense.
It's a
Yeah, we
tennis
can.
ball. I'm
Go
just
ahead,
pointing
Zephyr.
out your
You wanted
hypocrisy.
to interrupt me?
That's all.
You okay, old hoss? You gonna be okay,
I'm
guy?
perfect, bro. If I were any better, I'd be twins.
All right. Then just listen for a second. You know the
Well,
moon's
just
not a
acknowledge
flat
your
circle, right?
hypocrisy. That'd be good. Good place to
How
start
about
if you want to be
that's
taken
irrelevant?
seriously.
You can't pertain to the
What's good
topic.
for the goose is good for the gander.
You're just saying nonsense. You're just not even making sense. So you
Well, it's
know the
over your
moon's
head. I
not a
guess it's
flat
over
circle.
your reading comprehension level.
Hey, old hoss, is the moon a flat circle?
No idea what it is. Didn't you hear what I just speculated it to be? Some
I'm
sort of light.
asking again because you don't provide
You're an
clarification.
imbecile, bro.
Because
you
I
just
am
ramble.
intelligent.
You
Listen,
shake the
Kali.
magic 8 ball.
Kelly, because I'm intelligent and I understand
Hey, hold
things,
on,
so I will answer you
Dude,
in his
back
place.
up from your
I will.
fucking mic.
No. I will
Back up
answer.
from your mic.
So I will answer you in his place. He doesn't know if it is a flat circle or
How come
not.
you don't know?
No,
Dude,
he.
we can falsify. You can falsify that
for this
dude.
moment for this
Can you
moment
realize that it's not
you
a flat
can't
circle?
falsify it. You just pretend and shit. You didn't falsify anything. So
Yes, I
I'm
falsified the
answering
moon being a
you
flat
in
circle.
his
Yes, I
place,
did.
and I bet then I understood what he wanted to say. So I'm saying in his place, he doesn't know if it is a flat disk or not. So he's not saying that it's not a flat disk, neither that it is flat disk. He's not confirming it or
It doesn't
denying it.
behave, dude. The moon doesn't behave like a flat disk. It doesn't look like a flat disk. So for you to not rule that possibility out is an appeal to ignorance. Hello? We know the moon's not a flat circle. So for
We
you
know.
to act
Yeah.
like
What do you
it
have a
could
mouse in your
be,
pocket?
for you to pretend like it still could be and that you don't know and there's still a possibility, that's called appeal to ignorance. We have reasons to falsify the moon being a flat disk.
Just go ahead and stop the stories. Show us
This isn't stories. It's reality, dude.
Tell us.
Look at the moon. The moon is not a flat circle. Just fucking look at it.
Yeah, put a flat circle in the place of the moon and tell us that, look, here's my flat circle and look how it behaves in the sky. And there it is, the moon, and look how it behaves in the sky. So the moon is not like this flat circle. And we will understand that shit that you are trying now
Yeah,
to
do you
mumble.
understand that? Do you understand
I
that we have
understand how
falsified?
circles
I'm
behave.
in the middle of a fucking sentence, dude. Do you understand that we have falsified the moon being a circle?
No,
Yes
you
or no?
didn't. I understand that you
Okay,
didn't.
you're
I
absolutely
understand
fucking
that you
retarded.
didn't. You
No,
still
you didn't. Not with your oval bullshit. No.
No, you
Yeah.
didn't.
And the moon has craters on it. And we observed the lunar phases, like the shadows casted on the moon.
Hold on.
indicate
Lunar
that it's
phases.
a
Yeah,
spherical object.
now you're confusing eclipses and lunar
I was in
phases.
the middle of a sentence. Maybe you'd understand
Yeah,
my
go ahead.
Shut the fuck
Highlight
up.
your idiocy. Go ahead.
It doesn't take you any words to listen, retard. The lunar phases are shadows casted on the moon that work perfectly. You could literally remodel this with the moon being a sphere. You can recreate the lunar phases using spheres. Okay, slow guy?
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. So the new moon, where's that in the sky?
Irrelevant.
Is that blocking stars? If the moon's a sphere, is the new moon blocking stars?
What the hell are you talking about?
Doesn't know. You're the one telling us that the phases are created by shadows, so the new moon would be the ultimate shadow. These are your
Hold on.
thoughts.
Heretic wants to mute
Given
me,
back
so
to
let
you.
him say one thing and then mute me. Yeah, go ahead, Heretic.
So, for example, just for
He's
Kelly
looking
to
for the escape hatch.
Hold on, retard. Heretic wants to mute me.
Yeah, he's looking for the escape now. You got him cornered on the new moon of all things. He was bewildered just by that. Now he's like, mute me, please, let me out.
I can replicate the moon phases with the ball.
Hey, can you explain the new moon by making the
I
moon a
can
flat
replicate
circle?
the moon phases with the ball. It's not a sphere.
Hey,
I can
Necro,
replicate
you
the.
fucking... Can you stop
I can
interrupting me when I'm
replicate.
muted?
No. I will
Necro, can
interrupt.
you wait?
I will interrupt you
Yeah,
before you
that's why
jump
you're retarded.
from. No, I will interrupt you
Dude,
before
you
you
don't
jump.
deserve a platform to speak. Your English is so piss
No,
poor.
it's just stop talking to me or
You
stop
should not
talking
be
in this
allowed to
Discord.
speak, dude. You're an idiot. Fucking shut up.
So
both of you, this is audio.
Yeah, tell Necros to stop interrupting me. He's a fucking retard.
I'm just about to say, so both of you, including Necros, take a deep breath. You're shouting through each other, and it's just audio chaos. I don't mind the conversation, but gentlemen,
Yeah, so
please
that's
calm
great.
down a
Does
bit.
making the moon a flat circle explain the new moon better than making the moon a sphere?
He just loves the chaos of it all.
Hey, old Hoss.
You just love
does
the
making
chaos
the
of it
moon-
all, don't
does-
you?
I heard you the first time, you idiot. Does making the moon a flat circle better explain the new moon?
What are you even talking about?
You brought up the new moon as
He's
if
like the
it
globe
debunks the
Earth
globe.
What is a new moon then? Apparently you don't know what a new moon is.
Yeah, dude, exactly, dude.
Well,
You guys
describe
allow
it to
Denmark
me.
to behave like this? That's why you can't
Yeah,
defend
you're
it.
the one. Listen, you're the one who wanted us to tell us the whole story about lunar phases and shadows. So
Yeah,
explain
you've been
to us
dodging
the shadow of the new moon.
Hey, old Hoss, you've been dodging for like 45 minutes. You're an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to address how the flat Earth doesn't
We're
want there to
talking,
be
dude. We've
spheres
been
in the
talking about
sky.
the moon for an
Hey,
hour.
Okay, Jedi, when he interrupts me mid-sentence, you gotta moderate this fucking retard, right? No?
I'm
So,
not moderating another.
the moon is a... Yeah, because he's allowed to interrupt nonstop like an idiot. What's up, old Hoss? You okay, buddy?
I'm doing great, bro. Go ahead, continue your spaz.
I paused it for a second. That jockey music bot, does it play anything that we wanted to, or how does that work?
Don't know, man. I just found it in here, cluttering up the stream. I had to mute it 5 times.
Oh, we have Eagle Slave saying it's our new toy. Well, I think it's great because we can play clips in it. But is there any like what is it called? Like a room that we can go test those clips? Because there's a bunch of clips that I think we can start running through it if we're gonna have it in here. But it sounds like when you unmute the microphone, it's just playing like whatever it was playing in prior.
Yeah, it's like a song. The Earth is
Pause it.
flat, like a reggae thing. I don't know like what the commands are. Normally, it's like a skip, pause. Like a.
Yeah. Apparently, you got to ask Aurora in our moderator chat. If you just ping her and ask her for the DJ ability, then you can add clips and stuff. All right,
there's
handbags at the ready. Oh, come carry on. No, I was just going to unmute Ali. Fine.
Yeah. Handbags at the ready. You're funny, dude. Yeah, we have a bunch of clips that I wanted to play through that. If it's possible, we can do that. Maybe a DM or something, Eagle, if you're here. I won't interrupt anymore. I just wanted to know if it's possible that we have a music bot. Then, shit, we can start playing clips. All right, I'll unmute him.
All right, since Necros and Old Hoss don't know how to answer this question, and they just want to yell and get offended. Alpha Veritas, do you think that the moon is a flat circle?
I honestly, what I perceive it to be, what it actually is, are two different things. So I don't perceive it as a flat circle. That's just me.
My guy, I would dap you up right now.
I'm just being serious, dude. Like, but I can't prove it. I mean, whether it's, you know
My
what I'm saying?
frustration comes from these guys being so adamant and standing on the claim that they can't know that it's not a flat circle. That's the only reason why I'm dragging this out so crazy, because they can't just.
No, it's
address-
you who
You can't
said
address
we
your
know it's a sphere.
You can't address your misunderstanding. Like, we can rule out the fact that you think it's a flat circle.
It doesn't look like that at the moment. It looks like a fingernail or something at the moment.
Yeah,
Looks
I mean,
like a fingernail.
what we can tell what it looks like, but like I said, Callie, it's not going to be the end all for that. So, because
This all happened because we're talking about curve of the Earth's surface, and some goofball blurted lunar phases and just disconnected right away.
No, he
this
said
all happened,
lunar
because
eclipse.
You claimed this happened
It
because you
started
claimed that
with
the moon.
lunar eclipse, Callie.
No,
Go
it
back in
started with
time.
moon.
Remember.
It started with Crit claiming that the moon is a light in the sky.
No.
And I asked them if it's a projection, a reflection, or the
No,
source.
that's not how this began.
Yes, and he still
you
won't
asked
answer.
me, what is it?
Are you
It's a
going to
light
answer that
in the
question?
Parachuted in when Alexander was. You parachuted in when we were talking to Alexander, Callie,
Hawk.
and then someone
Hold your
else.
horses. Hold your horses,
And then
Old Hawk.
someone
I'll
else,
ask
some
you
little
something.
troll, said, "Well, if anyone's doubting that the Earth is a sphere, just lunar eclipses." And then you
Hey,
took the baton
You're
and ran.
doing a good job. You're doing a good job making Crit look like a pussy. So, Crit, is it the point source?
Get a
Is
life,
it the
dude.
reflection? Is it a reflection or a projection? Which is it?
How about what is it a light in the sky or not? Not that.
Oh, there's certainly lights in the sky, yes.
Okay, is a moon a light in the sky, or is it not a light in the sky?
Yeah, but it's not the source. It's
Okay,
reflecting
yeah,
light from the
but
sun.
so is it or not? What is it? Yes
It's
or no?
reflecting light from the sun.
Okay, so that would make it what?
That would make it reflecting
A
light from the
light?
sun. It's
Would
an
that make it
object.
a light in the sky or not a light in the sky?
It would make it an object.
Okay, so not a light in the sky. See, like you're bricked.
It's
dude.
an object
You
reflecting
adjudicated
light.
a light in the sky as not a light in the sky.
Hey, do you know
walked
what
yourself into a
being more
contradiction.
specific entails? Being more specific entails understanding and knowledge. Do you want to
There's
stay
no
stupid
point
and appeal
taking
to
another
ignorance?
step further. If you
Do
look
you want
at
to
a light in
stay
the sky,
stupid, Crit?
if
We
you
can
look
rule out that the moon is a circle. You can
if
rule
you
it out.
look at a light in the sky and somehow get to a point where it's not that, it's not exactly as it appears, that's your problem,
Crit,
not mine.
if the moon was a flat circle, it would be the result of a reflection or a
I'm
projection.
just seeing how long it takes you to say that's a light in the sky. Is it a light in the sky or not?
You can't address this intellectually.
Is
Like,
it
you're
a light
really
in the
struggling.
sky? Is the moon
Are
a
you
light in the
this?
sky?
Are you this fucking crazy?
Is the moon a light in the sky? There's no point taking another step further because if you can't even say what it appears to be,
I
there's no
was
point
more
in here.
descriptive than your stupid question. I said that it is reflecting light from the sun. It is a spherical object reflecting light from the sun. More
That would make it
descriptive
what? That
than
would
you
make it
claiming
what?
it's a light in the sky.
Would that
Claiming
make
that the
it
moon
light
is
in
a
the
light
sky
in
or
the
not?
sky is
Does
not a
that make it light in the
description.
sky?
Too vague. Too
Does
vague,
it make
dude.
it light? So it's not a light in the sky. Yes or no?
That's not descriptive.
Is it yes or no? Yes or no? Light or not a light?
You realize saying something is a light in the sky doesn't describe what it is?
Is it a light or is it not a light?
Is it a flat circle or is it a sphere?
Is it a light or is it not a light?
Be more specific.
Let's just start there. Are you even able to adjudicate
I
a light or not?
already told you.
Yes
Fred,
or no? Light or not a light?
Fred, I'm going to repeat it because you pretended I didn't answer. You ready?
Okay, yes or no?
The
Just that's all I
moon.
need.
Ready? Ready? The moon is a spherical object reflecting light from the sun.
So that would
So
make it
if
light in
you
the sky.
ask the same question again, it
So
proves
it's a-
you're retarded and
It's a
insane.
light. So it's a light in the sky.
You're insane.
You just add on some meth-fueled symposium about some stuff that you won't take questions on or explain. I don't get
Dude,
it.
I would bet
Just like
money that your parents smoked meth when they were pregnant. I would bet money.
Just like with
But-
the Copernicus quote,
but-
you're going to exit
but
the process
you don't
of
see the
greater
flaw.
fool.
You don't see the flaw in precluding that the moon is a flat circle. That would mean that the light in the sky is either a
Light in the sky.
projection.
Light
It's
in the
either
sky.
a projection
It's a
or
light
a
in the sky,
reflection.
or it's a light in the sky.
You don't understand how light works.
I know a light in the
You
sky.
understand
when I
just
see it.
saying it's a light in the sky doesn't mean anything?
You don't
know
say
that?
it's not that is even crazier.
See, this is why
You've
you
locked
let old
yourself-
You're the one,
boss,
dude. You're the one who
this
says
is why
it's
you
lit by
let
the
old boss
sun.
interrupt.
Yeah,
Because
well,
you
dude.
don't have an answer,
Meanwhile, we
Craig.
have quarter moons
And then
during
your
the
answer was
daytime.
Pathetic. Pathetic. You didn't answer, Craig. This is why
Looks
you let
like-
old boss interrupt you.
Looks like those toes that are just starting emitting light when they are absorbing the light of, during the day. They're
Shout out to all
starting
you
to be
flat
fluorescent.
mooners.
What's
Flat
hard to
moon
understand is you thinking this has anything to do with anything. It's that's what perplexes me.
Yeah, you
What does
presume
this
the
have to
Earth
do
is
with the
flat,
price of
therefore
rice?
you think the moon is flat. You see your logic and reasoning there?
What?
You think the Earth is flat.
I never said,
therefore
dude.
think
You
the
don't listen to
moon is-
anything I said. I said I have photographs of the moon that would lead me to think that it's some sort of light orb, translucent, see-through.
You think
So
the
I
moon is
never
not
said it was a piece of paper hanging
you
in the
said it's
sky.
see-through? You think the moon is see-through?
I have photographs that you can see right through to the other goddamn side.
The Islamic
sure?
world
At the
knows
Terminator-
that they
Are you
can
talking
see
about at
through
the
the.
Terminator
Send
line?
them to you.
At the Terminator
I'll dig
line?
them up and send them to you, Callie.
Are you talking about at the Terminator line?
What?
Terminator
No,
line.
I'm talking
Shadow,
about
the investment of the
I'm
moon.
talking about pointing my cell phone to the moon on a night where it was like a quarter moon or something, and you can see it's translucent. But anyways, if you're telling us, listen, you're telling us that the moon
So
is
that's how you
lit by the
concluded
sun.
that the moon is not a sphere?
Oh my lord, dude!
That's how you
A
concluded that the
solid
moon's
rock
not a
ball.
spherical
Solid
object.
rock ball. I said light orb. You asked me to speculate, but you're
Why does
telling us
the moon? Why does
Yeah,
the moon
why
being
is the moon a
physical have
crescent
to be
moon in the
so
daytime if it's
controversial?
reflecting the sun's light? Why do we have crescent moons in the daytime if it's just when the sun's out?
Stay cool, calm, and collected while you get deep up.
No, go ahead
But
and answer me that.
Why do you think? Why do you think the moon being a physical object is controversial?
Well, I don't. I'm asking what it has to do with anything.
Oh,
I think it's
so
I think
it
it's off
could be.
topic. It's
So you
lunacy.
think the moon could be
Ran out
a
of gas exactly at this spot.
Yeah. You think the moon can't be a sphere?
I told you, dude. I don't know what it is. I find
Okay,
it
we can
strange. I'll
falsify
tell
that
you.
as a
Listen, dude. What is it? You ask a question and you go,
Dude, we know it's not a circle.
okay. What's funny? Here's what I'm saying is funny. If the moon is a sphere, let's see the other side of it.
We know it's not a circle.
What?
Yeah, we falsified the moon being a flat circle.
Yeah,
No,
you
you didn't.
described an example. If that was a piece
Oh
of
wait,
paper
someone thinks
No, you
hanging on
didn't.
a wall, yeah, you can. Yeah, it looked like that Hogarth painting or whatever.
Who
And
thinks
I get
he
everything is
was
that.
falsified?
thinking that he will just go to the side of the moon just to let the moon change the shape and let it be like oval if it's a disk. I'm not saying it's a disk. I'm telling you that if you think, you assume where the moon is and how much you are just going farther from the moon
Yeah, we
from
know
that
it's
circle.
not.
No,
Yeah,
you
dude,
don't
we
know.
know the moon is not a disk
No, you
because
don't know.
there's
And then you
physical things
assume that
about
that
it
has to do
that
something with Earthshake.
indicate, dude.
You don't know
We
that
know
it's
it's
not
not
a
a
disk.
flat
You
circle
think.
because the
You
moon is indicative of it being a sphere. That's
No,
why.
you just think that it's not a circle because you believe that it's a sphere.
You believe it's a circle. Wow,
I
dude.
don't. No,
Amazing.
I don't. No, you just lied.
Why
I
not?
don't.
Why is it not a circle? Why not?
I'm not saying that it's not a circle either
Wow, you're
because you
fucking.
don't understand what we don't know what the moon is and what shape is the moon because we can't prove it and we can't have everything to just eliminate any potential assumption or hypothesis. So we can't say that it's not a circle because we don't have everything in front of us to say the distance to the moon, how big is the circle, how far is that circle, how big is the angle that we are traversing when we are changing position from place to place to make that moon appear to, oval if it's a circle. So we don't have those things to say that it's not a circle. We can't say that it's not physical, and we can't say that it's not a projection. We can't say that
Did he
it's not
stop?
physical. It is physical, even. Yeah, I can.
He's trying to convince himself right now.
So
No,
I
I'm
posted
not.
a picture of the back of the moon in chat. There you go.
Yeah. Lunar
There's him.
reconnaissance
And the
orbiter.
tree. He's
That's
coming
great.
this way.
That's the one I
He's coming this way.
mentioned
Satellites go to the moon
earlier. I
all
said
the time.
if you're
Damn
believing
right.
that, then you might want to stop eating crowns.
So for
That's
Donald,
CGI.
He's injured one of them.
that picture that you sent is meant to be a
Donald,
video.
check yourself, bro. Wake
So
up.
that picture that Donald sent, it's meant to be a video showing the moon going from a side of the Earth to the other side, but they forgot to move the clouds. The clouds was seeking the same shape, having the same shape during the whole day.
Where the fuck is green?
Necros. All you got to do is use geometry and logic.
You're not
The
gonna
moon
help
is
us,
not a
Green?
flat circle.
Go ahead, use it. If you have all the variables, the distance to the moon, how big is the circle, go ahead. Try it and show me that it
Yeah,
have
for
to appear
thousands
oval.
of years.
Show me
Thousands of
that
years
it
we've
have to
known the
appear
moon is
oval.
not a flat circle.
No,
No,
fucking
now,
useless player, man.
now you
Yeah.
have to just
You could have shot him from behind. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
I have a question in regards to that photo. Like, just using logic, if you think that the sun ricochets, its light off the moon, and then we see it lit up that way, then technically, if the sun is hitting us, wouldn't we ricochet our light onto the moon
Yeah, it's
during an
called Earth time.
eclipse? Hold
It's
on.
called Earth time.
Hold
Yeah, we
on.
do. That happens.
Hold on.
What do you mean, hold
During.
on? That's the answer.
Oh, well, wait,
Earth
I'm not
time. Look it
done
up.
though. I'm not done, Kelly. Please, just chill, bro. So when there is an eclipse and all we see is black, nothing. We don't see the surface of the moon at all. All we see is black. But technically, shouldn't our Earth be lighting up the moon's dark side since it's on obviously opposite of the sun? Why do we see total darkness? Go ahead.
I think you're misunderstanding the model.
Okay, so maybe you didn't understand. Okay, when the moon is in between the sun and the earth, and we are under the belief that the sun's rays are hitting the moon and ricocheting and making it seem like it's a bright light in the sky when it's not behind it, right? So let's say the sun's to the left, the moon's to the right. We're like, oh, look at that. It's nighttime and the moon's lit up. Yeah, that's because the sun is on the other side of the earth, bouncing off the moon, coming down at us like a bright light. Then, when you take the moon between earth and sun, and then all of a sudden, the earth doesn't reflect onto the moon the way the moon reflects down to us. Because I would think it does.
It
Okay,
does.
so
Yeah, it's called Earth
okay,
jump.
okay. So you're saying we don't see total darkness during a full eclipse? Because I have photo and video, and I can post it for you, and you can tell me why.
Do you understand how bright the sun is behind that moon? Even if there was Earthshine on the surface of that moon, you wouldn't be able to see it because it was not brighter than the sun.
Right.
So
That's right.
wait. So you're saying that the sun's too bright, so that's why we can't see the face of the moon when it's a total eclipse?
No, that's what I said. I said that's why you can't see Earthshine on the face of the surface of the moon during an eclipse because
And that makes sense to you. That makes logical sense to you.
yeah, because the sun is like 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth. It is a light source, and the Earth is just a reflector. So yeah.
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
we
so
are not talking about that. We are when you know that the moon, when it reflects its light on the earth, you can see the earth during the night. It's not invisible in the sky. It's still
Exactly.
it's still visible, and you can see it in your bullshit fake imagery from the satellites. You can see the Earth. So now the Earth is bigger, so much bigger than the
Way
moon,
bigger
and it
than the
have
moon.
no, but plus it have a reflector, better reflector. It's water and ice. So it
But it's
means
still
that
not
you
going to be
have
brighter than the sun. It's
wait.
not brighter than the sun.
You have to see the new moon in the sky.
There you go. Look at. There you go. I posted it. This is what I took when I was in Arkansas, and I saw the full clips. Right? It's total darkness. And your explanation is that there's no reflection from the Earth to the moon because the sun is bright behind the moon. That makes zero fucking sense, bro. That doesn't mean it's going to stop the reflection of the Earth, bro.
And even if we say that the moon is in a different ecliptic and it doesn't create an eclipse, but during every new moon, no exception, the moon is in the same place as the sun. Why don't you see the new moon? Why you never see a new moon?
I do every month.
No, you never see.
Oh, it goes invisible, bro. So let me tell you. So let me explain what I mean by that. Okay. So 4 days before this full eclipse, right, in Arkansas, right, I was in the path of totality. 4 days before the total eclipse. What was it, like on the 8th or the 9th? So let's say like on, like let's say the 5th, the 4th, the 5th. Okay. You can see the moon partially, like a little slither. But then on the 3rd day, you couldn't see the moon no more in the sky. It was just the blue sky. And then the 2nd day, the day before, blue sky. Then the day before, blue sky. You couldn't see the moon for 3 days. On the 4th day, you could see it. It was just a little slither. And then you have the total eclipse, okay? Boom. Then it's like, okay, oh, there's the moon right there. It's transversing. Okay, great. Now, the next day after, we didn't see the moon. The 2nd day after, we saw the moon. I was like, wait, don't you think that, like, just logically, it should have taken like 4 days until it came back? I mean, just like thinking of it, like set out in position, it should have taken but it didn't. For whatever reason, it didn't. But it's okay. Maybe it's the timing, whatever. But the point being is that you can't see the moon in the sky while we're reflecting upon it. And you should, though, technically in your paradigm.
No, you shouldn't.
I know. I know in your paradigm you have to say that because that's reality, because we don't see it. So you're admitting to it, but then logically you should be seeing it, because if you think that we're reflecting off the moon and seeing that moonlight from the sun, then why don't we see us lit up or lighting up even dimly, bro? Even a little bit. Why don't we
But
see the
Can I
surface of the moon?
respond to this, please?
Apocry, fun
Oh my
fact,
God.
Kali, wait.
No,
Fun fact, Apocry, you have two globers that are contradicting each other. One is saying that you see the new moon, and the other he's saying
no
you
one said
shouldn't.
that.
He's rambling that
Holy shit.
yeah, Donald said it. Or the other guy said that we see the new moon. We can see the new moon. No, you never see the new moon. I'm living in an Islamic country. We do moon observation every day, every month, because our months depend on the moon. So
Yeah,
the start of the month.
I just posted a picture of the new moon. You can see it a little, but it's a new moon. It's clearly a new moon. So we can see the new moon. This is a nonsense argument.
Yep.
I don't think you're understanding what I presented though, and maybe you're it's okay though. I mean,
just posted a picture of the new moon.
The concept of Earth's time like not being a thing, and saying that the moon is not a sphere because of things like the new moon. Like you gotta explain how that works out. Like what
There's
makes you
another
think
picture of the new moon. And
Okay,
I
the
go
moon
out
is-
every
are you
time I
saying-
go outside. I go
No,
outside.
no,
I go outside. I go outside every. Hang on one second. I want to say this real quick, and then I'll shut up. I go outside every 20 minutes because I smoke, and at night I stare at the sky and I see the new moon all the time. I don't understand what you guys mean by you can't see
What
the
is a
new
new
moon.
moon, Donald C?
Night.
Donald C.
It's
What
less,
is
it's
new
less
moon?
visible in the day.
All right.
I've seen the new moon during the day. That's nonsense.
No, I
It's less
explained.
visible.
I will
It's not that
explain
it's
the new.
completely disappeared.
Wait, there is a
No.
misunderstanding of the new
Now,
moon
let
here.
Jedi get in
Yeah,
for
the
a second.
misunderstanding is that it completely disappears. You guys
Not
think that
you,
the moon
Callie.
vanishes?
Are you Jedi?
Hold on. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So, Donald, when you say that you see the new moon at night, that's impossible within the model. The moon is in between the Earth and the sun, so it's on the day side of the Earth. It's when the sun's light is reflecting on the far side of the moon, so we can't perceive any of the lit surface.
Just
So
not
it's
true.
new. It's not visible.
It's not true.
It is true.
Here's a picture
It
of
is
the new
true.
moon during the day. Here's a picture of the new moon during the day.
Just stop. The new moon is when there is no crescent, and there is no crescent in the
Sliver.
moon.
It's damn near the. You can see the rest of it, right? The rest of it is the not sliver part.
That's not even your paradigm, bro.
Jeez.
The moon doesn't literally disappear, okay? Like, what the heck, dude?
Excuse me?
You guys think the moon disappearing makes it not a sphere?
No, that's not what we're saying. At the moment,
It
we're just
doesn't
trying to
actually
get through.
disappear.
We're just trying to get over the phenomena. And phenomena is that we don't see the new moon for a few days until a tiny sliver appears.
I do see it though. I do see it.
Oh my god, it's not that the moon is invisible. The moon is still visible. It's just not in a phase.
Yeah, you're not understanding me. I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to point this out. But Donald said he goes out for a cigarette every 20 minutes and looks up at the night sky.
And the
moon's
day.
not
I
in the
said I'd
night.
seen it in the day. I said I'd seen it in the day. Don't strawman me.
Didn't, dude. You can go back and play the recording.
I did say I saw it in
Stare
the
up at
day
the
too.
night
I did
sky,
say
you
that.
said. You said you stare up at the night sky and you see the new
I
moon.
said both. I said both.
Then you
Dude,
can't
I
see
know
it at
you're
night
lying.
time.
I know you're lying, dude, because me and my girl were watching for the moon, like its position leading up to the full eclipse. And I'm telling you, for 3 days, it completely disappeared as it was getting closer and closer to the sun throughout the
Did
day.
not. And how did you know it was getting closer to the sun if you could not see it?
Because when it was a slither, so so on the 5th day, it was a little bit more. We can tell because we can see the moon during the day. Every day when we would drive to Walmart to go pick up groceries, and literally we go to Walmart or to Casey's to get pizza or to go get gas or just to go get a snack from McDonald's or coffee in the morning. No, doesn't matter. When we take that drive into town, we would see the moon as we're getting closer and closer to April 8th or April 9th, whatever day that landed on. And we can see, look at check out the moon. We can see it during the day. Isn't that cool? Yeah, and it was right there. And then you look to the left.
You
there's
can
the
see it
sun.
during the day.
Just
Yes,
hold
you
on. We
can.
have
When
something
it's a
bigger than
slither.
that. Wait a second. We have something bigger than that. Donald C is the first person in the history of humanity to see a new moon every time he smokes.
No, I'm not. It's very
just
silly.
wait.
You just posted pictures that other people took of the new moon.
Dude,
Very
a
silly.
new moon.
The funny thing, that's why I stopped talking to him, because I am living in an Islamic country. Listen, bro, we function with months depending on the moon. If the moon start to appear, the first percent of light that will appear on the moon, and we see where is the moon, that time we start the month. The new moon is always invisible in all the observatories, in all the Arabic country, in the Islamic countries. So listen,
true.
they are
That's
doing
true.
observe. It is true. I'm not
You are lying,
lying. No, I'm not lying. I'm
You are
not
lying.
lying.
Cite your source. Cite your source.
I will just show you Ramadan, how
Yeah, cite your
Ramadan,
source.
how
Show me something. Show
Ramadan
me a source.
starts. If the moon is invisible or
Cite
visible
your
in
source.
sky.
Don't just spout nonsense. Cite your source.
I will just show you all the websites of the
Which website?
observatories.
Post the link.
I will post the links. Stop.
Dude,
Hey, Donald, I don't know what
for a
you're on
fact.
about, man. Everyone knows,
down-
like, they start the new month when they sight the new moon. And observatories, they try to sight it, and they say, we haven't sighted it now, so Ramadan will start
true.
tomorrow. Or, you know, the month of
It
Muharram
is
will start
sorry.
tomorrow. Whatever.
It is true. This is how the Jewish run their calendars, dude. It's the first sighting of the moon, the tiny
That's crazy,
sliver.
bro. This
And
guy's
all the
crazy.
Islamic calendars.
If the moon is always visible, then there's no first sighting.
It's always
So,
visible.
Yeah,
Always
correct.
visible, dude. That's the point of a new moon.
Is that there's
It's
no
first
light.
it's-
We're seeing the
it's-
backside of the moon. We're not, but you still see the moon.
And that's why
what?
in
You
the
never see the
Islamic
backside 'cause
world.
it's totally
Also,
lost.
that
What
other
are you
guy has not
talking about,
posted
bro?
his source yet. You have not cited
I
your
will
source.
I will post the sources.
Cite your source.
Just
Yeah,
wait. Just
cite your
wait.
source.
Type it in the Google. You can type Islamic
Cite
observatories.
your source.
Or
You had a source. Cite it.
okay. Wait.
Bro, you're crazy, bro.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about, Donald?
You're
We're
straight
saying
up
the
lying.
backside of the moon. I hope you're trolling. Otherwise,
Actually,
this sounds like you might have suffered a severe head
The
injury since
backside of
the
the
last
moon
time
just
you've
got-
been
no,
seen.
dude. I posted pictures.
You got to remember why he's arguing this, right? The phenomena of a solar eclipse, where we don't see the moon or a reflection of the Earth's light upon the backside of the moon. He says that we do, and here's some images of some very good photography showing Earth shine upon the moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Earth shines on the moon. That happens, and that's what I posted pictures of. Yeah. I don't understand what the problem is. You are wrong. You guys
No,
are just
you
wrong.
are.
Oh, except I posted pictures. You got any pictures of not seeing the moon?
You posted pictures of the backside of the moon?
Yeah, I did that too.
Okay. Do you have the verification that these are actual photographs?
Yeah, it came from like a satellite. So yeah.
You have a verified chain of custody from the satellite camera.
Yeah.
You know, taking these photos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show it
Just go
to
to
me.
the Epic website, the Epic Discovery website. Go there and you'll find it. I'll post a link. if
Oh,
you
so that's verification that it came from a satellite. Do you know how chain
Yeah.
of custody works?
Yeah.
Apparently not, because because the organization uploads an image doesn't mean it came from the satellite.
No, it shows the telemetry and everything and what has been changed about the photo and what has not been changed about the photo and all of the specs about the camera that took the photo. That's chain of custody.
No, it's not.
It is.
That's just more information
Okay,
that
so
they provide
please
that may or may
define-
not be
please-
true.
Please define chain of custody then.
Chain of custody is you having some sort of insight into them grabbing the image from the the camera actually taking the photo first off on the satellite, and that being directly downloaded to whatever servers they have, and then that file remaining untouched or whatever is changing, being observed until
So
it's-
exactly what I said.
until it comes
Yeah,
to you.
we have all of that. We have
No,
all
you
of that.
don't.
I
You just
do.
have the information that they claim to be true, but you don't know if it's true or not. You don't know if it's
Dude,
telemetry
because you
data
can
is
go to
true
the
or not.
website. I just posted the link to the website. You can just
That
go
doesn't
there.
mean jack shit, bro. It's
Dude,
just a claim.
these are the people who built the thing.
Oh, so we definitely should trust them, right? Because
Because
they're
they
telling the
built it.
narrative.
They built it. Yeah. You should accept their evidence. Yeah.
Okay, and when I tell you a story, when I make up a story, I build the story. You should accept my story.
This is not a story though. This is a satellite.
You don't know that.
I do. I watched them build it.
All right. Were you also
You
in
can
space when
too.
you watched the camera take the photo too?
The camera or the photo is the evidence that the camera is in space.
No, it's not.
It is though.
Because it could be fake, bro.
But there's telemetry to match
have no
that shows that
skepticism,
it's
that's
a
the
million
problem.
miles away in the Lagrange 2 point. Or maybe it's 1. I don't remember.
You ever seen the blueprints for the Millennium Falcon?
I have. I've got them.
I've never watched the Millennium
pretty
Falcon
sweet.
being built though.
It's the point of
No.
it's in the computer. It's in the computer program when you say you get the telemetry data. You can map this out within a computer model. It doesn't mean the actual physical action took place.
Now you're just saying so can you give me some evidence?
Donald,
I'm in the middle of a sentence, dude. Can you give me some evidence that the satellite telemetry is fake?
Yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container. But that's besides the point.
That's not. All right, so Earth has atmospheric pressure. So atmospheric pressure is slightly different from air pressure. So
okay, does gas
atmospheric
go down
pressure is atmospheric pressure.
Is gas going down at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Everything on planet Earth is being accelerated to the surface at 9.8 meters per second squared on average.
Okay, on average, can you show me that? Can you show me that with gases?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Awesome. Show me gases accelerating to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared only in a vacuum.
Sure. So do you know what the gradient of the atmosphere is?
Yes.
Okay, that's a demonstration that all all gases are being accelerated to the surface of the Earth at 9.8 meters per second.
No, that's demonstration.
Yeah, you can't have a gradient without gravity.
You can't have a gradient without a container, and to have a gradient, you can
Except that in a closed container, air pressure equalizes.
Excuse me. Shut up.
There's not much of a gradient in a closed container.
Excuse me. Can I continue explaining? So you can have the varying manipulation of a gas pressure gradient if you just vary the temperature. Also, if you have gas production cycles, production and reproduction in and out of the system.
Reproduction? What do you mean by reproduction?
So gas cycles. So
that's not production in any way. That stuff was already there. It's just being cycled. It's not production.
This is what I mean. Cycled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the proper word.
Yeah, okay, but we agree that there's gas being put in and taken out of the system. Absorption of the oceans, for example. And then the displacement of oxygen from phytoplankton in the sea. So we have a gas pressure gradient in a contained system. We have a localized cycling production area to surface, and with temperature which radiates away from the surface of the Earth and gets colder. You have a gas pressure gradient. You're going to need a container. You can have varying manipulation of temperature and gas production. There you go.
All right, so I posted a link of hydrogen as a gravimeter. So that is hydrogen being accelerated at 9.8 seconds per meter squared. So just click on my link and there's your evidence.
It's been accelerated by what?
Gravity. The acceleration due to gravity. It's a gravimeter. It measures gravity. It's a meter for gravity. Gravimeter.
Dude, you don't have to patronize me. I've opened your link and I'm reading it. You don't have to patronize.
I wasn't trying to patronize you. You just asked a silly question.
Gravimeter. I can patronize you too, Sunshine. I'm probably better at it.
I disagree. You just said what I said. It was like a 10-year-old on the playground.
Yeah, no,
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are. I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, exactly. No, you. Yeah, well done. So, what exactly am I looking for? I'm reading the abstract.
Hydrogen atoms being accelerated This is hydrogen atoms being accelerated at 9.8 meters per second squared.
How?
Because it's a gravimeter. It's a tube. It's a vacuum tube that has individual hydrogen atoms being dropped through it, accelerating due to the source of gravity at 9.8 seconds per meter squared.
Dropped?
Yes, being dropped through a vacuum. A single atom of hydrogen being dropped through a vacuum.
You've got a vacuum chamber, and outside the container, you've got molecules of hydrogen that you're letting go into the vacuum chamber from top to bottom.
Yeah.
But that would be entropy increase.
Entropy has nothing to do with it, really.
It does.
It doesn't.
So for example, when you open a vacuum... when you open a vacuum to a higher pressure environment, this is where the gas is that you're letting go.
It's not happening.
You're saying that you're dropping gas.
A single hydrogen atom. A single hydrogen atom. Yes, hydrogen is gas. It's also an element. A single atom of hydrogen is being dropped through a vacuum at 9.8 seconds per meter squared, and it's accelerating at 9.8 seconds per meter squared.
What happens when you turn your?
Can I add something?
Well, he asked for gases being accelerated at 9.8 seconds per meter squared, so I posted that.
You can ask something whilst I read this.
The fuck does someone know if they've got a single atom sitting in front of them? Anyway, is a single atom a liquid, a solid, or a gas?
Well, hydrogen is a gas, so it depends on the element.
Hydrogen is an element, and it can be in the form of liquid, solid, or gas, just like any other element, right?
Well, mostly at room temperature, it's a gas. That's how we.
As a single atom. As a single atom.
It's a single atom. It's still a gas.
A gas. Okay. I thought gas consisted of joined together.
Well,
okay.
Well, a
whatever.
cloud of gas consists of many hydrogen atoms, but the hydrogen atom itself at room temperature is a gas. I just posted it again since it got pushed off. There you go. And we isolate single atoms all the time. It's not even hard. Yeah, I can post that too, I'll bet.
I don't see anything about what you said.
What do you mean?
Where it says that the gas molecule is falling at 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, Donald, show us the apparatus, because this is an abstract. It's just describing a scenario in here. There's no gravimeter.
I'm afraid that.
So open the PDF and read it.
I'm afraid that if they do that, they have to change the phase of the molecule from its gas phase to liquid or solid phase. So they will just drop its temperature to liquefied to change the
why
nonsense.
Because the gas form because the gas phase of the molecule won't fall down.
Yes, it will. That's what this is demonstrating.
It's nonsense.
Shut up, Donald.
It's nonsense.
When you
posting this.
When you understand that gas molecules and they are just in gas phase because of their temperature. If you just drop the temperature of the gas molecule or pressurize them, they will turn to liquid phase. They will no more be gas molecules and liquids.
Listen.
Like any type of liquid.
Oh my God, you're yammering on about nonsense.
If you freeze it again, if you freeze it more,
listen to me, sir.
Turn to solid. So I'm not talking about the gas phase now.
Sir, we're talking about single atoms.
Single atoms, but we talk about the gas phase of the atom. You know that
matter. We're talking about
they have different phases. No, we are not. It does matter. We are not talking about atoms.
Saying
we talk about the phase.
On chemistry doesn't work. Saying I don't understand chemistry is not a claim.
So we talk about the different phases, and in specific,
it doesn't matter.
Shut up. We don't talk about liquids, and we don't talk about solids. We talk about in specific gas, even if it's iron oxidized or any matter that you will just heat to turn it to ionize it and turn it to gas and then ionize it. It doesn't matter. We talk about that phase of matter. It's the gas phase.
But
any
also,
type of matter.
That'll require
irrelevant.
a gathering of atoms together like
All right.
to form a gas.
What we're
Singular
talking
atoms
about
don't
here.
have a particular state of matter. Show me a single atom changing phase, having phase changes
That's not
of
exactly
states
how
of
it
matter.
works.
It doesn't exist. It's bullshit.
Well, no,
You're just talking out your ass. It's not. Nobody's
I'm
dropped a
not.
fucking single atum through anything.
Yes, you
Well,
can. We
man.
use.
nobody
We
knows
use.
at the moment.
Oh my
Bullshit.
god.
I've read the
We
abstract.
use single
I've read
atoms
the
all the
abstract.
time.
I've
I don't know
read-
what you're talking about. I even posted a way of isolating single atoms. There's like 2 or 3 ways of isolating single atoms there. That's not a problem.
Talking about
And
single
it doesn't
atoms.
matter. Listen, I'm not done yet. So it doesn't matter if it's a solid, liquid, or gas. We're talking about single atoms here. It doesn't matter what state they're
It
in.
matters because
It
gas
doesn't.
is
It's hydrogen.
no. Gas is
Hold on a
gas.
second. Nicholas,
You know.
Nicholas,
Okay.
just a moment. Donald, you usually do this where you start to spaz out and scream over each other. Like, just don't do that. I'd like to see the apparatus that you are bringing up where we have a perfect vacuum, apparently, and one single atom of hydrogen being introduced. I would love to see the apparatus and to see this experiment. Can you get that for us?
No, not atom, more than molecule.
Just click on the freaking link.
I have.
Well, we clicked on it.
And it goes down to a paywall.
Well, that's not my fault. I can probably. There's
So-
others.
So, being as you've got access to it, can you go into it, copy and paste the citation from it so we can read it?
So I
Because we're
don't.
just going to have questions and we're going to have to rely on you to answer those questions. Where you've provided this for us to read and we can't do so.
So do you understand how Google Scholar works? There's more than one. There's more than one copy of the study there.
I don't
and
have
they're
to
real.
present your
Oh my
evidence
God!
for
What
you.
is wrong with you people?
Because
Or
I
you
don't
can
have to
just copy
present
and
your
paste
evidence.
for Jedi's convenience. Thank you.
I don't have to chase around your evidence for you. I can
That's
go
not
and
what's
do.
happening. That's not what I'm
You've
saying.
just gone and told me what I can go and do.
You can click on the link. Just click on the link and then copy the title. Go to. I'm going to do it for you since you apparently don't know how to do your own homework.
No, it's your fucking evidence.
Yeah, and I posted the link to it.
Yeah, and it's behind a paywall.
Well, you clearly don't know how to use Google Scholar. So you just take the title of the paper and put it into Google Scholar, and it'll show a lot of different versions of it that aren't necessarily behind paywalls.
Well, I want the one that you're citing, so we can all read.
Yeah,
from
we
the
won't be doing that. So, Donald, we won't be doing your work for you to get the evidence for your claim. You will be doing that, and if not, we will just dismiss your claim because you cannot support it. That's how this works.
Oh my God! Don't mute me.
Yeah, why don't you flip out some more and actually get the evidence that we're asking for? Don't flip out, not necessary.
I'm not flipping out, dude. Just don't mute me. I'm trying right now to get that. I can't find where I posted it in the chat. So give me a second to find where I posted it in chat, and I'll get you that. Because apparently you don't know how to do your own fucking homework.
It's not our homework. It's your citation.
I posted the paper. You can find the paper yourself.
My goodness me, man, you're fucking intolerable.
I'm doing it right now, though, so I'll do your homework for you
I
again.
appreciate that. Can you stop harping on like some old woman?
That's not what's happening here.
It is. Stop complaining.
I'm not complaining. That's not
You
what's happening.
are every time you open your mouth. Shush. Do it.
Review the characterization of the hydrogen storage. The accuracy of hydrogen. Oh, there we go. Let's see here. There's 7 versions of it. See?
Well, dude, I don't care if there's 1 or 101. I just want the reference and I want a citation from the reference so I don't have to wade through your elephant shit.
That's not.
Just want to know what you're talking about.
You guys are weird.
No, we just want to know what you're talking about. And at the moment, without the fucking reference, we've got no idea. We've just got questions that we have to rely on you to answer, hoping that you've read this.
Well, I haven't read it. I just know that hydrogen.
Oh my God.
Can I finish my sentence, please? I just know that hydrogen. May I finish? May I please finish my sentence, please?
Why? You said you haven't read it.
Well, I haven't finished my sentence either. I haven't read this paper, but I understand that hydrogen gravimeters exist because I've read papers about hydrogen gravimeters. Not that particular paper, but I have read them. Jesus Christ, you people are idiots.
Well, we would prefer the one that you've read.
Well, it doesn't matter. They all say the same
Yes,
thing.
it does matter.
No, it doesn't. They all
Because
say the
that's
same
one
thing.
that you're using to back your claim, remember?
No, I'm using
That's
this
the
one. This
that
one is
you've read.
fine. I'm fine with using this one. It's only 12 pages. They all behind paywalls? This is annoying. Fucking hate paywalls, man.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, here we go. Think I may have found one. Oh, never mind. Maybe not. Damn it, this is annoying.
Remember the last thing that you really did say to me, right? You can
What's that?
demonstrate gas pressure without a container. That's really where we are. We've been struggling. Sorry, been trying to do this for like 10 to 15 minutes. That's
Already
what we're
said-
trying to achieve, right?
I already said that the gradient in the atmosphere is a demonstration that it's without a container. Because if it were contained in something like closed, then it would equalize. The pressure would equalize.
No, it wouldn't, because the Earth is a dynamic system.
That
We have-
doesn't make sense. That doesn't
we have
disprove what I
very-
said in any way. That doesn't
It
disprove what I
does.
said.
It does, because one, the atmosphere is inhomogeneous. Two, it's an unequally distributed heat system. That's night
Except the
and
ratio
day.
is the same. The ratio is the same, so it is homogeneous.
Dude, we've got areas of cooling and heating.
That
Trust
doesn't
me.
affect the ratio of hydrogen to nitrogen.
Not
and-
talking about
and
not talking about ratios.
Well, that's how you know if it's homogeneous or not. If the ratio is the same, then it's homogeneous.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're not listening to what I'm saying, though, are you?
You're saying nonsense.
It's not nonsense. dude. You're saying that you can't
talking to you about gas pressure gradient.
It's an atmospheric pressure gradient.
It is gas pressure gradient. We breathe gas.
Atmospheric.
We breathe gas.
Atmospheric.
breathe
We have
air.
an atmosphere on
It's
Earth. We don't have a gas on
It's
a gas
air
pressure on Earth.
pressure.
We have an atmospheric
it's,
pressure.
It's air pressure. It's not atmosphere. It's air pressure.
Atmospheric.
It's air
Atmospheric pressure.
Just listen. I will teach you something. We breathe air. We breathe air. We don't breathe atmosphere.
We do breathe atmosphere because
Give him air. We breathe air.
God, you.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron.
Oh dear. I see.
Yeah.
Rejoined us.
Necros, you got to understand the situation here, brother. Donald is very emotionally volatile and immature. He will flip out. Don't provoke him like that. He won't handle it well, okay?
And it doesn't affect
Don't
me
provoke
at
him.
all. It doesn't affect my accuracy at all. And
Yes,
it's
it
just an ad
does.
hominem. I cannot find one that's not behind a paywall.
Oh, well.
So I'll just find a different one. How about that?
You okay, Donald?
I'm always just fine.
Okay, just checking.
You don't have to check on me. You people
Well,
don't know how to insult me.
You're just sounding a little bit agitated. So
I am not
okay.
agitated. Stop. You don't have access to my
Okay,
emotions.
okay, calm down.
And the way that I sound is not necessarily
I'm just
representative.
Hey, buddy.
All right,
Oh my
Signs
God!
will
May I
disagree with
finish a
you.
single sentence? May I finish a single sentence, please?
Donald, I hear you. You're okay. You're not agitated. I hear you. Okay? Is that true?
I'm not agitated. No.
Good.
Just open the window.
The Globers are not real. The Globers are not real. They can't tell me what's right.
Stay calm. It'll be okay. You know, the flat Earth's not that bad, Donald. Just like it is outside.
Just a
Go
lie.
breathe some air.
So the outside's a lie?
So,
Is that
question.
what you're saying?
So, if the Earth is flat, or the Earth being flat, right? I agree with you guys now. You have convinced me.
convince you.
How does this affect LeBron's legacy?
It doesn't. Bron's legacy is fine.
Okay. All right. Good.
You can relax.
And how does it affect your lives? Like, what about your life will change if President Biden got on TV right now and was like, "I hide a very deep, dark secret to my fellow Americans. I just want to tell you,
Yes, the only people
the
that
Earth
would
is
stop
actually
that are
flat
you
and you're
guys.
right." Like, how would that affect your life in any way?
No,
I might
we'd
ask.
be fine.
I might
We already know.
question. I might ask another question after that.
What the fuck does penultimate mean?
I might ask. Well, how did the
Am I
Earth get
saying that right?
No.
Wait, Quad.
Go on,
Quad.
go
How
on.
do you say that word?
Bro, that's
Here,
penultimate,
Jedi's
bro.
trying to talk. You guys, shut up.
You asked how it would change our lives, and I said that I would probably ask another question after somebody had told me the Earth is flat by some governmental declaration. The next question would be, how did the Earth get here then? How was it created?
Well, if it's flat, clearly it was made by a giant hammer.
No, it was formed through accretion.
Because if everything observable around us is not flat, then a giant hammer must have came down and made us flat.
Okay.
Solar system was formed
No,
through
it was a giant hammer. 50,000 years ago, a giant hammer came down. Hey, who shit my pants?
I mean, the Vikings were kind of onto it. They're talking about giant serpents, so giant hammer might not be out of the question. Thor did have a hammer.
Is this how you guys cope with the Earth not being a ball?
It's all
Oh wait, I'm gonna be like 100%. Like after me trolling, I am telling you, man to man, that even if the Earth was flat, my bills are still high.
Yeah, like life would not change in any way.
Life would not change 1 inch.
Would you not wonder why the government is lying?
Dude, everyone's known the government's been lying since the dawn of.
No, they don't. Not everyone. The majority of people actually don't.
I don't know a single person who believes the government wholeheartedly. Like, do you know that?
Well, you're
I was
conservative. Look at all the Democrats.
Does anyone in here believe the government wholeheartedly?
Hold on. Yes, you guys do.
Oh, you mean the same Democrats that are calling Israel out for being a genocidal maniac country?
All you guys who believe in the globe are believing the government. So yeah, you guys.
U.S. government did not figure out the Earth was a globe, dude.
the government. That's nonsense.
Yeah, no, they gave you the space cartoons. Remember? That's the only
Sure
place you
did the circumference of the planet myself. I didn't.
Government space cartoons. Donald, calm down. It'll be okay. Yeah, the government space cartoons are the only place that you've seen a spinning ball Earth. So what are you talking about? You don't trust the government. You trust the
Cyclone, let
government
me
with
ask you
your
something.
entire
Cyclone,
world.
real quick. Very respectfully, let me ask you something. Okay, so when I go to the beach, when I go to Coney Island with my kids, and I sit on the beach and I look over the horizon and I see a boat, and then it slowly starts to disappear from the bottom to the top as it goes farther and farther over the horizon. How do you explain that?
The curvature of the planet.
Lots of perspective. You can take your telescope once you see it
I can see it with my
disappear,
own eyes. I've seen it.
and look
So
through
it
your
disappears
telescope,
from the bottom to the top.
and it's gonna
How
come
do you
back.
explain?
All right, so
Am
hold
I?
on.
Are you
What's
listening?
your claim about it?
I'm just asking you, how do you explain it? If the Earth was flat,
I
that
don't.
wouldn't happen.
But I need to explain it. Why? What are you trying to explain it?
Because the Earth is a globe.
All right. So you're saying that flat water that you're observing is actually curved. Is that what you're claiming?
No, what I'm telling you is if it disappears behind the curvature, that proves
Water is
curvature.
curved. Okay, so you're not claiming that the water is curved.
I'm claiming that the entire Earth is curved.
Okay, so that body of water that you're looking at that looks flat to you, you're saying is actually curved.
Well, it looks flat to me because I'm just a small being in the middle of this
Yeah, but
big.
you're saying it looks flat, but it's actually curved because you saw the space cartoons from the government.
No.
No. I'm saying because I saw it with my own two eyes. The
All
boat
right. You saw it flat
disappeared
with your
beyond the
two eyes.
horizon, from the bottom
Okay,
to
so
the
how
top.
do you know? So how do you know that was caused by a curve of water?
Because if it
And
disappears from the bottom to the top, one can infer, if they have a fifth grade
one can
education,
infer.
that is because
Oh,
it is disappearing behind
okay. So there we
something.
go. So you're just calling back to fifth grade. You're just saying, what did they tell me in fifth grade?
I mean,
Oh, yeah, it was
being a
that.
glober is like basic fifth grade knowledge. You've known the Earth has been a globe
Yeah,
for like
being a glober is
Basic permanent consequence.
1-year-old.
Okay, let me try this, Psych.
They give
No,
you.
Let me try this.
let Cyclone go.
MIA.
No.
Yes, sir.
MIA. Listen.
Yes, sir.
No.
Yeah, I'll speak
Cyclone,
to him.
carry on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you're making a
Let's take
claim
your
that
what you
what
were
you're
on the beach,
seeing.
right?
Yeah, I was on the beach.
Okay, and you saw the boat go over the horizon,
Good,
right?
very quickly, no problem.
And I
Sideways.
saw it disappear specifically. Not only did I see it beyond the horizon, I saw it disappear from the bottom of the boat to the top of the boat, which means the bottom of the boat went away first, and the top got lower and lower and lower over the horizon,
Okay.
as if
Why do you think
it
that
was
happened?
traversing over a curved plane.
Okay, so do you know that it's traversing over a curved plane, or is that just what you're assuming?
I'm sorry, I don't believe I was talking. I thought I was talking to someone else. I'm gonna let the other
No,
guy
you're
go.
talking to me. You're
Okay,
talking
what's
to me,
up?
remember?
Go
So,
ahead.
do you know that it's traversing a curved surface, or is that what you're assuming?
Based on knowledge of how things work, yeah,
Based
I
on
would assume
knowledge
so.
of how things work. The podcast, you mean?
What?
Yeah, so that's not evidence for your claim, just to say
How is that not evidence? It's a
my claim
clearly
is true.
observable thing. It's a clearly
No,
observable thing.
what you observe, remember, is the flat water, and the boat seeming to disappear bottom up on flat water,
Right.
and you're assuming that that's due to a curve of water, but you don't have any evidence for that.
That is the ultimate evidence. So what else would you
That's
interpret from
begging the
that?
question. That's
What
begging the
else would you
question.
interpret from that phenomenon happen? How do you explain it? How do you explain it as a
Well,
flat
I don't
earther?
need to explain it, but you can also demonstrate things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface due to perspective. Do you know that?
Like how?
Like if you go to a hotel hallway and you
Mhm.
put your head down to the ground and you have someone walk away from you down that hotel hallway, you'll start to see their feet disappear, and then up to their knees, then up to their waist, depending on how long the hallway is.
Wait.
And that happens just with
What?
perspective. Yeah, you never heard of this?
If I get down on my knees, get down on the ground in a hotel hallway,
Yeah.
and I let someone walk away
Your
from me,
eyes are close to the ground. Yeah?
right?
Yeah, and then have someone walk away from you, you'll start to see them
But my
sink.
eyes were not close to the ground when I was on the beach. I'm standing tall as 6'3",
Yeah, but
standing up.
by perspective, on the scale of it, you are close to the ground. Over the distance that you're looking. That is a low angle, a shallow angle of view. And yeah, you can see things appear to disappear bottom up, but you wouldn't be able to tell just looking at that whether
Does
it
that not
was
sound like a stretch to you, though?
perspective.
No, does that
that
not sound like a
sounds like
stretch?
something observable and demonstrable. Sorry, Jedi. You want to jump in?
No, it's because we can demonstrate this. You came in. You
Okay,
came in
please
and said,
demonstrate it. Please demonstrate it.
my friend.
Please demonstrate it.
My friend, thank you. So you came in and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat because the surface is curved and getting in the way. This would only happen on a curved surface. It couldn't happen on a flat surface. So that's a question we've got to answer.
That is my belief.
Yeah, this is the question we've got to answer. Can we make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface? The answer to that question is yes. If you put your optic low to a surface, like put the camera on the floor, and like Cyclone pointing out, if you walk away down a long stretch of floor, eventually the bottom of an object will not be resolvable. You'll also get an optical horizon, the limitation of your view across that surface. You're not going to be able to take the entirety of that surface into view when you're low and looking horizontally across it, because it starts into an angle with distance that your eye can't resolve.
Yeah, and another problem with that you've got is that
But
in your
wait,
argument,
though,
you're
but hold
talking.
on. Wait. Just real quick. That doesn't make any sense.
Does it not?
It doesn't make any sense. Here's the thing.
Why not?
Here's the thing.
Explain it like this. Do
The
you know what
only way you can make something disappear from the bottom to the top on a flat surface is if you were to submerge something, which means you have to push
No
it
claim,
down into
bro.
the surface.
No, you're just ignorant.
There's no optical illusion that would allow for something disappearing from the bottom up.
Oh, really? You an expert on perspective now?
Dude.
Don't pretend.
It's just common sense. I've had eyes all my life.
Hey, Mia, check it out, mate.
Yeah, time
In
to
the
use
text
them.
chat, Ron H at 3 minutes past the hour has posted up a little radio controlled boat. Watch that video. And there's another one just below it where they're looking up a building. Things disappearing on flat surfaces like they shouldn't. So this
Yeah, we
is
can
how
demonstrate this all
reality,
day. Yeah,
You see
so
that-
you say you've got eyes, use them.
Are
You see that? You see the second. You see the second video where you've got a skyscraper.
You guys are for real, man.
Dude,
This is good.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you can have a horizon in the first instance on a flat surface. It's the first
Okay,
thing that
I'm
you've done
listening
to
to you.
understand. That's the second video that Matrix has posted in the side chat. It's looking up the side of a skyscraper. The
Right.
sides of the skyscraper are really flat. When you put the camera very close to that surface, you have an optical horizon. You can't see the whole distance of that surface between the camera and the top of the skyscraper. You can only resolve a certain distance across that surface.
But
Because
that's across a completely perfect, almost 90-degree angle. In some instances, the Earth is not. Even if you believe it's flat, it's not a completely flat surface. You have different definition. You have hills. You have higher elevation, lower elevation.
Excuse me. So this is non sequitur to my fucking point at the moment. You made the claim that only things on curved surfaces will disappear from the bottom up. I'm trying to help you understand that we can recreate this phenomena on a flat surface too. But you seem to want to interject. You're not
He
listening.
doesn't
You're
want
not.
to know. He's triggered.
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to demonstrate with the visual image that there's an optical horizon across a flat surface. Things beyond that optical horizon that are still on that surface, because your eye can't resolve them, the bottom of the object that's on the surface is also entering it into that angle that you can't resolve. Like the boat that's gone beyond the horizon and you can't see the bottom of it anymore. It's just optics, dude.
Let me ask this question as well quickly. Where were you? Did you say when you were observing the boat? You say you were on the beach.
Yeah, I was standing on the beach in Coney Island, Brooklyn.
Okay, so say you're about 6 foot off the water. Right, if you're about 6 foot.
Yeah, I'm 6'3". Go ahead.
How far away do you think the boat was, roughly?
I would say the boat was probably about, from my eye, miles away when it began to disappear.
How many miles? 5, 10?
If I had the ballpark, maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
There's little buoys in the water that mark different like yards, like little yellow buoys or whatever. And I know that the farthest buoy on that beach is 2 miles out. It was well past that.
Cool. Just with your own eyes, yeah? No optics involved, just your own eyes.
Just my own eyes.
Cool. I'm not surprised.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What? No. What I'm saying is no.
Yeah.
No.
For a globe, the horizon should be at about 3 miles for a 6 foot observer.
No. What I'm saying is I don't know exactly the amount of miles it was. I'm saying it's far away. What I'm saying is eventually
for
it began
you to be able to claim then that horizon that it went over was the geometric curve of a ball Earth.
Are you denying horizon at this point? Are you denying the reality of horizon?
Now, see, what you're doing is you're not caught up on the globe religion, because a few years ago, around 2020, the globe.
No, you guys have a religion. Not me.
Hold
You
on.
guys have a religion.
The globe side abandoned the geometric horizon that boats are going over. They say you can't see that. So you think a boat is going over a physical horizon that's a curve of water, but the globe religion has dropped that off. That's no longer your belief system, apparently, bro.
Well, look, I'm not a part of the globe scientific community. I just know what I saw.
Of course you're not. You're just
I'm just conveying to you what I saw.
follower. You're just a lazy believer.
Let me ask this question. Yeah? What do you say the horizon is?
I say the horizon is the extent at which we can perceive ahead of us. So, at the point in which the globe curves is the horizon.
Yeah.
Right.
Physical horizon.
Yeah. So that's the top of the Earth curvature. Physical Earth curvature for the boat to go over and then be obstructed by it. Right. This. Okay. So as Cyclone's pointing out, I'll give you the images in a minute. The horizon isn't in that geometric location. Depending on the optic that you use, you can make the horizon appear further away. This is why I asked you if you just did this observation with your own eyes. So for a normal horizon for a 6 foot observer, perspective allows for about 3-4 miles. But when we use optics, the horizon goes back to about 10, 15, 20 miles. This shows that it's an optical phenomenon, not the physical curvature of the Earth. because it moves around. It also moves around because of the atmosphere as well. Hot days, cold days, dense atmosphere, lots of water vapor change the apparent location of the horizon.
Yeah. See, this is how much they troll you Globers. If you Google the definition of horizon, what you think the horizon is isn't even what the definition of horizon is. Even your own globe side now have to concede that it's not the physical curve of a ball because the maths doesn't work with all the observations that we have. That's been debunked, right? They're no longer claiming it's the curve of Earth that you see. You need to catch up with the narrative, bro. You're falling
Look,
behind.
here's the thing. I'm not. Look, all right. So I'll tell you this: the Earth is not flat.
Oh, is it not? Well, I
It's not.
guess that's it then. If you say so, Mister, I still think
It's
the
so
horizon is
obvious
a
and
physical
so
curve
clear
of a
to
ball.
us, clear as day, that it's not flat.
Obvious, bro. The horizon that you see is flat. You already admitted you see the water is flat. So obviously it's not obvious because what's obvious to you is that it's
Because
flat.
we're a small person in the middle of this big world.
Yeah, so it looks flat to you, and that means it's obvious it's a ball.
But you can go up in a plane and see
Is that
the
your
curvature.
logic? Your logic? It's obviously a ball because it looks so flat. Okay,
No,
you
no,
can't
no. What I'm
see the
saying is
curve
you
from
can go
from
into a plane, go in
either.
the air, and
No,
see
you
the
can't
curvature.
see it from a plane either. That's not even the globe's claim either. Bro, you don't know what the globe is even claiming. That's not what they claim.
I'm not a
Their
globe. I'm
claim,
just saying facts. I'm
you
just
are a
saying what I
globe.
see.
Listen to you. You've got globe brain.
I'm
There's
just
nothing you
telling
can
you
do
what I
about it
see.
now.
You can clearly see curvature in a plane.
No. That's not what you see. What you see, even according to the globe story, is a flat, motionless Earth. And they tell you that there's no way or nowhere you can go to see the ball. Only they can do it, the government that you love so much. Only they can see the ball there. And that's why you believe it, because they told you it in school. You've never seen it. It's not obvious to you. It's flat and motionless to you. Come on, guy. Use your eyes. You said you had them. Start using them.
How high were you in your airplane?
Alright, listen, I love you guys, but you guys gotta get on some meds or something. Like they got
no worries.
Oh yeah.
Some British, they got a national healthcare system.
Observable
You can go and get some
reality.
free
Hold up.
Observable
Wait.
reality
I have
is
a.
dangerous.
So I had to dip for a bit. What was the answer about the
Christ.
whole boat disappearing bottom up thing?
Yeah, it's optical, not physical Earth curve, pretty much.
It says an optical, not physical curve. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's not the horizon. Isn't the physical curve of a ball Earth? You understand?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Someone, I don't know, someone's mic is like messing up.
Don't like to hear that. The horizon, you know, that line you see that divides the ground and the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So they've told, I mean, it's a flat horizontal line. That's why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. But they've told you that that flat line is actually a curve of a ball Earth, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's not. It's just the optical limit to how far you can see over a flat surface.
Okay, so then why does it disappear bottom up?
Because the part closest to the surface is the smallest angle, and your eyes can only resolve a certain degree. And when an object gets a certain distance away from you, the first bit that's going to start converging into that compression point, which is the horizon, is going to just start disappearing. Like your eyes can't resolve it. And it starts at the smallest angle, which is the bit closest to the surface.
Okay, so you're saying that due to the distance, and at least as far as our eyes can resolve,
Yeah, so
that would
like you
disappear
can
first.
demonstrate this if you just like get a long table or a long corridor or something and put your optic down to the surface, right? Either a camera on the ground or put your head down to the ground and watch something walk away from you or be pulled away from you, and you'll see it start to appear to disappear bottom up. But the floor is
I
still
don't know
flat.
if that's what I would see. I would assume that what I would see is just
Well, that's all right. No,
for example,
we've
if
looked
I have like
and
if I have
this
like
has
a
already been
camera
done.
button
We
at the
already know
floor and
this.
I'm seeing someone walk away, I'd assume I just see like their feet appear like
Yeah,
smaller and
you
smaller
assume that,
until I
but
can't
when you
see.
actually do it, yeah, you assume that, but when you actually do it, you'll see that things will start to
Okay,
disappear bottom up.
so do you have like the data showing that then, since it's actually been done? Like,
Well,
is like a
someone's
video?
posted a few examples in the chat that you can scroll up and look at, and I'm sure people can post some more. If you want to look more deeply into perspective, or if you just do 24/7, hell
So
is
if
that?
someone's
Says
like
who?
calling their wife in the
Says who?
background, I
Chill.
didn't hear what you said.
Who's dying? Who's dying?
Hey, you okay?
He's pounding on a Globie over there.
Yeah, right. Calm down, dude.
Yeah,
Thank
join
you.
the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and check out the Optics and Perspective channel. We've got loads of resources, academic papers, demonstrations. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm like trying to scroll through the chat to find this video. So is it like a long like corridor, like a long hallway that you
Yeah,
just
like
see?
any long flat surface that you put an optic down to, like if it's long enough and you pull something away over that surface, you'll start to see that effect. Same thing you see with the boats.
But
This
isn't
is
this
why.
phenomenon like also like visible even if you're standing from like a high place, like a you know from a
Well,
high
yeah, it's going
vantage
to
point?
occur. It's going to occur. I mean, there's going to be scale involved. It'll happen further away if you have an elevated position. You can see further. But eventually, yeah, the same thing will happen because your eyes are still limited optics, right? They can't see forever. Yeah. But what we can do is debunk the notion that that horizon line is the curve of a ball because we can take the claimed size of the ball and work out how far away that horizon actually is. And when we do that, we find that the horizon is well in excess of the claimed curvature of the Earth, meaning it's an optical limit, not a physical one.
Okay.
Samurai, I'm gonna post a meme. Look at it. So
I
you can see a
was just
better
under the
demonstration what it
assumption
is
that
explaining to
like
you.
if it's a perspective
Check the
thing.
chat.
Wait, what did you say?
Check the chat. I'm posting exactly what you asked for. What Psych just explained to you on how the limit
Right.
or the way her perspective works is gonna make the person, even though clearly he's walking on a flat surface, is gonna make him get smaller and smaller and disappear from the bottom up, quote unquote. That's
I
look at the
mean,
picture, and you can test it
I guess
yourself. You don't have to believe
I
it.
can assume that it's a flat surface in those examples, but I don't know for sure. You
Yeah,
know.
that's fine.
You
You
can
can go and
test it.
test
Go
this
to a football
yourself.
field.
that it isn't.
Yeah.
Wherever
Because you
you
can't
are, you
see
can
the
go and
entire
just test
football
this
field.
yourself, right? Yeah, so
Huh?
you can go
What'd
and
you
test
say?
Flat,
this
you can see
wherever
the
you
entire
are.
football field.
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah,
Listen,
if it was a
this
flat
is something you
surface, you can
haven't
see the
seen.
entire football
Fine.
field.
Yeah, that's fine. You can go and do this wherever you live. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, no, I know, I understand what you're trying to say. I just want to see like, presumably there's like a video of like someone walking on like
Oh,
a flat
listen.
surface that you have.
I'll send you a link, and there's a page that has loads of demonstrations in it. Okay.
Sure.
Right. So I'm gonna
But
send it
you
to your
should test
DMs.
it for yourself. Remember, when we tell people about flat Earth and everything, we're not trying to get them, oh, just believe us on our word. No, you should be critically thinking. You should be doing experiments and measurements and tests yourself so that you can verify. Otherwise, we could all just be making, a whole new religion
Yes.
for you. You don't want to be into a new religion. Test it yourself.
No. Exactly. We don't want you
No,
jumping
no,
from
I
one belief to
understand.
another. Right. So Samurai, just let me talk you through this quickly. In your DMs, I've just posted you a link to a server. Have you got it?
1 second. Yeah, I see it. Hold on.
Right. So join that, and then when you're in it, scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list until you get to an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Starts with Antarctica, has things like curvature, motion, gravity. Do you see all those channels?
Are you talking about what channel are you specifically trying to direct me to? Like the refraction channel? The which?
No, optics, vision, and perspective. So it's under O.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. So you can look in there, and you can look under H for horizon, and you can look under L for long distance observations. And these channels will hopefully start to help you understand what we're talking about with visual demonstrations, videos, all this kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take a look at it in a sec.
That's just for future. Whenever you've got the time, right? You can just research in your own time.
Okay. I got you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. All on board? Good. Any other young glow believers in here? Don't be shy. Who was that?
Tell us a story, humanity. Why do you believe you're
story?
on a spinny ball?
Because like the orbits that have been described seem to be able to predict things like eclipses. They seem to explain the movement of the stars and the planets and the
Ooh,
sky.
that's very
That's
vague.
good shit.
Right, so when you see the stars move, that makes you believe that you're on a spinning ball.
Yep.
So why would that be the case?
Because
Why
the
couldn't it just
stars'
be that
speed
the
depends
stars are
on like
moving?
because the stars would have to move like insanely quickly, like more
What do
quickly
you
than
mean
we
insanely
have
quickly?
reason to think is physically possible.
Well, what if it's just that the stars are moving like it looks like?
But then the stars would have to be moving insanely quickly, faster than we
Why'd
think
you
is
say
physically
that?
possible.
Who told you that?
What do you mean?
Where did you get that idea from?
Because I have an approximate idea how far the stars are away and how much they would need to
Oh,
move
okay.
to have their
So how did you
apparent
measure?
movements.
How did you measure how far away the stars were?
Do we want to get into like standard
Sure
luminances of
do.
supernovas
Yeah,
and
sure.
stuff?
Tell me how long. Yeah, tell me how you've measured the distance to a star. That'll be interesting.
Like they're
Or are you just believing stories from people who said they have?
so I have measured the distance to one star. Obviously, you can't like
You
do
have.
anything with that, right? That is relying on someone else's metrics of what the
Wait, so
measurement
you
means
didn't
in terms
measure
of
any
distance.
distance. You
Except
didn't
I
measure
did
anything.
measure the things we use to measure distance, right? But this is the
So
problem.
you did
Like if you
measure a
don't,
distance to a
if
star, or you didn't?
cyclone, if we don't allow things like other people's measurements, can't know very much about the world.
Okay, so you didn't measure the star, but someone else did. Is that what you're saying?
Just said I measured the actual star, but
Okay, so how did you
obviously,
measure it?
measuring light, measuring its displacement, all these things.
Well, what do you mean? Describe it. What was your method? You go outside, you see the star, then what?
No, with a telescope, man.
Okay, you look at the star through a telescope, then what?
So there are places in the sky where there's enough gravitational lensing you can see multiple images of the same like star. So this is like
Starting to sound like
gives
a
you an
cool
idea.
story already. So what did you do? Because you said you did it.
Ran a program against a telescope doing that stuff. Looking at
Ran a
stars in that
program
situation.
against the telescope. What program?
Well, analyzing the feed from the telescope, right?
Analyzing the feed from the telescope. What was the program and what was it analyzing exactly?
It was looking for the thing I was just describing in the bit of the sky that was supposed to have this. And it did have it.
You was looking for what?
The thing I just described.
What was that?
Multiple images of the same star.
So you put multiple images of the same star into a program.
Yeah, you're scanning stars
Okay.
in a little
How did that tell
radius,
you a
right?
distance to those? How does that tell you the distance to them?
It doesn't tell you the distance to them directly. You would have to use one of the what are they called? Can't remember their name. But basically a bunch of scientists put together ways to convert
Scientists.
measurements of
Yeah,
wavelengths and stuff
yeah.
into distances.
And that's what you did.
Well, I plugged in the numbers to the data sets, sure.
You plugged the numbers into what program?
Why
Yeah,
does
you
the
know, you shouldn't
program
just.
matter? Why does
Well,
the telescope brand matter?
well,
What is
Who
that?
here
obviously it
thinks
matters.
that the Earth
Obviously
is
it
actually
matters
round?
enough to you. Hold on. Obviously it
I've
matters
added a
enough
ton
to
of
you.
detail, and we're not closer to anything useful.
You haven't added any detail. That's why I know you're lying. And it obviously does matter to you, or you wouldn't have had to resort to lying, saying that you've measured the distance to a star when you know you haven't. You can barely
I've,
even describe what you
from
are
the
imagining you
beginning,
might do.
explained that it's an indirect measurement.
No, you didn't. You said you looked at a star and you took multiple
Indeed.
images and you plugged it into a program that you don't remember. You're a child.
This
Why do you
was
think this
many
is going
years
to work?
ago, but
Does this fool your
like I
friends?
said, I agree. This is not a direct measurement of the distances of stars. That's not how
So you
distance
don't know that.
measurements
So
work.
you don't know the distance. So you don't know the distances to the stars. Then.
I know the distances. Well, so this is the problem with this is it's beside the point entirely. The reason I
No, it's
believe in
not.
the distances, the reason that I believe in the
Your
distances
whole
of
argument
stars.
is based on this distance
No,
that you
it's
don't know.
not. This is
Yes,
me
you said they would
answering
have to be
your. This is
moving.
me.
You
So
said. You
cyclone,
said. No,
cyclone,
no, no.
cyclone.
You said they would
No,
have to be moving
cyclone.
at a certain speed, based on how fast you know they're going, based on you knowing the distance of them, which you don't actually
Yes,
know.
but I
Yeah,
do
but you don't
actually know
actually
it.
know.
But
You
I
just said
do
you
actually
didn't
know
know
it.
them. Okay, how'd you know it?
That's not what I said.
Okay, how'd you know it?
How do I know it? Because I have an
Yeah.
entire set of institutions providing me with verifiable facts
Oh, you
that
just believe it. No,
explains
you didn't
the
verify it.
distances,
You
that
just
gives me
believe
a
it.
commensurate model that can explain
No,
these
you just believe. So
distances.
you're right. So you don't know it. You just believe what you've been
I
told.
do know it. I know it in the
How
same
did you
way that
verify their
I
claim?
know it. I know it in the same way that I know that like elements are radioactive.
Cool story. So how did you verify their claim of the distance?
How did you verify their claims of radioactivity?
No, don't try and childishly flip the question. This is
Don't
on
try
your
and
claim.
childishly retreat to a
You know,
universal
well,
attack.
right. Are you just going to NPC out and repeat everything I say? You made the claim. You know the
Cyclone,
distances
don't
based
make
on
an
what you've been
attack that
told.
applies to all systems of
How
science
did you
if you aren't willing to
verify,
go there.
bro? How did you verify the distances that they claimed?
How did you verify the rates of radiation and
Right.
decay
So you didn't verify
in
those
different
distances, did you?
elements? So you
He's
didn't
not
You didn't.
making
verify
any
the
claim about
radio.
radiation. That's
Do you
the
not believe in
problem.
radiation,
Everyone
Cyclone?
can hear
You
that.
think
You're
radiation
Everyone
making
can
a
is
hear that.
claim about the distance
Hold
of
on,
the
Dev.
star
yeah?
that you
So
know it.
let me ask the
Hold on.
Cyclone. Do you
Hold on, brother.
disbelieve
No,
radiation?
no. Listen, humanity. This is when we know you're spazzing out because no one's talking about radiation. You've made a claim that you know the distances to the stars, even though you know you don't, and now you're kind of spiraling because I'm going to call you out on that and make it clear to everyone that you don't know that. So try again. How did you verify the
Except
distances
I
that you were told?
already explained how I do know that.
Yeah, okay.
No, you
fine.
believe that. Do you know the difference between believing something and knowing something?
This is why I'm
Justified
asking him.
belief is knowledge.
How did you verify it? How did you verify it? What did you
We're
do?
talking about science here. Either you have actual evidence and measurements, or you just have a belief. It can either be one of the both. You can't just say, "Well, I believe
This
in these
is
guys,
nonsense.
and these guys are really, really."
Come on, Dev. Listen,
So
he needs to
Dev.
answer the question. No.
So Dev.
Don't get
So
distracted.
Dev.
Oh, humanity. You're really gonna try and sneak out like that? The question on the table is, how did you verify those distances that you've been told the stars are that you claim you know? So you get told them, and then how do you verify them? That's what we're interested in. What did you do?
I already explained this. You're suggesting
You said you
that I
didn't.
need you are suggesting that I need to personally verify scientific theories.
Okay,
Like
so you didn't
not
verify.
can
Thank you.
I get out a sentence, please? Thank you. So you're suggesting that I need to verify scientific theories by like personal observation, not of the not of all
So it's
the,
just a theory
the
then? Awesome.
predictions, not of all the predictions of the theory, but instead of all
No,
the
no, no.
individual instead
No,
of all
you've
the
made a claim.
instead of the individual pieces of it. This is
No,
silly,
you made a
right?
specific
I
claim.
I
You
do
made a
not
specific
need.
claim
Can
about the
I
distances to the
finish?
stars.
Can I finish?
You're just a bit long-winded, bro, and we know it's an
Cool.
excuse. So come
Maybe
on.
it would be faster if I didn't get interrupted.
Probably not.
Maybe if you just answered the question in the first place, you
Yeah,
wouldn't
just
get
stop dodging. You still haven't answered the one question that you were asked
I
10 minutes ago.
have from the
No, you haven't.
beginning. I answered the
You said
question.
you know them.
And then
I asked
then
if
you attempted
verified
to
them.
dive to a bunch of random other shit that just wasted
No.
all of our time
You
for no
said,
reason.
no. You said, I've personally measured a distance to a star. We went through that.
Yes.
You haven't. Then you
I have.
said, I actually just believe what the institutions have told me. I say, okay, so you're just believing what you've been told. You say, no, I know it. So I said, okay, so how did
No,
you
no, no,
verify
no, no, no,
that?
no.
You know
You're
it.
lying. You're lying. Cyclone, you're lying.
Oh, am I?
Try again.
How?
Yes.
How?
That's not what happened.
What am I
That is
lying
not what
about?
happened. That is not what happened.
What wasn't? But yeah, that's exactly what happened. You said
No, it isn't.
you measured the distance to a star. You said that, yeah.
True.
Yes.
Which you haven't done. Then
But
you
I have.
said the institutions you trust.
Yeah.
When they tell you the distances, yes. And then I said, how did you verify them? Yes.
Yeah, that's not what you just said. That's a
Yeah.
completely
So I
different
wasn't
sequence of
lying.
events.
That's exactly what I
Except,
said.
no. Those two things are not the
That's
same.
exactly what I said.
No. Saying that
Got comprehension issues,
saying
bro.
that you asked me how I verified and saying that I said no, I don't know that. No, these are completely different. You're
Did anyone
lying.
else hear me ask something different? Mic check.
Negative.
Okay, if you can't tell the
What
difference
happened?
between saying that I
Still
asked
breathing,
someone whether
humanity?
they had a verification for something and
You're just gonna try and
no,
find
they
that
don't
program that you used to
have
put
that
3
as
images of a
knowledge,
star in and then
then
told
you're
you
all
the
just
distance?
silly.
Gonna
I
look
didn't hear
that
what you
up.
said, Cyclone.
I'd like to add a rhetorical question. How do they make it independently verifiable?
What do you mean?
Well, their claimed distance to stars, for example, which you claim to know. How did they make this verifiable to you or to anyone?
Basically, they're just putting out a model, right? And then you can examine the model, right? This is why we actually have some uncertainties in the exact distances, because depending
Oh,
which
boy.
methods you use, you get slightly different answers.
Sounds like another
Gobbledygook.
broker has given up.
That's not gobbledygook. This is just
Oh,
how
so
models and science
it's
work.
just a reification then. Just reification then, just kind of made up shit.
I don't know what you mean by
But
that.
he
This is like
knows
how
that
science.
the
This is what
Earth
science
can't be
is. It is
flat,
indeed
because
us
if it
inventing
was,
systems and then
the
seeing if they
stars would
correspond to
have
the
to
world.
move
That's
at
it.
a certain speed that he knows,
Oh.
because he knows the distances to these stars. But when asked how he knows these distances, turns out he doesn't actually know them. So his entire argument's
But I
moot.
do actually know them.
Oh, a knowledge claim.
Yeah.
So great. You can verify these things for us then, right?
Is that the same thing as a knowledge claim? No. Try again.
So what is a knowledge claim then? What is knowledge?
Knowledge is justified true belief.
Oh, so this is just a belief of yours.
It's a justified true belief.
True belief. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like some asshole made that up to kind of weasel out of, not being able to say that you know something. That's what that sounds like.
Okay, I don't know what that even means.
So you can't confirm, you can't validate, you have a justified, whatever justifies it. How did you justify it?
So you do know that there's like fundamental.
How did you justify it?
Sure. So I justified
Maybe just avoid the question completely, right?
I justified it on the basis of authority.
Oh, so it's justified to you because someone told it to you that you believe.
Not what I said.
Daddy government?
No.
Was it daddy government?
Try again.
Okay, so what authority are you relying on? How did they verify it? I'm curious.
Well, they verified in a bunch of different ways, right? You can look
And what would those be?
So, and everything from standard candles to parallax measurements, there's lots of them.
Great. I'll take what you got. Go ahead. Provide for me how it was verified.
We can just look up the Wikipedia for, what is the name?
So Wikipedia is the authority.
No, Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is your authority?
Wikipedia is good at summarizing the authority.
Oh, so it just summarizes the authority, but we don't actually have the method as to how things are verified.
We do.
What is verification to you, humanity?
What do you mean?
That's a pretty simple question. What is verifying to you? How do you verify something? How do you double check that shit?
Have a bunch of support for it and no disprovers. That's basically it. That's like the highest standard you get in science. Science
No
doesn't really have
disprover.
verifiers in the way you seem to be pointing to.
I'm asking if somebody's actually verified these reifications that you're appealing to.
When you say verify, are you talking about just have a bunch of evidence for it, or are you talking about something else?
No, see, having a bunch of evidence is having a bunch of evidence. Verifying is verifying. They're two different things. That's why they're different words.
So
right?
says who? In that case, I would say about the external world, nothing is verified.
Ah, so you're a brain in a jar then.
No, by your definition of verified here, where just having a bunch of evidence for it is insufficient, having more evidence for it than any other theory is insufficient, then nothing is verified.
What's
having
the
less
evidence?
shitty definition of verified.
Yeah, what's the evidence, bro? What are we talking about? Distance to stars? How do we verify? What kind of evidence do we have? Tell me.
So, are we talking about verification or are we talking about evidence?
Well, let's start with the evidence, because you're saying stacks of evidence are verification. So what's the evidence? What is a star? Let's start there. What's a star?
What do I think a star is?
No, I didn't ask you what you thought it was. I was very concise. What is a star?
Who are you talking to?
I'm not asking you about what you think it is. See how that? Well, I think it's. I could say it's
If
a
you're not
fairy.
asking for my opinion, why would you speak to me?
No, I'm not asking about your opinion. See how this is not an opinion topic? We're not talking about opinions right now. We're not talking about opinions, are we? This is not about opinions.
It is.
It's a big topic, humanity. Obviously, you're aware of that. Oh, so the nature of reality is just about opinions, so it can be whatever you want it to be, right?
So it turns out we don't have access to the nature of reality directly, do we? So it in fact is only.
Okay, so we don't have direct access to the nature of reality. So we don't know that a tree is a tree and what a tree is comprised of, and we can touch it and taste it and look at it and put it in test tubes. We don't have access to trees, do we?
We can do all those things, but none of that gives us access to what a tree is.
Okay. So how do we get access to these stars, whatever you think they are?
Touching a thing doesn't like confirm what it is any more than running any other kind of measurement of it. You understand
Okay,
this,
so
right?
you don't know what it is. So you don't know what it is then.
Trees could actually be ghosts. There's no way to know.
All right.
Like,
holy shit!
we have a whole system that establishes
wow, bro.
and how it works and all these things. But these things,
wow, trees could be ghosts. Wow.
Yeah.
So we don't have any verification that a tree is a plant that grows out of the ground. That okay, so this is vintage philosophy.
Trees are real, man. Come on.
Right. So we can't verify that trees are real. Cool.
Yeah, so he doesn't know what a tree is.
Observation, Chief.
I do know what a tree is.
I
do know what a tree is. But I don't know
You
it
just
because
said
of
you can't verify a tree to be real, and now you're gonna claim you know.
Of course. Because verification
Yeah.
is a silly standard to apply to things in the external
Okay,
world.
so you
can use
admit now
verification for, like, facts in mathematics. That's about it.
Okay, so you admit now that you haven't verified any distance to any star. Because you can't verify these things. You can't even verify what a tree is, you said.
Indeed, all scientific, in fact, all claims about the external world cannot meet the standard of verification that says who is describing.
So you don't know the distance to the stars. Thank you.
I do. I do know it.
Oh, how? But you just said you can't verify it.
Indeed.
Right, so you just believe it. You just believe
Is that what I
you know
said?
is true.
No, it is justified
you said-
true belief.
Oh, so belief.
Justified true belief. Yes.
Justified.
What does belief mean?
Really? I think you know.
Yeah.
I don't think
apparently you don't know. Because you seem to think that saying belief means you know.
Is that what I said? Or did I say that beliefs are not in fact knowledge, but justified true beliefs
Okay,
are knowledge?
okay, tell me this.
Are you
Do
like
you
listening
know-
in the side of
do you
cyclone, or are you
know-
maybe in fact
Okay,
just
okay,
being
it's
manipulative
okay.
here? Could you stop?
That's okay. Do you know that you're on Discord right now?
Do I know that I'm on Discord? What do you mean by that statement? What are you asking?
Well, you said you can't know anything, but do you know that you're on Discord?
So I know that I'm on Discord in the same way that I know the distances to other stars.
Okay, so what percentage out of 0 to 100, how certain are you that you're on Discord?
In excess of 99.9999, you know, an insane number of nines.
Okay, a load of nines at the end. But there's a
Just
little
a
bit of
giant
doubt.
load of nines.
So what's
Called
that
it.
little bit of doubt? Where's that little bit of doubt coming from? That's
Brain in the vat shenaniganry.
0.0001. What would that be? How could you not be on Discord right now when we're
Brain
talking?
in a vat shenaniganry.
Oh, so you could be a brain in a jar.
That is what
But
I
you
said.
know that the Earth is a big spinning ball, and you know how far away the stars are. But you could just be a brain in a jar, for all you know. Right?
Indeed, this is how like theories of the external world work. It's actually really
Yeah,
hard
this is-
to get
this
to
is how
like
the big
things
brains
other than you
operate.
exist. But once you get to that,
big
it's pretty easy to
brains-
go like the rest of the way.
Yeah, the big brains know everything about the universe that they can't experience, but they don't know if they're on Discord. Big brain
This is the
syndrome.
ultimate global defense. Brain in the jar.
Anyway,
Okay, nothing is real. Nothing
Or is this
real.
because Cyclone keeps
Therefore, it could
dragging
be
us
a
into
globe.
pointless philosophy instead of examining the relevant
No,
evidence?
you brought us into pointless philosophy, my friend, when you said
No,
that nothing
Cyclone,
can be
you
known and
did
you
by
don't know what a
insisting
tree
on these
is. A tree
weird
could be a
questions.
ghost. A tree could be a
Don't ask
ghost,
for
and you know how
verification
far away the
for things
stars
in the
are.
external world. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
don't worry, humanity. We're not going to be asking you for verification of anything because you don't even know if you're on Discord.
They had you on the
Ask
ropes, man, and you went.
for verification on the external world because it's not possible.
Yeah,
You're
you
asking for
can't
the
know anything
impossible.
about the external world, but you know how
You
far away the
can
stars
know
are.
things about it. You can't verify things about it. Come on. Pay
Okay,
attention.
so you just believe it. Yes, you just believe it.
Is that the same thing as what I just said? No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Well,
No,
what would
it
you
isn't.
know? You
If
don't know
you
you're on
can't
Discord.
if you cannot contend with the differences between an absurd pile of evidence and no evidence whatsoever,
Humanity,
you're not
you're
equipped to have this conversation.
humanity. You don't know you're on Discord. Who are you going to tell they shouldn't be having a
I do know
conversation
I'm on
on
Discord,
Discord? You don't even know
Cyclone.
you're on
Now you're
Discord. No,
lying.
you
You're
don't. You could be a brain in a
lying. You
jar.
liar.
Humanity.
Cyclone. Liar.
Humanity. Couldn't you be a brain in a jar?
Does that have anything to do with my knowledge claim? No.
Yeah, you don't know you're on Discord. You could be a brain in a jar.
It has
remember? You
nothing
said
to
so.
do with my knowledge claim.
In fact, I'm starting to suspect you
belief
are
claim.
indeed a brain
You
in a
are
jar.
tilting at windmill, Cyclone. You're not attacking my
I think
position.
actually
You're
it's more
just
like
flopping
an empty
about
jar.
on the floor like a fish.
Oh yeah,
lying
says the guy
about my
doesn't know he's on
positions.
Discord.
Stop it.
No, you said it. You said you could be a brain in a jar. That's why you're not totally sure you're
Does
on
that
Discord.
have anything to do with my knowledge that I'm on Discord? No.
Yeah, it means you're totally bricked. You got mashed potato brains.
Damn, that was a
And
very convincing argument, Cyclone. Mashed
you've
potato
got
brains.
the syndrome of thinking that you have superior intelligence because you think you might be a brain in a jar. It's a first world Western privilege, right? All these African kids walking miles for water. I bet they're not getting up in the morning saying, I could just be a brain in a jar.
In fact, I also don't do that. Crazy how that works. When you don't
Yes, you do.
ask me
You've
about the
literally just done it.
fundamental skeptic
This
and
is how dishonest you are. This is
verifiability
how
of
dishonest you are. This is how dishonest you are. You'll go and just say a bunch of shit, then we'll repeat it back to you. You'll say, I didn't say that because you know how retarded it is. But yet you said it. So don't lie. It's all recorded. Everyone can hear what you say. Start owning your retarded shit.
Cyclone, stop lying about what I said.
Okay, let's take this in a different direction. Why don't you tell us the best evidence that you have for the Earth being a spinning ball?
Being a spinning ball, I don't know. Coriolis effect is probably like the most powerful because you wouldn't expect that in most other models.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
The Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
Basically, it's like there's angular momentum. The easiest ways to like directly observe it is with like whirlpools and stuff like that. But it's basically just saying that there's a small amount of angular momentum which you can measure anytime it's relatively at rest.
So if I was to say I need the best evidence that the Earth's a ball, you would tell me to go and look at a whirlpool.
Yeah, again, like I was just saying, there's a lot of ways to prove that the Earth is
Okay,
round.
so say I'm
There's a lot
looking
of
at a
ways to prove
whirlpool.
that the Earth is spinning, but to prove that it's round and spinning, the Coriolis effect is the best I can think of.
So I'm looking at a whirlpool. How does this tell me that the Earth's a spinning ball?
Well, as you move around on the Earth, you can see the whirlpool tends to spin in different directions. How can this be explained? Well, you would have to go to something like the Coriolis effect, that the amount of, how do I put it, ambient angular momentum, I suppose, is different in different points on the globe. How? Or I
So
shouldn't
you're
say on the
making a
globe,
claim.
assuming the idea here. But on different places on the Earth, you measure different amounts of ambient angular momentum. And these follow a pattern that is consistent
You
with
measure
the Earth being a
different
sphere.
momentum. So you measure the motion of the Earth, you're saying?
What?
You said when you go to different places, you measure a different angular momentum, did you say?
Yeah, via the Coriolis effect, right?
Angular
it's basically going to be
momentum.
net angular momentum.
Okay, what's the momentum of? What's in momentum?
Whatever the substance is, usually water, because that's like the easiest to
Okay,
get a
so the
hold of. But
water.
again, it's not
Okay.
important.
So
It
your
applies to like any
claim.
substance.
So your claim as to the motion of the water is caused by what exactly?
The Coriolis effect.
Right, what's causing that?
The spinning of the Earth.
Right. So your claim is that the motion of the water is caused by spinning of the Earth. So how do you know that there's a spinning of the Earth to affect the water?
You're inverting it. How do we explain the spinning of the water if not by the motion of the Earth?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
kind of
called
well, this is just
affirming
my
the consequent
explanation.
formological
Yeah.
fallacy. It's a fallacy.
Yeah. So you're just kind of jumping.
It's
You're just
not
begging the
a
question.
fallacy.
Then.
It would be a fallacy in an absolute proof, but we're not doing an
Well,
absolute proof.
what
We're
other
not making,
causes? What
we're
other,
not making
hold
a
on.
deductive argument. We're making an inductive one. We're
Okay, hold
acting
on.
from evidence,
Okay.
as we started
Well,
out by talking about.
What other causes?
This is an
Okay,
evidence.
what
It's
other
not a proof.
causes? Hold on, human.
Like, pay attention. Come
What
on.
other causes? What other causes did you consider for the motion of the water before you landed on motion of the Earth? Did you consider any other causes, or no?
Like, there are other causes. Motion of the ether is a classic, but like they all kind of suck because they tend
Can
to
I
not
add
move
something?
in a way that is commensurate with the motion that we actually see, which is the whole point. That's why it's a decent evidence.
Can I add?
Continue. Troll got off mute.
Hold on. I got a phone call there. I had to ask the question: what other causes did you consider for the motion of the water, other than the motion of Earth, which you assumed? Did you say which other causes you considered?
Yeah, you can posit any number of causes, right? And we can literally construct
Right.
an infinite
Okay.
number.
So how do you confirm which one is true?
Jesus Christ.
Right. So if we can posit a whole number, how do you verify which one is the case?
You can't verify any scientific theory. Try again.
Okay. So again, your claim about the motion of the Earth, you don't actually know that. You've just claimed it.
I do actually know that. Pay attention,
Oh. Okay. So how did you verify that that was the cause of the motion of the water?
You're straw manning again, and you're
what
lying
you just
because
said.
I've made it
That's what you just
clear
said.
when I talk about knowledge, there's nothing to do with verification.
Right. So okay. So when you're saying that it's caused by the motion of the Earth, what you're saying is you're just assuming that, and you're not verifying it.
I'm not just assuming it, no. It is the
Okay.
best explanation given the evidence.
Okay. Which evidence would that be?
The distribution, velocity, etc. of the Coriolis effect.
Well, what if you're observing that in reality? What does that look like?
The speed and of which whirlpools form across the
Again,
world.
you're just going back to the water, so that's a begging the question fallacy, right?
It's not
So you're looking
begging
at the
the question.
phenomena.
What are you talking about?
You're looking at the phenomena of water moving, and you're saying my assumed cause is motion of the Earth. And when I ask you, how do you know that
It's
that
not my
cause is the
assumed cause.
Yes,
You're
it is your
misunderstanding.
assumed cause. Let me finish. So when you say my assumed cause is the motion of the Earth, Coriolis, and then I say, how did you verify or how did you demonstrate that that was your cause? You just said, I don't. I just look back at the whirlpool and I say, look, there it is. You're just looking at the phenomena again. You're not demonstrating a cause.
I don't think
Do you understand how that's
science works
circular
at all.
logic?
It's
Wow.
not. No, you're still not engaging with what I said in
You're
the
really
slightest.
bricking yourself. You've just done
No, you
circular
just don't
logic.
know what you're
You
talking
said
about,
you
Cyclone.
know the whirlpool is moving, and you know that the movement is caused by Coriolis, the motion of the Earth. And I said, how do you know that? And you said, well, I can tell because I'm looking at the water moving. That's circular logic.
No,
Yes.
you're just not
Mashed
following.
potato
And
brain.
you're not asking the correct question. Okay.
Okay,
So,
okay. So it's not the motion of the water.
allow me to actually get out two sentences, okay? So, we see whirlpools form in particular ways. We see them prefer particular directions of spinning relative to their latitude. I would think that would be. I
Yeah,
don't
and
remember
you don't know what the cause of that
coordinates.
is.
So before we build any models, we don't know what the cause is, right? Now we start building models. So some people will say, this is caused by the ether imparting its momentum onto all the water, right? People might say, there are electric fields that are pulling the water around, right? And we would then check for big magnetic fluxes that would allow us to measure these electric fields, right? There are tons of models you can build that would explain these effects.
But you didn't consider any of them. You just considered motion of the Earth.
But I did consider them, right? Because I know that there aren't massive,
So
consistent fluxes.
How did you test any of them?
So you're again jumping to a different place entirely. Did I personally test them?
No, we're trying
you
to
can't
get you
personally
to
test
verify
infinite
a
possibilities,
cause.
Cyclone. That's silly.
Yeah, we're trying to get you to evidence your claimed cause, though, of motion of the Earth, which you're not doing.
But I am. You just don't know how to engage with scientific evidence.
Okay, how did you evidence that the cause was motion? Be specific.
No. What? That sentence didn't even make sense. What are you doing?
So you can't evidence that the motion of the water is caused by motion of the Earth.
So, no, you can't do that for
There you
anything
go.
in the world. Okay?
So you
What
don't
you're
know.
describing is impossible, Cyclone. Right?
Right,
What
so
you
you
can do,
cannot tell a cause then.
what you can do is you can say, hey, here is a phenomena, and I have this model, and the model correctly predicts the phenomena.
Okay, which model is that?
The globe Earth model, where it is a spinning globe. The thing you were asking me to have an evidence for, right? I'm saying
And that's
that
specifically-
the Coriolis effect that we perceive is consistent with that, and it is difficult to build a model that is consistent with the rest of our observations that produces those effects.
Really? Okay, could you show me the model that you saw which made you think whirlpools were caused by a spinning ball? Where in the model does it say that?
Are you just asking how the Coriolis effect works? Because that seems
No,
like
I'm
what you're
asking,
asking.
you said your evidence now is actually a model.
Yeah, that's why
Could
it
you
has
post-
a name,
post
the
the model?
Coriolis force, the Coriolis effect.
Could you post the model that you're talking about?
Are you literally just asking me to link you the Coriolis force Wikipedia page? What are you asking?
No, you said there was a model of the Earth which told you what the
I'm going to
water
repeat
was
myself.
doing.
Are you just asking me to link the
Yeah, this
Coriolis
is when
force
he keeps
Wikipedia
playing
page?
stupid.
Yeah.
He's playing
I don't
dumb
think he's
now.
playing. I think he just is.
No, because he's asking for the model, and I'm asking, do you want
Yeah,
a
the
source
model that
that
you
like
claim.
presents the
Well, when
model?
you
What are you
said-
asking for?
when you said, I know that this motion of the water is caused by Earth being a globe because of a model. Which model were you talking about?
The model where the globe is spinning.
Right. Okay. Could you post that model?
Are you again asking me to link you the Coriolis force
Yeah.
Wikipedia
Link.
page?
No. The model of the Earth you just said.
I'm gonna ask you. Are you asking me to link you
I just
Coriolis
told you
force
what I'm asking
Wikipedia
you.
page?
The globe Earth model that you just claimed 2 seconds ago. Yeah. Is your memory malfunctioning? Do you have
So
dementia?
you still haven't answered the question.
Listen, dude,
he must be
no, hold
short-circuiting.
on. You're using the word globe model in your sentence. He's asking you to show him what that means in your sentence. What does that mean? Just post that.
Sure, I will link the Wikipedia article then.
The Wikipedia
Whatever
article?
source-
No, you
whatever
said it was a
source it
globe Earth
is.
model. So when you said you know that the water is in motion because of a spinning ball Earth because of this model you've seen, you meant you know that the water is in motion because of spinning of the Earth because of a Wikipedia article. Is that what you meant?
Cyclone, are we gonna have to go through all this again?
Am I going to have to ask and pretend I didn't hear your question for the millionth time so I embarrass myself further? Yeah, keep embarrassing yourself. This is why you're here.
You don't have to like engage in philosophy of
No, I
science if you
do.
don't
I do.
have
I
the
have
ability
to
to actually
expose.
understand
I
what's
have to
happening.
expose
You can just shut the fuck up if you are
I have to
incapable
expose
of dealing
the
with these
baselessness
questions.
to your. I have to expose the baselessness of your globe religion. It's a common good, right? It needs to be done. There needs to be people who are going to call out this retardation. Oh, he did. Rip.
Dude,
That was classic mimicry. Like, I'm rolling on the floor right now. Cyclone, do I have to pretend like I didn't hear what you asked me for the million? That was classic, dude.
Why did you post the Why did you post the Coriolis effect when you asked for the globe model? I'm not sure. It's kind of weird.
Because he quickly realized that he was again going to come up against a brick wall to the end of his baseless claims. That he doesn't actually have a model, and all he has done is read a Wikipedia article that he hasn't understood. And he's talking about
the Wikipedia article that he's addressing doesn't actually support his claim, because whirlpools are actually not caused by the rotation of the Earth. But
I know. I wondered if we were going to get there, AJ. I was going slow, but I thought eventually we might get to the point where we let him know that that's not even what his globe religion claims. But I think it's worth more just to let him expose himself. I mean,
yeah, what an embarrassment.
And these guys, I mean, they're so thick. He's going to go away being like, boy, flat earthers are dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, good job, Cyclone.
It's
good
not
job,
my best.
bro.
But
if
I don't get someone honest to work with, I mean, that's how it goes. I'm not just going to expose his nonsense. I prefer speaking to someone who's actually genuinely curious. But when I know that they're just here to and not know they're on Discord, it's like, I'll just expose his position. Why waste your time?
Here's the thing. If the world was flat, then Australia is not real.
Who told you that?
Oh, gosh.
True.
Should we really be listening to someone's advice that's named
Just
Simp?
saying, mate. Just saying, mate.
No worries, Simp. Like I'm going to listen to a simp who claims to be
Crocodile,
one.
that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah, Australia is a conspiracy for sure.
So you just fall for
Oi,
one
look at
troll
that
after the other.
crocodile over there, mate.
Okay, Simp. Let's assume what you're saying is true. You must be able to give us some good evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, right?
Absolutely.
All right, what is it?
You could go look at it right now. It's called a mountain. How are mountains created on a flat Earth?
Okay, so you look at a mountain, and that tells you that the Earth is a big spinning ball. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, how does it do that?
Because we know how mountains are formed on a round Earth. We don't know how mountains are formed on a flat Earth.
How do you know that?
It's called plate tectonics. There's geology courses, thousands of them you can take if you're interested.
Okay,
Taught by people well more versed than me in the subject.
Isn't that a theory, though? Isn't it plate tectonic
It's not.
theory?
You can go look at these plates. Iceland is one of them. Go to Iceland. You can go visually see one.
And you saw it form a mountain?
No, that's how we believe mountains are formed. Yeah, because of Pangea and the continents coming together at such a force that creates this uplift of
so what you mean is
rock and debris and
you look
shit.
at a mountain. Okay, so what you mean is you know that the Earth is a ball because you look at a mountain.
Well, I know that
believe
everything
it was
is formed by nature, right? Rivers, everything. Nature forms everything. Volcano, all this shit is formed by the Earth.
But you haven't seen everything formed by nature.
No, but we've seen volcanoes explode, hurricanes.
Right.
Hurricanes
so natural phenomena. How does that tell you?
It's not phenomena. We know what they are. We know what a hurricane is. We know what a volcano is. They're not mysterious. You know, tribes used to think that these volcanoes were gods fighting in the sky.
Just wants to hear himself talk, I think.
Yeah, he's kind of spazzing out here, Sim. We're just asking how that tells you that the Earth is a spinning ball and you seem to be spiraling.
Well, how are mountains formed on a flat Earth? Because you seem to know.
What are you
I don't
talking
know.
about? Whether a mountain is there or not doesn't tell you that the Earth is a ball.
Were mountains always here? Have they always just been here?
Do you understand that a mountain doesn't tell you the Earth is a spinning ball?
Actually, a mountain tells you how old the Earth is from the layers of sediment you can trace back.
So you know how old the Earth is?
Keeping time.
So you know how old the Earth is?
No, but we can generalize off of dirt samples.
So mountains let someone know, but you don't know. How come you
How
don't
did
know?
we know how old you are?
Huh?
How do we know how old you are?
Because we record births.
Right.
Did you
So
record
you don't
when the
think they
mountain was
can't
made?
record events taking place in Earth's
The
history?
mountain. You're right. The mountain has a birth certificate. You're right.
It does. Yeah, it's called the very bottom of the mountain. It's the oldest part of the dirt.
The oldest part of the dirt. So how do you figure out how old the dirt is?
I don't know. You look at the minerals.
You don't know, but I thought you knew the Earth was a ball because you knew about the mountain having a birthday.
No. You're asking me how old these mountains are, not
Well,
how
you
were
said you
they
know.
formed.
Well, I
Yeah,
asked you
they're a
both.
lot older than you. I know that for a fucking fact.
You said you knew, and
They're
then you said it was
millions
just a
of years old. Yeah, and we do
belief.
know.
Okay, how'd you know
We in
that?
fact
How'd
do
you know
know.
that? How'd you know that?
It's called carbon dating. You ever heard of that,
Carbon
or is that
dating.
something new to you? You never heard of that, have
Okay.
you?
So
Yeah,
how'd
that
do
you probably don't know what that is.
So have you
Hold
done
on,
that?
hold on.
You should go read a popular science magazine, maybe.
I got an
Maybe get a little
interjection. I got an
insight into what
interjection.
carbon dating
Does that
is.
tell you? Does that tell you?
I got an
Does that allow
interjection.
Oh
you
yes,
to
it
calculate it?
does. Absolutely, it does. To a
Okay,
very
so how does
accurate
carbon
point.
dating work? Tell me
I
how
don't
it
know.
works.
Go to your nearest.
You
Go to your
don't
nearest
know.
university.
So
No,
why
I'm
are
not a
you
fucking
making? So
professor.
why are you making fun of me if you
No,
don't know?
because I can tell you what a gun is, and I can tell you what happens
You
if you
don't
pull the
know.
trigger. I'm well versed in
Right,
that.
but a gun
Okay.
isn't going to tell you how old the Earth is. What are you talking about? This was
No,
your
but it's
claim.
going to make your point right in history, isn't it?
What are you talking about? Are you okay?
What am I talking about? I'm talking about
Yeah, you were
Stalin
making a
taking over
claim.
Russia,
Remember,
burning all the books, changing history.
what are
That's
you
what I'm
talking about,
talking
bro?
about.
Calm down. Remember, you made the claim that you know that the Earth
No,
is a
you're
spinning
saying
ball,
that the
and
mountains
we're trying
were
to ask
always
you how.
here. That's what you're saying. You're saying,
No,
oh,
no,
these
no,
mountains were
no. I
just
didn't say
placed here
anything
by
about the
God
mountains.
Himself.
You
God
claim
came down
you
from
know
the
how the
heavens and
mountains.
built
No,
them
no,
out.
no, bro. You were the one that made claims about the mountains. Remember, because I asked you, how do you know the Earth is a spinning ball, and you said because of a mountain. And I said, how does a mountain tell you that the Earth's a spinning ball? And you said, because of how the mountain was created. And I said, how do you know how the mountain was created? And you said, well, I believe in this tectonic plate theory that I've been told. And then you said you believe how old they are, but you don't know how old they are. And you said you believe in carbon dating, but you don't know what that is. That's a bit of a summary.
And you don't know what a flat Earth is. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, it's
I
outside.
asked you, what is a flat Earth? You're like, what?
The Earth. It's the ground beneath your feet. You can
Oh, really? The ground beneath my. Where is it flat? Because I can't remember a
What's the
building
beach?
that was in place without leveling the ground first.
Yeah, what is level?
0.
Yeah, so flat.
What is sea level?
Yeah,
Zero
level.
what?
Flat.
Zero
No,
what?
what is sea level?
Sea level is level, right?
Well, what's level?
Level is flat.
Well, what's flat?
Well, there you go. Brick.
Like, well, how do you know flat is flat?
Flat
Do you have instruments to prove that? Do you have microscopes to check the level? Do you have perfect laser cutting instruments?
Sea level
I don't
is
think you
level.
do.
Simp.
I don't think you do. I don't think you have the
You're losing it, bro.
equipment to be able to produce something
Sam.
perfectly flat. I really
It's
don't.
okay. Sea level is level, yeah?
How do you know that?
Well, because it's called sea level.
And who said that?
Okay, so sea level isn't level. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying, who said sea level's level? What scientists?
Oh,
How do you know they're telling the
okay.
truth?
So what should we call it then?
I don't know. How do you know they're telling the truth?
Maybe you should look in some of your
Maybe
popular
these scientists are lying to us. Why would they say sea level's level?
Why would
I mean, who
anyone?
the fuck said that?
Simp. No one would lie.
Like,
to
really?
you. Government.
Like,
love
how
you.
do we know 2 + 2 is 4? Man, who came up with that logic? I don't believe in that shit.
No, you
2
don't
+
believe
2
in
is
level.
4 my ass.
Hey. So you know the CT scan? You know the like the MRI and the CT scan? How it's like it's taking imaging of a 3-dimensional object, but the way it does it is it takes a zillion 2-dimensional slices. So you can only see one image at a time, but you're
What's this got to do with
seeing.
what we're talking about? Are you in the wrong room?
Dude, you ever heard of a seismograph?
Yeah, but that's the thing. We're trying to people are trying to relate science, contemporary science, to flat Earth, round Earth, whatever. And y'all are having like a difficulty. Like,
no, we're not having a difficult.
No, let me ask you a question. Does everybody in the world agree with everything? Do all countries follow the rule?
What are you talking
There are
about?
countries that rebel. There are
Yeah,
countries
he's
that
been
hate each
drinking.
other.
Have you been drinking?
There are countries that
Sam.
dislike each other.
Sam, have you been drinking, bro?
I ask you one quick question. How many countries on the planet confirm flat Earth?
What are you talking about?
Wow.
I'm
So
just saying.
we've got the
I'm
people
just
that
saying. How many?
created.
It's on a
Tim,
flat Earth.
Is it
I've
Poland?
provided
Does
for you
Poland
in the
confirm flat
side
Earth?
chat
Does
the
Italy?
evidence that you were asking for, Sim. I provided the evidence that you were asking for in the side chat. The people who made
What's the
the,
name of the
the
country? Let
globe
me
Earth
see. Is it Lithuania? Is it
yeah,
Germany?
you're not going to tolerate that, are you? You're just going to kind of
You're not going to answer
spiral.
my question, are you? You're just going to
I'll
down
tell you.
spiral.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you something. Don't worry. So every single country confirms it because there's no country that's ever measured any curvature. How's that?
Yep. Oh,
You think so, huh?
Okay. Well, which one of them measured curvature? Tell us.
Hitler did. Why don't you
No,
go
he
look
didn't.
into that
holy
Nazi
cow.
scientist?
No,
Why
they
don't you
didn't.
go look into
They
that
didn't
shit?
measure any curve. No, they didn't measure
Yes,
any
they
curve.
did. Yes, they did.
Okay. Who did
Hitler
it?
went on
And
a
when?
submarine in the middle of the ocean and
Submarine.
they measured the
Middle of the ocean.
curvature of the Earth. Yes, they
Oh,
did. You
really?
can look
Why are
up
you
the whole
lying?
story. Yeah, you can.
Post
Yeah,
it.
you
Post
can.
it. Post it.
No, I'm not going to post shit.
You're lying.
Go
He's
look it
lying.
up.
Why do you guys have to
Okay,
lie
well,
all the
then
time?
don't look it up.
So
Hitler
you
did
guys
try to measure the
see a good
curvature of the Earth and
argument.
he got it wrong.
Try. Oh, he tried, did he? But he didn't manage.
Yeah, he
Did he?
did.
Oh, post it then.
I don't have to post it. You
Okay,
can
well
look
then
it
we
up.
can dismiss your claim. That's okay. If you make a claim and you can't support it, it gets dismissed. Simple.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
So what else
That's
you got?
fine.
What else
You
you got?
still can't explain seasons. Like,
I
how
don't
is
need
it
to.
cold? How is it
Oh,
cold in Canada right
why would we
now,
need
but
to
hot as fuck
explain that?
down here? How are
All
there
right,
different seasons on the flat Earth?
Sim.
How do
All
you
right.
explain
Have
that?
you ever?
How do you
Okay.
explain on one side of
Okay.
the planet it's
Okay, Sim. Answer me this. Have you ever noticed that the sun moves? Yes or no?
dude, I can just keep going. How do you explain
Yeah,
a
please.
compass? How do you
Please.
explain magnetic poles?
Try again. Sim, have you ever noticed that the sun moves? Yes or no?
The sun moves, huh? No, it doesn't move.
Oh, wait. So
The Earth
when you're
moves.
going outside, you don't see the sun moving east to west through the sky.
No, you see the Earth position move around the sun.
The Earth's position move around the sun. No, you just see the sun moving.
No, you don't, bro.
You
I
don't.
don't know if you
So the sun just
understand
sits
this.
still in the sky.
The sun doesn't move around the Earth. This is like some medieval logic, bro. What year are you in?
Wait. So you're
Are
saying
you
you
in the
don't
year
see the sun.
1400?
So you're saying that's ironic because that's probably about when the globe started being worshipped as a strange religion. So you're saying you don't see the sun moving through the sky east to west every day. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't look directly at the sun. Maybe you do. Sorry, I
Okay, so
don't do
you
that.
haven't noticed. Okay, so maybe you just haven't noticed, but the sun moves through the sky
No, it
every
doesn't.
day. So it just sits still in
No,
the
it
sky.
doesn't. The planets orbit around the sun. Do you realize that?
So what does that look like when you go outside?
What are you talking about? Okay,
Yeah, does
let
it
me
look
ask
like
you
the
a quick
sun's moving?
question.
Why can't you answer my question?
When you're sitting in a car, do you feel the forces of outside, like the air and all that? Do you feel all that inside the vehicle?
What are you talking about, bro?
Do you
Talking
feel
about
the
retarded.
air blasting in your face? Do you feel like the heat
What
from
if you're
outside?
if you're in a contained environment, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do
so
you
you
feel
think
all
the
that?
Earth so if you don't feel that on Earth and the Earth is moving,
Why
then
are the
you think
objects
you're in a
in the
contained
car
environment
not moving, but the objects outside are moving?
because it's in a
That's what I'm
contained
asking.
environment.
Wow, bro.
It's in a contained
Because it's in a
environment.
contained
So
environment.
if you
Right.
sit on the roof of the
So
car,
you
on the roof
live
of the
in a
car.
contained environment. Do you not
No, you
understand
must
that?
do. Well,
No,
so
you
you
do. It's called the planet
agree.
Earth. Earth is a
Okay,
contained environment. I don't think you
so Earth is
understand that.
contained. So Earth is contained.
Yeah, by the atmosphere. You're right. And there's multi-layers to
Oh.
that shit.
No, but gas can't contain itself. What's containing the gas?
I don't think the atmosphere is a gas, essay.
Oh, okay. Well, educate us. What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What is
It
gas?
is what it is.
It's
It's
not a
the
gas. What
atmosphere.
is it? What is it? It's not gas.
ATMOSPHERE. Yo, go on
Is
Google.
it a
Type in
solid or a liquid?
ATMOSPHERE. Look it
I
up,
get it.
bro.
I get it. So it's not a gas. So what is it? Is it a solid, a liquid?
Is it a solid or is it a liquid? No, it's a solid, bro. It's a fucking ice wall. It
The
stops the
atmosphere is
radiation
solid.
from the sun coming in here and zapping us.
Well, there you go, folks. There you go. They don't even know that the atmo is a gas. But we're retarded.
What a spiral.
I don't know.
Another one.
That's
I don't know.
That's Timmy.
2 for 2? 2 for 2. Timmy
Yeah.
Globehead. Must be. Timmy Globehead.
Yo,
What is
my
the
bad, bro.
atmosphere?
I'm gonna go outside and light that bitch on fire with my lighter. I'm gonna just
What is
stand
the
on my porch
atmosphere?
trying to light the
Oh
atmosphere
my
on fire.
goodness gracious me!
So what is
I
the
forgot it was
I
a
don't even think the
gas.
atmosphere is a gas.
Oh wait,
End
so is
quote.
the atmosphere a gas now?
I don't think it's a gas, my man. Sorry.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think it is?
Well, why don't we let AI, what's going to take everybody's jobs?
Okay.
Why don't we let AI tell us? Is the atmosphere a gas?
Wow.
Okay.
What does it say?
It is made up of water, oxygen, gravity, methane. It's made up of a bunch of
Made
different
up
shit.
of water, oxygen, and
Of things,
gravity.
literally a bunch of things.
So
It's
it's
a
made up of
multi-layered.
gravity. Okay. What is gravity made of? What's that?
I don't know. Why don't you ask Isaac Newton?
Well, you just said the atmosphere is made up of gravity. So what's that?
No, it is held by gravity.
Oh, so
Yeah.
what you just said was wrong. So
No.
atmosphere is
You
a
ever heard
gas.
of a satellite? No, it's not a gas. It's a bunch of
So
different
what is it?
things.
A bunch of
It's
different what?
water, rain, clouds,
Oh, so it's a liquid.
oxygen. It's everything.
So it's a liquid. It's
It's
water.
multi things. What do you not
Multi
understand?
things. So it's water
Yeah,
and a
there's
solid.
liquids, there's gases, there's molecules, there's
Oh,
atoms,
so
there's
there's
electrons.
gases,
There's a
molecules,
bunch of
atoms,
different things in the
electrons.
atmosphere.
Whoa. Bro, you sound really educated. Do you go to university to learn this?
Dude, you sound like you need to go to university. I'm sorry.
I
Like you
guess
need to
so,
go
because
learn
I always
something.
thought
For
air was
real.
a gas. I always
Yeah,
thought air was a
these
gas.
scientists are trying to brainwash us and control us. The world's a flat, and they're saying it's round. Like, what's going on, bro? It's crazy.
Clearly they've educated you very well,
Well,
so that you're
clearly,
a
if you
well
take a
educated
hammer and
individual.
blow your fucking
They've
brains out with it,
they've
right?
done
You
you a
just beat
great
yourself
service.
in the head with a fucking hammer.
Damn,
Maybe that's not a good thing,
you must have been
right?
studying hard, bro. You must have been studying hard. All this globe fact. Incredible. Right, does someone want to take over with this guy? That's probably about as much as I can stomach.
Timmy.
It's funny, bro. It's like, yo, if I take
It is
this
funny.
knife and stab my leg,
It is
will it
funny.
hurt? Maybe. I don't know.
What are you talking about, bro? Jeez Louise. He's talking about stabbing himself now? Is understanding that Earth isn't a ball that
Morning, y'all. Or evening.
Morning over there.
I just drove up that mountain again to get more photos, but okay, the visibility's better, but I think the time of day's wrong. Because I came up in the morning and all of the moisture is getting lifted from the ground, like overnight, like all that moisture. And it's hazy. Maybe afternoon is time, like, yeah.
Yeah, evenings are good.
Yeah, and I'm on the East Coast, so I'm like looking out in that direction.
I see. Yeah, you're looking into the heat of the sun. Yep. Mic check. Who's roboting me?
Tricky. Yeah. So it'd be better with the sun behind me in the afternoon. Looking out over the east. You know, clear though.
Mic check. Am I roboting?
No, you're good.
So, Rick, have you used the Earth curve calculator to determine how far away the geometric horizon should be?
Oh yeah. Hey, I had a question about see.
Either you're roboting hard or it's me. I don't know who I'm driving.
Rick, man, we can't hear you at all. You're roboting hard, dude.
Is sea level like calm and it's on?
Holy cow, that carrier pigeon dropped off like 2 gigabytes. Hey Rick, sorry man, you're not coming through right now.
Yeah, it's me. Sorry, mental self till I know I'm clear. All good.
Yeah, sometimes you lose a connection to Starlink.
It might clear up here. I'm sort of like at a little town center on the top of this mountain. Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better now.
Oh, is that better? All right. Yeah. Yeah. I've just been at Jolly's Lookout. That same mountain that I was talking about. Yeah.
Right.
Stopping at the Mount Nebo Cafe in the mountains for a coffee. I'll snap a quick photo and put it in the side chat. Side chat. Yeah, this place. Ooh, it's taking a long time to upload. Did that come up?
Yeah, I see it. There you go.
Yeah. This is funny, but this was a photo I took on my own, and I brought like a level up with me, and I put it up on the put it up on the handrail over the view. And yeah, you can see see the haze. Like it's just you can't make out where the horizon is. It's too hazy, too much moisture in the air or something.
Yeah.
And the sun's right in my face, so it was very tricky. Yeah. Oh look, I got a bird. I snapped a bird flying left to right. Didn't even realize that.
Is that with
cool.
or against Coriolis?
I don't know, man. I don't even know how to.
Yeah, that's
I
like
don't even
more
know
of
what
an
you're saying.
inside. It's kind of an inside joke.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I can appreciate that. How reliable are spirit levels? The little bubble, is that pretty damn good? Or is it like
Yeah, look, when
kinda
it's hard to get
little
that
bit?
bubble exactly centered. Yeah, there is a
Yeah.
little bit of a tolerance in there. Like I would use I started using a digital level actually,
Oh yeah.
which made things a little bit
Yeah.
easier.
Because that thing's just it is very rudimentary, you know, like it's very crude. Like, oh yeah, just get the bubble between the lines and you're good. It's like good enough for like small construction.
Yeah, look, they do use it
Yeah.
over bigger construction as well.
Mm.
Like I suppose when you're framing, when you're doing different things, putting posts in, you know. But
Yeah.
what you'll find when I was using the digital level, what I'd find is I'd recheck it with my bubble level, or I'd check it with my bubble
Mm.
level and my digital, and I'd always be maybe a couple of mil out, up to about 2 to 3 mil out with the bubble level, according to the digital level.
Mm.
Now, that would also depend
Oh,
on the
okay.
accuracy of the digital level.
Oh, yep. And how does the digital level find its like what function is it using? Like what information? How does it pull its level? You know what I mean?
It does have a bubble in there as well, but to be 100% honest, I'm not sure how they calibrate them. They
Yeah.
come calibrated when you purchase them. You can recalibrate
Oh.
based off the bubble.
Right. But
But yeah,
it must have like I'm guessing it has like a, you know how like in the human brain, like in our heads, we have we have fluids, right? And if that
vestibular
should
system.
yeah, like it's got something that has so it can sense like what is up, what is down, and all that shit. You know, it's got something in
Yeah,
there.
look, it would
Yeah.
depend on the level you bought to and the price you paid for it, obviously. I mean, you can get cheap. I did buy a cheaper Stanley one once that wasn't very accurate, and then I bought it. I think I paid about $600 for the last one I bought, and it was good till I dropped it off the roof.
Like it makes me wonder if it's got like some kind of weight in it, like a pendulum thing, and it measures it against a reference, and it goes, okay, the pendulum is where we've calibrated it to 0, so you are, you're horizontal here, like you're flat, and then maybe that's how it works. I don't know.
They're just a calibrated clinometer. That's all they are. Like inside of them, they have a clinometer, which they calibrate it to it knows its angle. So, like when you tilt it, I guess it also
Yeah.
uses like an accelerometer, and then
Yep.
it knows its position. So the second you tilt it, it knows it's off, and then when you level it out, it has a sensor that puts it kind of like equivalent to you knowing the bubbles in between the lines.
Like a
Or the-
Mercury switch type of thing?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah, relative to that. Yeah, it's mainly
But
same
what you'll
idea.
find over these, I think you'll find you're better off looking at long distances, say point to point, rather than sitting a level in the image that you're trying to take, because you're always going to have some sort of distortion in that image, yeah,
Mm.
due to the camera lens.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's too many people in here, but I'm just gonna cam up real fast because I want to show you this little thing that I found on my camera that I didn't even know I had, which is cool. Let me know if you can see my like steering wheel. I'm just sitting in my car at the moment.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So on my camera, it's got this like, and it goes green
Level.
when it's happy. When
Automatic-
it's happy.
au-
Yeah.
automatic leveling.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, same thing. Probably has a what is it called? Accelerometer, and a inclinometer.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're getting
It'd be
like
cool
close
if you could
to-
easily lock one of these orientation in space and then take it on an airplane and fly
Yeah.
1,000 miles.
Right.
I'm gonna go grab a coffee, but I'm here.
Yeah, the digital levels, like they're good. Like they're cool for when you're when you have to measure the slopes, because it's just way easier. Like you just put a digital level on there, the ones that does slopes, and then I guess like 1/4 inch, 5/8, like it just real quickly will give you the slope, and you can just do the math based upon that slope instead of having it like, it's just way easier.
Yeah, I was using it for signage, putting up like installing big signs on buildings and stuff. And what I'd find if I had a good digital level, it was easy, especially if you're on your own, because it'd beep when you hit 0. So
Yeah.
rather than trying to pin everything there and hold it and move it around with your bubble, you'd pin it and then just wait for the beep and bang, you're in. But then I had other issues. What I found was most of the buildings weren't level or straight. So I'd put things up level and straight, and they'd look crooked in comparison to the building. Then I'd have to go pull it all down again and rechange it. It'd look out of
That's
place.
funny. That does happen. That's funny though. Your work may be good, but the other guy's wasn't. Yeah, that's why too. Like a lot of people, they make the like I've seen people set up like theodolites, and they go, okay, it's level, and I'll look at the bubble, and I'll be like, dude, like technically, I get what you're saying, but no, bro, like that bubble's supposed to be perfect in the middle of the circle, not like as long as it's within the circle. Like they'll say like if the bubble's touching the line, they're like, oh, okay, good. Like no, dude, like you're gonna be off by like a 1/4 inch, bro, or like an 1/8 of an inch, because just that little tiny, especially the greater distance you go, the more off it's going to get, right? You're going to get further away from that position of accuracy.
Yeah, it's
So
going to
people,
increase over that
yeah,
distance. Yeah.
yeah. So people make the mistake, like they'll be like, oh, okay, cool, just get it in the circle. Like, no, you want to get the circle in the circle. You know what I mean? Like, you want that air bubble perfectly in the middle, like where it looks, to the eye like pretty even around this, and the circle should be circling around pretty evenly. That's when you know it's like level, not like this bullshit. Let me just get it in the circle and then I'm good. Like, dude, you're gonna be fucking up, especially if you're shooting far distance. That's gonna be like an inch off.
I used to use a laser a lot, and you'd set it up with the bubble. But then once you set the bubble and you turned it on, it would self-level.
Yeah. We got some self leveling too, auto level, and even those though, you got to be careful. Even I would double check, especially if it's like unfinished work stuff, because you don't know. Like, what if the dude dropped it in the morning and you didn't know about it, and it just threw off your instrument, and you don't know the last time it's been calibrated if it's not your piece of equipment. And there's been times when, like, let's say that you borrow, like, let's say, hey, do you have, a level, or let's say if you have a whatever, a builder's level or a theodolite or something, and you borrow it from somebody, like another crew, and then you set your stuff up, and then the next day, you come in with your own equipment and just to recheck, recheck everything, and then it's off. And it's like, yeah, dude. And then you go tell that guy, hey, your shit's fucked up. Like, it's off. When's the last time you calibrated it? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you probably should go get it checked because it's off. And that's the problem with digital equipment. Like, you don't know if the guy dropped it in the morning and just threw it off. Like, and even if it's like microscopic, like a little tiny movement, it's still, when you're going a long distance, like I said, that little 1/16 becomes, maybe a quarter or an inch off, and that makes it different.
Yeah, 100%. Last big job I did was probably about a, I don't know, 10-meter span, and I was using this digital level, and my other worker had dropped it, didn't tell me, and we started what appeared to be level, and by the time we got to the end, we were off the edge of the building, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I got my bubble level out, and it was way off, and that level, it was expensive too. I threw it in the bin. It wouldn't recalibrate. It was screwed. But starting out level in the middle, you've got about 5 or 6 mil, maybe 10 mil at each end over that sort of span. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah, dude. So many times that's happened, bro. Like, and it's usually like an apprentice. He like drops it and doesn't tell nobody. And it's like, dude, it's like, trust me, it's better that you tell us you dropped it and not cost us money after us building shit and then having to go back and redo it because it's off. Like, and we were trusting this to be, what it is. Or just wasting even our time. If we have to go back and do it, because that's hours, bro. Like, you got 3 guys, and it's, the package is $85 an hour, and that's 3 times the 4 hours it took them to do it. Like, bro, that's a lot of thrown away money just because apprentice was like, oh, I didn't want to get in trouble. No, now you're fucking in trouble because now you just cost us thousands of dollars, as opposed to just costing us like $300 for the fucking new fucking level, the nice one.
Yeah. And then trying to redo it the second time when you've already pre-drilled holes and you've got to drill a hole a millimeter next to another hole and it keeps slipping in and you're far out.
Yeah, you're all jacked up. You having to use more epoxy to fill the hole. Oh man, it's all bad.
Yeah,
we've pretty much been in every situation in regards to that. That's for sure. Always drama. Always, bro. Like never just a perfect cool day, bro. Like awesome, everything went great and right. Nah, it's always a problem, bro. Something always happens. Especially in construction, man. It's always something.
Yep.
Part of the challenges, though. I guess that's the fun of the job. Like, what's gonna happen today? Yeah, I'd be careful though with those digital things. Or even like a little spirit level, man. A lot of guys like but you ask someone, hey, is the bubble within the line? They're like, yeah. But it's like, then you go check and then you find out that the bubble's actually touching the line. And just because it's not over it, they call that level. And like, no, dude, the bubble has to look optically in the middle of the 2 lines. Not because it's between them, it's good. Like, it has to be even in the middle of that middle. And then they find like, oh, my bad. Like, dude, have you been leveling stuff like this all the time? Like, all your shit's probably off.
Yeah. Or using tiny little levels in the middle of something instead of putting a big straight edge on it and using something to, a longer level. They get these little cheap things and...
Yeah. The little like 6-inch one or something. It's a little 8-inch fucking spirit level as opposed to grabbing the 6 foot. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Mate, how'd you get that line? Oh, trace it against me credit card.
That's funny. That's hilarious. You'll be surprised though. Some people, man, do some crazy stuff on the job site. We were doing We were doing a retrofit of what's that name of the hotel? I forgot the name. It's the one where I think it's the Kennedy got shot at the hotel. What was that called? Century Plaza, something like that. We they renovated it, they retrofitted it. It was like took us like 2-3 years, and then they built 2 high towers behind the original one. Very very fancy, high end, rich people type of place to stay. And while we were building it though, every morning, bro, I would talk to like there's about maybe about 11 or 12 of us in our crew, and we were one of like dozens of companies that were there though working. And every morning though, they used to like all of them against me, bro. I was the only flat earther, quote unquote, and they would all just drill me, bro. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? I'd just be arguing with all of them, dude, for like a good 4 or 5 months in a row. That was our morning routine. Funny. Now they don't mock me. Now they get it. Not all of them, at least.
It's totally different talking to someone face to face than talking to, some batshit crazy, like Timmy, who was just in here a little bit ago.
Yeah. Total different vibe for sure. And I used to draw like on the floor with the soapstone. I used to draw like I would like draw out what I'm trying to explain, and I think that helped them like to visualize what I was saying. And then like a few of them started like getting it. Then they started asking questions like they were actually like really interested. And then like it's way different. You're right, Crit. Like when you talk to people in person, like it's a different conversation, it seems. You could see when somebody like when something clicks. You can see when they finally like, oh wait, and they realize like their position is shit because you just destroyed it. You can see it when it happens. Like earlier, that guy was saying he could see the new moon during the new moon. Like, bro, you should go to the Guinness Book of World Records, bro. You're the only dude that can do that. Congratulations. I'm like, what?
Yo, tactical droid.
I suggested Kelly just VC because like it's quiet in here. Like if anybody else is will to continue the conversation that you were having in the text chat into the VC. Great. Fill the dead air.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Tactical droid, are you there? No.
I guess might not be able to at the moment.
Yeah.
How did you come across Flat Earth anyway, Kelly?
Who cares? But before, you know, man, that shit is so crazy annoying. Dude named Necros, like, could not stop interrupting me while like never answering. Like the only question I had to him the entire time for like 45 minutes. He couldn't clarify if the moon is a flat circle or not. It's just an astounding level of delusion where you can't even like address your own belief. Like I was just asking him the question.
It's really hard to like look at something unbiasedly when you've already been told something about something before you've even really seen it. I mean, I don't know that I look when I can't remember ever being a child not knowing what things in the sky were and looking up and going, holy shit, that's a big ball. Like, I guess maybe my mind could, like, because I might have seen a full moon. It looks like I might have likened it unto that, but really look at it like with my naked eye and go, yeah, that looks like a ball. Like, I don't know if I ever did that or not. I can't remember. And looking at it after having been given a narrative about reality, then I guess I might have had that bias there going, oh yeah, it looks like a ball because I've been told it is one. Like, I guess when you look at it like zoomed in, it can seem somewhat like some of those lines on it and that, like it's kind of gives it an aspect of convexity. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a ball either, right? It could be like a lens shape or M&M or I don't know.
Dude, can you
Who
hear me?
knows, who knows what it is?
Well, why is
Oh,
that
sorry.
question even relevant? I mean, Callie, can you explain?
What's up, dude?
Can you explain why it's relevant?
Why what's relevant?
Your question about it.
About whether or not the moon is a sphere?
Yeah, why is that relevant to the nature of Earth?
Deductive reasoning with geometry. It's just kindergarten level, just logic.
Can you be any more vague?
Yeah, I mean, I just want a flat earther to address whether or not the moon is a two-dimensional flat object, or if it's a reflection, or if it's a sphere. And the dishonesty is crazy, like the dishonesty coming from you, pretending that doesn't
Hold on,
matter.
why If you can't articulate why it's relevant, which you haven't done yet, then what's the whole point of even entertaining the question?
The point of me bringing it up is exposing the dishonesty of you unable to answer a simple question, a kindergarten level question, because you want to grip so tightly to your flat earth delusions. You don't realize you can't answer a kindergarten level question about whether or not the moon is a sphere and how we can induct whether or not it is. You don't want to address that because you want to believe flat earth. And you don't think that's
do you have
relevant?
access to the moon, Kelly?
It makes you dishonest.
Yeah, but Ego Slave's point is like flat disc, globe, M&M shaped, banana shaped, whatever. Something that morphs into different shapes. Like, what does it matter to the surface of the Earth? Like, that's what he's asking. Like,
I'll tell you right now. If it's possible for there to be spheres within a near vacuum, not supported by anything, like no ground to keep it in place, like you think everything's at rest on the surface of Earth, right? So if there are physical spheres in the sky, then by deduction, it's possible that Earth can be a sphere in the sky. If it's possible that there are spheres in the sky.
That's not a deduction, that's an induction.
It's giving credence to massive vacuum matter.
You're wrong.
The idea that things become spheres in vacuums.
Okay. Just because it could doesn't mean it is. So you don't have a logical deduction.
That it's not. So how did you deduct that it's not a sphere?
Well, first step is to not look away from what it is you're examining.
We're talking about the moon.
Huh. I didn't make any
we're
claims
talking
about it.
about the Earth.
You can't follow the conversation because you're just biased. We're talking about whether or not the moon is a sphere. Are you following?
Who gives a fuck?
Obviously not this guy because you also believe a delusion.
Who cares what it is?
Yeah, that's the mantra. Who cares?
We're not going to tell you what the moon is because we don't know what it is.
Nothing matters. Flat Earth, nothing matters.
Callie, did you hear me?
What's up?
Same. Nobody here is going to tell you what the moon is because nobody here knows what the moon is.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because they can't conclude whether or not it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you not just a little pleb human being here on the surface of Earth like the rest of us? When was the last time you were up on the moon? When was the last time you were touching it with your hands?
Hey,
yeah,
if
you
you want to have a
finished it.
cohesive conversation, you're gonna have to wait until the person finishes their sentence. So don't be an idiot.
Okay, Callie, tell us. When was the last time you were interacting with the moon directly? When was the last time you weren't just staring at it like clueless little creature on a surface?
When did you take a theodolite up on the moon and survey it?
Experience that I'm gonna answer his question, stupid. You have the same experience that I do. I can logically induct that the moon is a sphere. Why can't you?
Who surveyed the moon?
Can you?
Yeah. Why don't you know that the moon is a sphere? What's stopping you from coming to that conclusion?
No one measured it.
Callie, you're mistaken. I'm not telling you the moon's not a sphere.
Oh, so the moon is a sphere.
I'm just asking you when you proved it.
I'm asking you, do you think the moon is a sphere?
Callie, have you seen the other side of the moon?
That's so irrelevant, it's not even
No,
funny.
it's completely fucking irrelevant. In your own paradigm,
really
you don't
fucking
see
not.
the other
You
side of
are
the moon.
opposite.
So
You
you
are
haven't even verified there's another side of the moon. So you...
Yeah, all flat earthers cower away from this question. You're a pussy.
We're entertaining your ridiculousness talking about sky shit in the first place. We're talking
If you
about
want to talk
surface.
to me, and you can address my question. Okay, stop
It's
obfuscating.
been addressed. You just don't want to accept
Oh, it hasn't.
because
Can you tell me if the moon is a sphere? Yes or no?
We don't know it, you idiot.
Oh, there you go. You're not addressing my question. You're appealing to ignorance. Okay, you're not using logic to induct on what the moon might be.
If we don't know, Callie, we don't know. If we don't know, how can we tell you something that we don't know?
Yeah, either give us a deductive conclusion or just shut up. You're just speculating. Nobody cares.
why is saying I don't know avoiding the question? That's directly addressing it. I
Let's
don't
answer
understand.
it. You're avoiding the
Right
answer.
there.
Yeah, we answered. You
Look at the
avoided
moon.
the answer. That's what's going on.
Gotta answer T-Dub's question. Shut up. Let's
No.
look at the moon.
I don't care to. Well, actually, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Try not to get your undies in a bunch, heretic. We can look at the moon and we can conclude things about it, like the fact that it's not flat. We know that the moon isn't a two-dimensional
Who
surface.
surveyed it?
So who cares?
Who took a theodolite up on the moon and surveyed it?
All right, so we know that the moon is not a two-dimensional.
Dodge, he's a coward. He's cowering away from my question.
Hey, heretic, I was in the middle of speaking. Can you calm
I
down?
was in the middle of asking a question you cowered in fear from.
Stupid question, dude.
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Take it as nobody did it. No one measured the moon, so who gives a fuck? Nobody knows.
Oh, how are you making conclusions about it when you think that nobody has ever been able to measure it?
I'm making the conclusion nobody measured it because you couldn't give me a name.
No, we definitely did measure how far the moon is. You could
Nobody measured the moon.
point radar at it. You get a
I
signal
didn't
back.
say how far it is. I said nobody measured it, the moon.
Hey, you could bounce signals off the moon.
Okay, who measured the moon?
Radar.
Radar measured the moon?
Yeah, you bounce a signal off the moon, it comes back in a certain amount of time. That tells you
That
how far
was
it is.
how. Okay,
Signal.
that's how. You got who, what, when, where, why, and how. You answered
The guy from
how.
Max, Radar.
Heretic asked you who, not how. Try
Wait,
to answer
Slow to interject
who.
on it. You are
Try
not
to
smart enough to
answer
try and interject condescending.
who. Try okay, not how. He said who.
You're barely following the conversation based off of what you're saying right now.
Really? I mean, he got how and who right. You didn't.
Dude, everybody bounces radar off the moon. You can do it yourself.
Well, that's a lie because I haven't. I haven't done it, so that's a
What
lie.
a claim, Callie. What a claim.
Why do you think you can't?
I didn't say I can't. I said I haven't done it, so
you
everybody
can.
has.
Oh, so then the answer is you can. Yeah,
So,
thanks.
so you've done it, Callie. Is that right?
Are you saying that you can't bounce radar off the moon?
You just said everybody can. Have you done it?
Yes, that's correct.
So will this be a measurement of the moon and its dimensions?
Are you denying that we bounce radar off the moon? Yes or no?
What kind of weird question is that? I asked you who measured the fucker, and you're asking me if I'm denying that we
Well,
bounced
boy,
it off of
are
it?
you denying that we bounce radar off the moon?
Why do you
No,
keep
I think-
dodging, Callie?
Yeah, I think you're just avoiding the question. I'm just wondering who measured the fucker.
Anybody can do this.
Okay, well, just get me anybody who
a
did.
citation of somebody doing this right now?
Okay,
Don't
you did
put
it
in
then.
work.
Okay, how did you measure the moon? How about that?
Hey, you're lazy. I've researched it before. You chose not to because you're
Measure
lazy.
it? Okay, I'm lazy. So did you measure it because you're not lazy?
Yeah, you're lazy because you're a flat earther, dude. You should just look it up.
Okay, all right. So you didn't measure it, or you did, or what? What's going on?
He's bricked.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Lazy because
everybody
you're a
knows
flat
that.
earther. What's that got to do with what I'm asking you?
That's how bricked he is.
Can you stop playing dumb?
I just want to know how you measured it.
Radar.
Okay, can you detail your method?
Bounce radar off the moon.
You bounced radar off of it, and what dimensions did you get from that?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The same thing I've been talking about for like 5 minutes while waiting for you to catch up.
Why don't you stop asking stupid questions and actually just research the topic for once in your life? You
That's
fucking
what I'm doing
long-term-
by asking the expert. The
Hey,
supposed
long-term
expert.
flat. Have you
You're
never
the expert at measuring the
Have
moon.
you
You said
ever-
anybody could do it. You said you could do it. So I'm asking a few questions of an expert to get my research in. Can you help me out or
I
not?
researched this myself already. I'm wondering why you haven't.
Okay, well, since you did the research and I didn't, can you just tell me how to measure the moon?
They bounce radar off of it. You want me to repeat that again for you? They
Bounce
bounce
radar
radar
and
off.
that, okay, so like, can you be
Hey,
a
they
little
bounce
more
radar off
detailed?
the moon.
A little more
They bounce
detailed. Like,
radar
what
off
do I do? Like, what equipment do I use exactly? Like, after I bounce radar off of it, like, what do I get back? And how am I supposed to interpret it to get the dimensions and everything of the
I don't know.
moon?
Maybe if you were a fucking idiot, you wouldn't be asking that question.
I'm just wondering how it was measured because you keep going on about being a ball, and I'm wondering how this was measured to be the case.
Yeah, by the way, bouncing a radar off of it doesn't give it a ball shape.
I know. Talking about the distance, he's just not
Oh, yeah.
answering my question.
We're not talking about a ball shape, dude. We're talking about the distance to the moon.
Okay, you forgot what you were talking about.
Kali, man.
Yeah, you changed. You
Well,
changed.
Pakistan jumped in, not
Changed
knowing
the
what
conversation because you were going on and on and on and on about its shape, and so I was like, "How was the shape measured?" And then you, yeah, I know you're going on about its shape, and I was like, "How was the shape measured?" Now you want to change the whole conversation to its distance. Like, what the hell's the matter with you?
Just making it up on the fly, aren't you, Kali?
Fact that you can't address whether or not it's a sphere. That's what I was trying to say.
I am. You say it's a sphere. I'm asking you how that was measured.
You're a stupid pussy, heretic. Is the moon a sphere? Yes or no, dumbass?
I don't know. You said it was, so I'm asking you how that was
Don't know if
measured.
it's a sphere or not. That's why you're a dumbass.
Well, you claim to know it is, so I'm asking you how it was measured.
99% of the planet observes the moon to be a sphere. Why are you different from 99% of the planet?
Oh, it wasn't measured. It's just observed.
You're not using.
I don't observe it to be the case
actual
necessarily.
observation to come to your conclusion. That's your
So there's
problem.
no measurement for it. It's just like you just look at it and declare it to be a sphere.
See craters on the moon. Okay, we see lunar phases.
Cool. Yeah, nice.
No,
Yeah.
details make it a sphere.
Light from the sun.
That's cool. Pareidolia and stuff.
sun is
That's
a
awesome.
flat,
But I'm just wondering.
two-dimensional
Do we have to sit him? Maybe we got to sit him down. I think he's kind of
Heretic, stop being a
losing it. Yeah,
He's all over the place.
yeah, you're a spastic, dude. I just need to know how the thing was measured. You said it's a ball, so somebody must have measured it to be a ball. I'm just wondering who, how, what did they do, who, what, where, when,
And you
why.
tell me you think the moon is a sphere or not?
Why are you asking me? You already said it was. Now I'm asking you the
I'm
follow-up
asking-
question. How
I'm
was that
interested in
measured?
the opinion of delusional cowards like you.
Okay, so if you're not a coward, can you just tell us how it was measured to be what you said it is?
I said it like 10 times for you. I'm going to say it again. You ready? Radar.
Okay, so radar measures its dimensions
Radar.
and its sphericity. Okay,
Radar.
can you detail? Okay, so I'm gonna use radar to measure it myself because you said I could. Tell me what do I need? What equipment? What am I gonna do to take the measurement of the moon?
Radar.
What am I gonna do with radar to take the measurement
Why
that
do you
shows that the moon is a ball?
And
You're not gonna
measure
be able to answer the question if you talk
Hey.
to the question. You're gonna you're not gonna be able to answer it.
why do you think we can't measure?
All right, so I'll just have to take control. So, yeah, instead of asking me questions about what I think, why don't you just tell me what I do specifically with radar to measure the moon to be a ball? Oh, there he goes. That was so stupid, man.
That was impressive.
Spiraled out.
That's some serious coke, this.
His
Nuts.
main problem is so weird too. He's like, he feels justified because he was a flat earther, and other flat earthers tricked him and lied to him. No one here did that, so why is he upset here?
Yeah. That was
For
so
the same reason they all are crit. They know we're right.
I mean, just take the L, bozo.
But that would mean all his built up intellect over the course of his life so far is not really intellect. And he's actually clueless. And they don't want to face that.
It's funny when he tries to go on gems and they make fun of him because they have got this idea where once a flat earther, always a flat earther. He's like, "Come on, guys, I'm part of your team now." Like, no, you're not.
Oh, Kali, yeah, he claims to be an ex-flat earther. Is that right? He says he's an ex-flat earther?
Yeah.
There's no fucking way he was ever a flat earther.
Yeah, you ask him what? Why were you a flat earther? And his proof was some other flat earthers fooled him into thinking the earth was flat. They tricked him. They took advantage of him somehow.
What? He's building some fucking lore for himself, man.
Yeah, I mean, even if true, right? Even if you say, okay, that happened to you, how do you know they were flat earthers and not globalists having fun at your expense? That sounds like some globe shit what some globalists would do.
I'm not convinced globalists could actually trick someone into being a flat earther.
Callie?
No, just other globers and Gem Pandas or whatever. I don't think they could trick someone into being a flat earther. None of them actually know the arguments.
Well, they sometimes they don't know the arguments, but they do some really funny versions of them. Like because Gem Pandas, the title of the server is Debate Flat Earth and More. So you get sometimes people come in there thinking the whole server's flat earthers and just start calling people all kinds of names and shit. And when they do that, then sometimes one of the moderators will pretend to be a flat earther.
Maybe like Flat Earth Society, maybe.
Oh yeah, basically just read off Flat Earth Society type stuff.
Yeah, and if you get tricked into believing that shit, you're a fucking retard.
Which explains Callie.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't believe he was ever honestly on this side of the topic because, I don't know, he just seems to have that original level of kind of blind aggression towards us, you know? But maybe it is shame. I don't know.
Not sure why he'd be a flat earther. He doesn't seem to know anything about the topic.
Yeah, all his reasoning is still fucked up. He went from, oh, we can just tell it's a sphere, to, oh, we measured it, and then we measured it with radar. And then he wanted to twist it to distance. I can't believe he tried to make that pivot.
That's so stupid.
I mean, he knew the fucking disastrous hole he'd just dug, and he actually tried to pivot to distance.
Yeah, like I'm just not going to notice. I'll just forget what I actually asked him.
And then he tried to talk shit that I was like, what does radar have to do with this? And then he's like, oh, you don't even know what we're talking about. Like, no, bro, that's my point. Like, that's not what you were talking about. He didn't get that. He didn't pick up on that.
I just kept it focused on the question. Like, I know what they actually claimed to have used the radar for, but I was like, all right, how did they use it to measure the moon?
Right.
He's not going to be able to ever come up with any answers, so it's kind of funny.
It doesn't even matter, because he's at the level of just staring at it. Stare at shit earther, you know?
Yeah.
I love them guys, because they come in here and they fucking, you know, they berate us about science and blah, 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 and then they go, they just bring up stare at shit observations, you know?
Well, just look at it. It's got to be a ball. We'll just look at the water. It's got to be flat. Checkmate.
Checkmate, exactly.
Oh, can't use your logic for that one, I guess. Got to switch it up.
That's a good point.
Eyeballing stuff is just so rigorous, you know?
It's science. Observational science.
How is Chaz ganking?
Been doing this all day.
He's perma-triggered.
Goes in the VC, spazzes out, leaves angry, then chat skanks, rinse, repeat.
And then blames everybody else.
Yeah, he said it's our fault for dogpiling him and aggravating him. We're using tactics to get under his skin.
At least he admits it. That he's fucking triggered.
But they keep coming back.
What did he say? The intentions of the attendants here are to get on the nerves of people and dogpile and interrupt and be hostile because you are alone as a minority and laughed at by the world.
Sounds like a really long cope.
Yeah. I'm just trying to dogpile him and get on his nerves. Because I'm mad about being a minority.
Heretic. You know,
What's
basic
that?
questions.
What's
You
that?
getting on? How dare you fucking get under his skin? Asking him
Yeah.
how it was measured.
Yeah, how'd you come to that conclusion? Oh, I'm just trying to get on his nerves.
Yeah, no way this guy was ever a flat earther.
It's all so insane.
Thousands of years of mathematicians and astronomers, and no one has ever managed to model the stars above a flat Earth.
He doesn't understand
leg?
that. He doesn't understand that they actually have been, and that's how they've turned it into a sphere itself by looking at the things above them, putting points, and then just molding them into the sphere in a mathematical equation. It's amazing. And then you could back it and then realize, oh yeah, it works on a plane of Earth.
Yeah.
Quark. Hilarious.
Asserting to not know something.
Yeah, he's confusing me now. Is he now trying to say we're asserting that the moon is a sphere?
Yeah, quite the assertion saying, I don't know.
Just look at it, bro.
Oh, now he's back to just talking about flat earthers.
Living rent free, man.
I just wonder if he's even serious. Like, is this just a troll?
It's hard to tell. This could be a genuine mental breakdown. Could just be a retard.
Yeah, who knows?
They can look like, you know, they can be so similar, you know. Someone that is trolling like this and then someone that's really fucking struggling with a coke this.
Yeah.
It comes out the same.
It's like
crazy.
the breakdown where you'll know when like something like this happens. All of a sudden he's quiet for a second and then starts crying, saying, "It all started when I was a little kid. I was a teenager." And like the complete breakdown, the complete, you know, like reset where you're like, okay, yeah, he was in a mental break. But if he maintains character for long enough, yeah, it is really hard to tell.
Well, I mean, you could look at him right now and you could say he's stuck in a fight or flight response cycle, like constantly cycling. I'm telling you, this stuff just breaks the brains of average people. It fucking is a truth of mass destruction. Should tell him to come back in.
He's too upset right now. He just needs to calm down by spiraling in the chat. He backs away because he's too triggered, so he just carries on being triggered in the text chat. Oh, he's trying the same thing again. He's like, all measurements of the moon showed to be a sphere. I was like, where's the measurement? And now he just comes back with the radar thing for the distance again. Now he says, I moved the goalpost. Wow.
Oh, he is doubling down on that, eh? Really wants to fucking
Insane.
pretend like he was always talking about distance. You might have to put him out of his misery here soon, Heretic.
Yeah. It's getting pathetic.
It's a shame because you know if you could just calm the fuck down, you could probably have a half decent conversation with him.
That's why I wonder if it's just on purpose.
Yeah, it's possible it's just his agenda.
Just come in here and just like fuck with people.
You know, day after day, sometimes it does get a little bit annoying, but still give him some airtime.
Yeah, he's just really aggressive, but like really, really stupid at the same time, and it just seems like an act almost. But I mean, he could actually be that dumb.
Of reality that we can't verify anything about.
And he tries to like get some sort of specific answer from you about some, you know, unverifiable thing, and then he calls you a coward no matter what you say. He'll be like, I don't know, and you'll be like, coward, coward, coward.
Yeah.
I used to be a flat earther, and then I realized that the moon looks like it's a sphere, so I decided that the moon is a sphere. I'm not a flat earther anymore.
And I'm not a coward because I can be a big, brave man who admits that the moon is a sphere.
He's a moon earther.
Yeah.
He mentioned it earlier, right? He said this is kindergarten logic, which means, well, you can rip off a kindergartner with this nonsense. It looks like a sphere, therefore it must be. He kind of admitted that.
I wonder if you asked a kindergartner, like, to get, you know, if they were standing in the woods and all they could see was trees, it meant that they too must be a tree. They think that that's logical.
Well, that is what he was saying to Heretic. That if we can infer the moon to be a sphere in the sky in a vacuum, then the possibility of Earth being that too exists.
Like, kindergartners have pretty good imagination, so if you said, you know, like, are you a tree, they'd probably start pretending to be a tree, right? I'm a tree!
If they told him that the moon had trees on it and not just craters, they'd probably come in here and say that too.
The moon does have trees on it. How'd they get the rocks back?
Oh, yeah, that petrified wood, right?
I wonder if there's a Glober that's actually rebutted with that, Heretic. When he'd be like, "Oh, what about the moon landings bringing back petrified wood, suppose as moon rocks?" And they go, "Oh, well, it actually did come from trees, you know, petrified trees on the moon somewhere." I'm sure there's a Glober that said that. Oh, is that Tito?
Given it to China. That if they'd given it to China, China might have bought it because, like, they have a legend about there being some wood chopper on the moon that's like cursed to forever chop down this tree that's on the moon or something like that. I can't remember the exact story, but something like that.
Yeah, I think Globers would go with that story before Flat Earth, you know. They just struggle so hard to separate the objects of reality, you know. Yes, we could say that reality is one big singular thing ultimately, you know. This place, construct, realm, whatever. but within it, they can't separate the individual objects. The obsession that if there's even the potential of a sphere in the sky, that means Earth must be too,
Well, and when you break it down, you find out that they have no knowledge of their realm. It's just a belief, things that they've been taught and told and assume is real. They've got nothing and lack the critical thinking skills in some cases to determine that, yeah, maybe that's weird.
Exactly, yeah. But heliocentrism has completely trivialized the celestial aspect of our construct, the things in the sky. It's that's why I asked him. I said, welcome back, Callie. Yeah. So I told him, aren't you just a pleb like the rest of us standing on Earth? You've never accessed the moon. You've never stood on it. You've never anything with it. But you treat it as if it's right there, for you to just, interact with. You don't accept that it's completely distant from you. You have no real access to it. You could just stare at it, and that's it.
Yep, that's all you can do. It's the lesser light to rule the night.
Exactly.
Unmuted, nice. Let's see if Heretic isn't a cupcake. What's up, cupcake?
No, I'm a cupcake. I'm really afraid of sky balls. I'm cowering in fear over them right now.
Well, what's the problem with it? Like, what's wrong with the things in the sky being spheres?
Don't say it. It's too scary.
Yeah, why is that scary to you?
Because you said it is.
Well, why would you argue against it? That's what it appears to be.
I didn't even have to argue. I just had to ask you a few questions and it all seemed to fall apart.
In your mind, it all fell apart. How'd you do that?
Well, you made an assertion and I was like, well, how is that established to be the case? And then you tried to bait and switch like I wouldn't notice what you did, and it kind of just went nowhere from there.
Yeah, that's not explaining I don't know what the hell you just said. Tell me.
I mean, just I don't know, hit a few English books or something. I don't know, check a dictionary or I don't know, take some classes. I'm not sure. This isn't an English course though.
Things are not spheres. Go ahead.
What?
Yeah.
Callie, why are you so angry, man?
Hold on, Heretic. Those are not spheres, right?
I don't know.
How did you?
What do I care? Could be. Maybe not.
Are you using logic, Heretic?
Oh my god. Is this the same?
Yeah, I don't know.
Literally stop bitching, dude. Heretic, how did you come to this conclusion that it's not spheres?
How did I come to the conclusion that I don't know?
You say you don't know. How do you know that?
Pretty easy. Unlimited information.
How do you know that
He
you don't
literally
know?
said. He literally said it could be.
Oh,
why are you asking him why he's claiming it's not when he didn't claim it's not?
Try not to get upset. I'm asking him a real simple question.
Yeah, that he didn't make a claim about. He didn't claim it's not a sphere.
How do you know it's not a sphere?
When did I say that?
He didn't say it isn't.
How do you know that I said that?
Does this guy understand English?
Callie,
I guess I only have one
wrong?
question left, Callie. Are you stupid or a troll?
What's wrong with not knowing what the moon is? Is there a problem with not knowing what the moon is?
From knowing it's a sphere, like all things indicate that it's a sphere. So
All things. No, we see lights in the sky. We see one face of the moon all the time. I've never seen the backside. I've never seen the side of it. I've only ever seen the face of it. That's all I've ever seen. I don't know the sphere because I
Wait a minute.
only see one
Thousands of miles.
surface of it.
He said that all. Wait, so all things
It is
indicate
still-
all things indicate it's a sphere. So,
It has the
so my
same
office
diameter.
chair, my
Thousands
office
of
chair
miles.
indicates. So my office chair indicates it's a sphere.
How many things are there in nature that are just
It
like
comes down to
flat?
this. What information about the moon do you have, Callie, that we don't? Able to form the
I know
conclusion,
that it
definitive
falsified that
conclusion
it's
that it
not
is a sphere.
Yeah, I thought. What the hell?
So that hot mic just now must indicate that it's a sphere too, right? Because all things do. So says
that
who
how
is
you
not
think
working
logic
right now,
works,
and that
Heretic?
must indicate
You
that the
just
moon is a
non
sphere,
sequitur
right?
your way into
According to
delusion.
what you said, right?
I don't know. You really think that's how logic works, Heretic? You hear noise in the background, therefore Earth
I
is flat.
don't. But
That's how you work.
Callie, you have no fucking clue what logic is, man. Don't even try.
Okay, looks like says who muted up. So that would be a thing. And you said all things indicate that the moon is a sphere. So says who muting up indicates that the moon's a sphere, right?
All things pertaining to the moon.
Oh, okay. Like what?
Not other things, other random irrelevant things. Like that's what flat earthers do. You use irrelevant things to affirm flat earth. Like the
Okay.
government lying about one thing, you think they're lying about everything.
You clarified your claim now. So like what?
Dude, listen. You could do astronomy by yourself. You don't need the government's help.
Yeah, I know. I can
Okay,
sky
go
gaze
look at
and
the
wonder
moon.
and
Go look at the
daydream.
moon. This is what I want you to do. All right? Find somebody on the other side of the planet. Make sure they're like 10,000 miles away, and tell them to look at the moon, and then you look at the moon the nearest time that you can, and it'll appear a sphere to both of y'all, same angular diameter. So that is indicative of a sphere. Okay, if it's not a sphere, right, it wouldn't do that.
Why not?
If it was flat, it would become an oval.
Who said it's
If it was
flat?
a two-dimensional object, if it was a light being projected
So it's
onto a
two-dimensional.
surface, then it would elongate, become elliptic.
So why is that the dichotomy? I think it's a false dichotomy because I don't think those are the only possibilities for what the moon is. Maybe try an argument that's
You
not
know
based on-
exactly what I just said.
Hold on,
and
I'm just
you're
going to try to help
pretend.
you. Yeah, I'm just
You're
going to try to help you real
pretend
quick
like
so you
basic
can.
geometry.
Yeah, I just want to help to sharpen you up a bit. So what you could do is maybe try to
basic
base an
geometry.
argument not on a false dichotomy, and then you might come out with something.
This is like below. This is below 5th grade level geometry, dude. This is a crazy low
It's a
level.
false dichotomy. It's
I'm
not like
just-
it's either or a two-dimensional flat thing or a sphere.
I'm just showing that y'all can't even be honest with yourselves.
Okay, well, continue the cope spiral then. Tried to help you, but I guess you just want to keep spiraling.
I don't think there's any way someone like you could ever try to help.
I just did, but because that's your
No,
attitude.
you're useless. No, I think
Because
you're
that's your
useless.
attitude. Yeah, because that's your attitude. You're not going to receive the help, and you're going to stay very,
No,
very
I don't.
stupid.
No, I
You're
don't
gonna stay
value
very
when
stupid.
you interject.
You're going to stay very, very stupid for a long time because you won't take any of the support that's offered to you.
Yeah, you inject yourself at weird times in weird ways that I don't find valuable.
Okay,
All
well,
right,
good luck
Callie,
with that
well,
false dichotomy.
go on with your life. We'll see you after. Bye-bye now. See you later.
You understand you're delusional?
Stop it. Get some help.
You realize that you have
The world's
trouble
out there,
answering
Callie.
kindergarten level.
Go capture it.
Obvious. You understand you have trouble answering
Don't
kindergarten
worry
level
about
questions.
me. Don't worry about Higher Heretic, man. You falsified FE.
But do
can
you hear
continue
how
your
it
life.
sounds to yourself? Do you know how this sounds?
Callie,
When you can't answer
you're
simple
sitting
questions?
talking about the fucking moon, you retard. We're talking about the surface of Earth. There's no connection between the two.
Yeah. And your presumption
You
about
want
the
there to
surface
be a
of the Earth-
connection because your
Hello?
heliocentric paradigm
Your
tells you there's a
presumption-
connection. Tells
Yeah,
you the
you
Earth
want to
and the
talk
moon are in the
louder and
same
interrupt me.
category.
You want to talk over me.
You don't have
When
anything of
you
value
presume
to add.
that
You're an
the Earth,
idiot, man.
hey, when you presume that the Earth is flat, that
Like
makes
you presume the moon is a sphere.
that makes you
by
presume
fucking eyeballing it.
delusional things about the moon. Okay, you understand that?
Tell us again how you came to the conclusion the moon's a sphere.
from different places
Oh,
on the Earth.
fucking look at it. How rigorous, man.
It remains the
stare at it.
same size circle. You travel 10,000
Do you
miles.
see
The
a
moon is
different
the
face
same
of the
size
moon
circle.
any location you stare at it from?
That completely comports with the heliocentric model.
No, you're just fucking told it's tidally locked and you
That
accept
is the
that for why
only
you only
way
see
we've
one
properly
face of
modeled.
this apparently spherical object.
The only
Have
way
you
we've
ever
ever modeled
seen
lunar phases
anything
is
other
with
than
the
the
globe
only
model.
face we've ever
You
seen
don't
of the
have any
moon?
other way to model. Yeah, you're delusional.
You're saying you eyeball it to tell me it's a sphere, okay? So
There's
what
no
from
other way. Can you tell me a different
eyeballing
way
it
to model this?
demonstrates it to be a sphere? You've only seen one's face, right?
You're not even listening. You're just la 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 la. I want Earth to be flat. La 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 la.
Not really.
Yeah, that's you right now.
No, I'm
You're not
asking you how
listening.
you verified the moon's a sphere.
When you look at it
Not how
and you
you
change your
guessed it's a
orientation over
sphere.
thousands. I am
Not how you
answering your question. Why
pretended
are you
it's a
interrupting?
fucking sphere.
See,
How
la
did
la
you
la la la.
verify it
I
to be a
want to be
sphere?
delusional. La 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 la. You
Verify,
asked me a question and I was
verify,
answering.
Kelly. Okay,
Are
go.
you asking a question? Do you want me to answer the question you're asking?
Yeah, please.
Shut the fuck up. All right. When you change your orientation, like you move 10,000 miles, you look at the moon, it remains the same angular diameter. You have two people at different locations make observations of the moon, thousands of miles apart. The moon is the same angular diameter, it remains a circle. If the moon is 2D, if it is a flat circle, it would become an oval. It would elongate. It would
False
become
dichotomy.
elliptical.
False
So wait.
dichotomy.
You understand? Do you understand?
Yeah,
You
I understand. I understand. You're still rolling with the
You
same
heard
false
that.
dichotomy I
I don't
already
understand.
called
I
out
don't
like 5
care if you
minutes ago.
understand. You're a LARPing liar. You're a LARPing liar. I don't care if you understand.
Well, Callie, you
I
said
want to talk about
you said one thing correct. It remains circular, but then you asserted it's something of some nature, a 2D object. How'd you verify that?
You didn't answer my question. Do you understand?
No, you were
what would
answering my
have to
question.
happen
Now I'm
to the moon?
responding to it.
What would have to happen to the moon if it were a flat surface?
Why are you
If
giving us a false
it were
dichotomy?
a flat surface, okay, how did you verify that?
Oh, what do you think it's a square, heretic? What shape is the moon? A square? Fucking dumbass.
Could
no,
be a
Callie,
circle.
we'll tell you it's circular. That's how
It's
it
either a
presents
circle or
itself
a
to her,
sphere, right?
herself,
Yeah,
so-
but I don't know that it's
Like,
a
those are the
material.
most likely
I
things.
don't know. I don't know it's a material object.
Shaped
Why
like
not?
an M&M.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Haven't come
What
to
that
any
I don't
conclusion.
know? It's not really a conclusion.
Yeah,
Dude, if we're just going off the standard of looks like, right, it changes shape throughout the month. No, Callie, if we're just going off looks like,
I'm gonna
it actually looks like, dude, it actually looks like it changes shape throughout the month.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like a
I'll
banana.
fucking break his brain with that, T-Dub.
Maybe you could provide
What did you say?
citation. Maybe you could provide citation as well for your claim that it doesn't have any angular difference. Let's take a look. And I don't really care either way, because I don't know that the moon's not an effect instead of some material object. I don't really know. But still, I'm just gonna hold your toes to the flames.
Saying you know what it isn't is a positive claim.
I know
Okay, you
what
must
it
have
isn't.
evidence.
Okay, when did I do that?
Yeah, when you said that you know that it might not be physical.
That's
Golly,
not
how
knowing what it
desperate are you,
isn't.
man?
That's not knowing anything. To say it might
How do you
not be
conclude that
something.
the moon is not physical?
Oh,
You said that it's
fucking
not physical.
man.
Your own words that like refute you. Might not
Hey,
isn't me saying I
heretic.
know anything.
What evidence shows you that it's not physical?
What evidence shows it is?
All evidence, dude. It's a physical object. Why do you want to believe that the
wasn't
moon
any.
is not
That was a weird way to say none.
Dude, it has craters. It casts shadows. The
How do you know
moon
that those
has
are shadows?
shadows.
How do you know those are shadows? How'd you verify that? Did you do an Eratosthenes shadow angle measurement and get its circumference? How'd you verify this? I know that you're looking at things and just interpreting and declaring as you go, but I'm just wondering how any of this was verified.
I'm wondering how you concluded that it is not these things.
Well, I mean, okay, I can post a picture of Tupac
Right.
and let's see if you can conclude that it's physical. 1 second.
What's the best case scenario here?
Well,
Like
you've got
those
a good eye
aren't
for this sort of
craters?
thing, so I'm just gonna find out how you can tell me to know that this is physical. 1 second.
I gotta post a picture of the moon right now because like
I posted a picture of Tupac in the side chat. It's got shadows and stuff on it, so that's physical, right? Like it's a material thing. It's a human being, right? Right. Well, it's got shadows on it, Callie, so that must be like a, yeah, real physical human
Why?
being.
Why do you want to assert? Why do you want to assert that the moon isn't physical? It's because if there
I didn't
can
assert
be
that.
physical spheres, therefore Earth can be a physical. Yeah, you want to like get away from that logical deduction.
Well, I see shadows on Tupac, so that must be a real physical human being, right?
Let's look at a picture of the moon.
Why don't we look at this
And
picture
you
of
think
Tupac?
this
All we need to see is
physical?
a shadow.
You think
on
this is a
something.
reflection?
We just need to see a shadow on something or what looks like a shadow, and we can just declare it to be a physical object, right?
There's a huge difference
If something
between
were a
stating
reflection,
that.
then there would need to be a surface for it to be projected onto.
No, maybe it's just an image. Maybe it's just some
So you're
sort
saying
of
that like
apparent phenomenon, light phenomena. I don't know. Who knows? Who has any clue what the moon's
Maybe
made out of or
something
what it is?
still beyond our understanding,
well,
potentially.
the moon
Kelly.
does a lot of things. The moon has lunar phases, right? We see shadows casted onto the moon.
Very cool.
How does that?
Does
How
Tupac
does that
have?
happen?
Maybe
with the light
Tupac has
show?
phases too, and that's how you know that that's a real physical human being.
So when we try to explain all these phenomena, you treat the moon as a physical object to better explain these things. Okay, you just saying it's a light
just give you a
show.
story.
Therefore, I
Okay,
don't know
that's
how
a
anything
cool
works.
story.
I don't know how
Right.
anything works when it's a light show.
Gives you a
Nothing
good
works
story
when I
to tell
think the moon is a light show.
Yeah. Could be. I
You
don't
realize
know.
what you did there?
No.
You made a presumption, and you have no way to verify this. You have no evidence.
What was the
You just
presumption?
presume it.
What was the presumption?
No way to
That
verify.
the moon is a light show.
I didn't
That
say
it's
it
not
is.
physical.
I didn't say it is.
That it's not a sphere.
I didn't say it's not.
Yes, you did.
No, we
Well,
didn't.
clip it.
How are you getting this?
You don't know how logical deduction works.
Well, why don't you clip it? Yeah, okay, so why don't you just give me the clip of me saying that? We can logically deduce that I did say it.
I don't clip stuff. I'm not a female. That's what you do.
Oh God, man.
So you won't be backing up your claim I
Yeah,
ever
that's
said
what
that.
females do.
So you're just going to be battling your delusions.
Yeah,
like
that nervous
females.
laughter.
So you're just going to be
because you guys
battling
do
your
that bullshit
delusions.
all the time.
All right. So you're just going to continue battling your
Y'all do that
delusions.
shit
like a
all the
female.
time.
Yeah, like a female does. You're just going to continue battling your delusions in this VC and not what we actually say to you. Sorry,
Yeah, heretic. It's not
my
my fault
apologies.
that you want to
Yeah,
think that
sorry,
the moon
females. I
is
just I don't know. I had to get them back.
No, you.
think the moon is a disc. You think the moon is a
No, we
disc, dude?
don't.
Cool.
No, we don't.
Say it.
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't?
You
So
haven't
is it
got this.
physical? Is it a physical?
We've
Charlie.
got no way of confirming anything that we say about the moon.
That's why I call him a cupcake. And you say
No,
you
we're
don't
not
know. It's
making
like,
a
dude,
claim.
we
We're
can
not
logically deduct that it's
We
not
can
a dish.
infer.
What are you talking?
Was
Are you fucking retarded? Like, that's crazy.
No. What the fuck? We can infer.
so
It's the
Jeddah is
best we
the
can
flat
do.
or
We
not?
can't verify. I'll give you, it looks spherical. One of the points of evidence would be libration, seeing over 55% of the lunar surface. It more than likely is a big spherical physical object, but I've got no way of confirming that.
Thank you. The heretic is a liar. Thank you.
No, it's not. We've all been saying this for the past 2 hours. Whatever we say, you've been saying it for us, but we've been saying nothing. We're not making a claim. We've got no way to verify it. It's just speculation.
Yeah, we
You
could
like
use
speculation?
knowledge to induce
Yes,
that the
yes,
moon is
we
spherical.
can infer.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's not deduction.
but we can't verify, dude.
Heretic, you think you want to talk about like whether or not something is deduction or induction?
Well,
and you're a
induction
fucking
isn't.
flat earther.
What's that got to do with anything? That's a cool ad hom.
Well, you're retarded. That's what that has to do.
That's your argument. That's just an ad hom, dude.
Or you're LARPing. I'd rather think you're LARPing. Like, you can't be this dumb.
Just gone straight over his head, and he's just gone on to attacking Heretic now. My God.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he's been muted.
all fucking day, man.
We make
You're using
a claim
induction.
that we don't know something. What's wrong with making a claim that we don't know something? Like, come on, Callie. Get over it. We don't know what the moon is.
Well, Plumbup, he doesn't know either because now
You
he's
should know.
Yeah, 1 second. You don't know either. You just told us that when you said it's induction. It's not a deductive conclusion that you made. It's just an inference, so you don't know either. It's just probabilistic, according to you, even.
He just thinks he knows.
Yeah, but he doesn't even, according to what he just said, induction. So it's just a probabilistic conclusion that you came to.
Yeah, based on
You really think that matters? Whether or not the moon is a sphere, you're talking about whether or not something is induction or deduction.
You don't know. You just said it's induction.
This is
Why
really weird.
don't
Sorry
you
for hot
know?
micing,
Yeah,
guys,
it's a
but
sphere.
it's really coincidental what just happened here, right? I'm looking out the window and I see this big glowing round disc shaped thing, right? Like glowing white, really white and really big, just like above the housetops, right? On the roofs. And I'm like trying to figure it out. I called my missus out to come and have a look. What is that? Why is it glowing? I've never seen that before. We've lived here for like 7 years. And like, it's like not even, it looks like a square thing. Like we waited a few minutes, went outside and had a look, and there's like some like cherry blossom things coming up in front of like this. I don't know if it's a solar panel or what it is, but it's not round. And it was seriously reflecting the sun's light, and it was glowing as it's like it was a huge round disc. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, you're trying to convince yourself right now.
Must be the second son, T-Dub.
Okay, so you're a coward. You're trying to convince yourself. What else you got?
You're in denial.
Oh, yeah, cupcake. Yeah, denial, cupcake, coward. You're trying to convince yourself. All right.
And you're LARPing. Don't forget that you're LARPing.
Oh, right. Yeah, that one too. It's another classic.
Yeah, because you can't possibly be this dumb, right?
As dumb as what? Like you? You mean, are you
As dumb as
referring
not
to yourself?
understanding
You can't
basic
possibly be this
kindergarten
dumb.
level.
Like, are you referring to yourself?
Kindergarten level shapes and sizes, kindergarten level stuff.
How was the moon measured?
Like you can't conceptualize shapes correctly.
Okay, yeah, conceptualizing something isn't measuring it to be a specific shape, bro.
So fucking hard, please.
You already just
You have a
defeated
problem with
yourself.
3D and depth.
Yeah, you're talking about like a kindergarten level understanding of shapes. Conceptualizing what a shape is and actually measuring it to be that are definitely not the same thing.
Yeah, we did that with the moon already. It
Okay,
happened
how is it
already.
measured for sphericity?
Right, I like this, and I'm just pointing this out, Callie. When you say we, this is nothing that you've done, right? Yes, you can look at the moon like everybody else, but when you say the we bit, that's the going there, that's the kicking the rocks and playing golf and going around in orbit. You haven't done that. All you can do is do what we do, look up at the thing, and then kind of have suppositions. Yeah, it looks solid, like I said. Yeah, it's more unlikely a sphere because of vibration. Yes to all of these things, but we can't verify it. They say that they verified it, and you believe them.
It's not controversial. There's nothing wrong with it.
Obviously, it is.
Doesn't ipso facto mean that anybody that doesn't agree is claiming it has specific qualities? You seem to have a real trouble, like, but you seem to have trouble, right, distinguishing the difference between when somebody says, I don't have enough information to draw a definitive conclusion, somebody making a definitive conclusion. As soon as someone says, I don't have enough information, you say, what makes you say it's not physical? Why do you think that? Like, just saying I don't have enough information either way to determine whether it is physical or not.
Why do you have to act like an idiot and lie to yourself?
up until like the mid 1960s, there were physicists and scientists saying the moon was a ball of cold plasma. Now, it was only because of the story going to the moon, kicking rocks and playing golf that we know what the fucking moon is, according to that story. Because people have been doing what we've been doing for thousands of years, standing on the floor, looking at the moon and wondering what the fuck it is.
Yeah, we see curvature in nature. It's everywhere.
What? How's that addressing what I just said?
I'm just saying, man, it's everywhere.
I'm just randomly splurging out stuff. Fuck me. All right, mate, carry on.
Oh, Jedi. I didn't mean anything by it.
So you can bounce radar off.
That's the sad thing. You put no thought into that at all.
You can bounce radar off of plasma, right? They claim to do it off the ionosphere, right?
Hold on, heretic.
So
Jedi,
I guess
I feel bad.
I guess according to your radar claim, the moon could still be plasma, right?
I don't care what you're saying. You're lying.
What? Where's the lie?
All over your face.
Well, I mean, if you can bounce radar off of plasma, then the moon could be plasma, according to what you showed us earlier with the radar, right?
Yeah, anything but physical, right? Because if it was physical, that's a flat Earth.
Plasma's physical.
No. We've got no problem with.
You're making an illogical presumption. That's what you're doing.
Which one?
Got no problem.
That it can't, concluding everything but the moon being a sphere. Because if Earth were flat and there was a sphere,
I didn't make a conclusion.
Suspended and orbiting in space, then we still need to. Then we can explain the path of all the celestial bodies by treating Earth as a part of an orbital.
Oh wow, you were lost in the sauce, buddy.
Fucking hell, he's still mixing up cosmology.
No, it's not. It's just simple stuff. It's just simple stuff, dude. You don't got to act so double.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know.
But is this too much for you?
Simpleton stuff.
You slow? Are you fucking slow, heretic?
No, you're just getting ahead of yourself.
Wow.
Talking to you? Yeah, right, dude.
Even when we literally concede, it more than likely is a sphere made of rock because of the way it looks. Even when we concede that point to you, it still goes over your head. We're not making a claim.
I mean, I asked him for a measurement of its sphericity, and he kept giving me the radar bounce that is supposed to actually give you the distance. But I mean, even with that, it could still be plasma and not like a spherical rock. So where do we go from here?
I don't know, man.
Actually, he was asked how they measured, the dimensions, and he said, duh. And then that turned into, oh no, that's just for distance. So, okay, so how does measuring the distance, you can't handle it being pointed out that what you said, right? Yeah. How does its distance plus its dimensions?
Yeah, he tried to bait and switch that one. Maybe he actually confused himself. I don't know. But yeah, answer his question.
I gave you the reason. I gave you the reason we conclude the moon is a sphere. Do you remember?
Which was what?
You don't remember.
Which was what? Yeah, no, which was what? I asked that question, you gave me radar, and that's for the distance. So what?
You don't know the reason we think the moon is a sphere? That's crazy.
What is it?
He went there.
Oh, I don't know. Normal people can, make this
just declare it. They just declare it. Normal people just declare it.
I'll repeat it for you. I'll repeat it for you again since you're...
Yeah, just make this conclusion. So to summarize, normal people can just declare it.
This time, slow boy.
No, I heard
you move 2,000 miles.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of slow, I don't need you to retread this same ground like 10 times. You just said that normal people can declare it. I got it.
All right. Try not to act retarded for a second. When you move thousands of miles, slow down. Super retarded. Slow down. When you move thousands of miles, the sun and the moon stay the same angular diameter.
So, do they?
Oh, if it were a flat circle.
Okay, provide a citation for that claim. I'm curious.
He's literally going to go on with.
Best scenario.
If it was a flat circle.
Yeah, so
he's just on fucking repeat. He's a broken record, man. Straight to the flat circle thing again.
I want to know who said the moon, sorry, is a flat circle, apart from Callie.
Yeah.
Fucking,
So
we know
hold
who
on.
it did. It's fucking Professor Dave and that stupid little diagram.
Yeah, Mr. Slow in the uptake, Callie, I've responded to that about 15 times already. Do you remember what my response was, or do I have to give it again?
Hey, you don't know?
No, that wasn't it. So I'll give it to you again. I said it was a false dichotomy because nobody here said that it would be a 2D flat thing, so it's not an either-or type of situation.
So it's not a sphere and it's not 2D.
Oh,
Is
I
that
don't
what
know.
you're saying?
No, I don't know.
You
I
don't
said
know?
not
How do you
anything.
not know that?
Okay, so
Why
do
don't
you
you
know
know
what?
that?
All right, so do you know what I don't know means?
Normal thinking.
Do you know what I don't know means? Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't mean I know it's not whatever.
You think it's anything other than the two.
No.
That's called delusional. That's what you are.
I don't. When did I say it's anything other than the two? Where did you get that out of?
And you can't
I
come to a
don't.
lot.
Can we talk about
I don't
white
know how you get that out
replacement?
of
Can we talk
I
about
don't
white
know.
replacement?
I said I don't know, and then you gave us this false dichotomy where it has to be either this or that.
Yeah, but you definitely can know. You're appealing to ignorance.
How can I know?
Like I'm gonna say it again. You ready? You change your position thousands of miles, the sun remains the same.
False dichotomy again? Okay. We had somebody new chiming in. Do they want to go ahead so that we don't have to listen to his false dichotomy again for like the 18th time this hour?
Yeah, this is fucking boring.
Yeah. Very good.
Hey, fuck, he's getting banned if he goes straight to skank and chat, man.
You just reminded me, actually. I think it's about time. Rich Evans' ban's probably up, so I'll probably have to reban him soon. Thanks for reminding me.
No problem on that one, man. He's
He tried to
fucking
ban you, mate.
special case.
He went to one of the server admins, got his ban overturned, like reversed. So I just banned him again for ban invasion. Like, you're not just going to be able to just do that, bro.
I wish we had variable ban time for the mods below Heretic.
What's that?
I wish we had some variable ban time on the command.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can just unban them.
No, he means ban them for longer.
Forever.
Well, that's what you're for.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes maybe like 5 days, 10 days, you know?
It's like Matt Nuclear got stuck on permaban.
Oh, what a shame.
It's too bad.
I'm sure he's deep seething on YouTube.
My heart bleeds.
I couldn't get over his rebuttals to the Sky Free like RC boat observations. Unverified camera height and shitty camera quality. That was his rebuttals. The 2-day bans seem to, I don't know, you put them on and they seem to be back within 1 day, you know?
Sometimes they never come back, though.
Our biggest fans always come back.
I hate how some of the people on the ban list, it just shows their user ID, so it's like, who is that? And then you unban them, and it's like, oh, that's not somebody I wanted to unban.
Yes. Ah, fuck, it was Scott Mackey.
what's going on.
Callie sounded drunk, honestly. Anybody else hear that?
Didn't notice any difference to how he usually splurges out, to be honest with you, mate.
I honestly think he's just retarded. I don't think he's drunk.
Maybe it was just a few mumbles that made him sound that way. I would definitely go with it just normally retarded.
I think somebody helped him pay a house payment or two. He's a Glober.
Heretic, I actually wanted to ask him about his ex-Flat Earther story, you know?
Yeah, we should have. Well, I just booted him for now just so he can't skink up the chat. I'll let him back.
Yeah, no, but when he came back in VC. Because I fucking knew it was going to go back to the moon and radar shit, you know? So I thought, oh, maybe ask him about his story that's got him so angry at Flat Earthers, you know?
Yeah. They scammed him.
Maybe we can reconcile some of that trauma.
Well, I think he realized that Flat Earth was a con, and so they scammed him, and now he can't let it go. It's something stupid like that.
Yeah, I wanted to hear like the substance of the scam.
Scammed him for
what arguments did you get scammed by, man?
He just realized it's not really flat, so they all conned him, made a fool of him.
Well, if you pay money for something that you're thinking is a true thing, or you're like listening to the people watching their stuff, and you donate them $1 or $2 or something, I mean, I'm sure he didn't donate anybody any like substantial amounts. It's worth all that dumb shit. What, he give him $10 and he's crying about it? Like, what does that even mean?
I don't think he got scammed in the sense of donating money. Scammed in the sense of his pride was stolen from him.
Yeah, but how? By somebody telling him the truth? He can't substantiate the latter. So, like, I don't understand how you would ever be a flat earther. Maybe people call themselves different things or say, well, you know, this is true, but I don't say that, you know, who cares? But they're still flat earthers if they're not the Glober.
Yeah, I don't know. He's the one that claims it, you know, that he used to be a flat earther, but there's just no way.
Yeah, he used to be.
A flat earther, you know?
Supposedly. I mean, I used to talk to him all the time when he was.
And what, was he more sensible? Calm?
Yeah.
God damn. I mean, I don't think he ever actually understood the topic properly, because when you do, there's no globe to ever go back to, you know? But it does happen with, you know, few people that they just cannot handle the kind of social repercussions and they go back and pretend.
Well, it's like Brenda. And, I mean, not to name throw, but I mean, these two people I mean, it's the same thing. Not that Brenda was a flat earther, but when Brenda started out, she was in the flat earth chats. And then, I mean, that I saw her ever. And then, yeah. And then, like, the same stuff that Brenda spews, he spews. And the same stuff that they spew comes basically from Mr. McToon or Professor Dave. And they like to spit catchphrases. Well, no, this is only possible on the. Well, no, this can only happen on the. That's like their favorite thing to say when they don't even know what the hell I don't get it.
It could be like a Gary Busey situation, you know, where they got in some horrible accident and they don't know how to act. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, everybody can get out of whack or something like that. That's not really the main thing. The thing is the information that they're trying to stick with. So the comprehension might be out of whack, yeah, along with the attitude. It's probably what you were saying. Right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a decent reason why somebody could have been, right, a flat earther, seemed normal, and then just kind of lost their shit.
That's easy. They wanted to go back into the Matrix, knowing full well that the stake is fake, but they still want it.
Yeah, nailed it.
The damn security blanket.
Yep.
Give me my Globy. Can you demonstrate your Globy? No, it's invincible.
Do you believe in global warming?
All about to meet the sun.
I don't.
There's no globe to warm.
Do you believe in flat warming?
No.
No, you don't believe that Earth is getting warmer over time?
No.
Warmer as opposed to what? What are we comparing it to?
Last year and the year before that, and the year before that.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I say about people who went back to being globers?
No.
Well, it's like for us, we acknowledge that yeah, we were fooled. Yeah, but now we know. They acknowledge that okay, yeah, we were fooled, and then we were fooled again. It's like how long do you realize you've been fooled again? You're stuck in a loop.
Right. So you don't believe the climate is changing to be warmer?
Climate always changes. What's your fucking point?
What the hell does the climate got to do? Brother, compared to what, though? Compared to what 1,000 years ago, compared to what million years ago, compared to what 100 years
Let's say the summer of this summer versus the summer of 100 years ago.
Yeah,
do you think
but
there's an appreciable difference between those two global temperatures? Sorry, flat temperatures.
Pictures.
Yeah, 100 years ago was hotter.
Go ahead, Harry.
It was a hotter one 100 years ago.
A hotter one? Is that right?
Well, how about this? In England, our summer that we've just had was significantly cooler than last year's summer. So what's going on there?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's happening?
Let me look this up. I gotta Google it real quick.
Is it just that you guys cherry pick whatever years suit you to fit your narrative?
I think it's global cooling. It's an ice age coming now.
What was it 2 years ago, Crypto? Our hottest day on record. They took the temperature from an active Air Force runway. It's like, okay, fucking it. And then the temperature reading they took for some sensationalized headline this summer was like 100 feet away from like a massive electrical station that puts out immense heat, basically.
Well, that's it. We're cooked.
But this summer, our summer was pretty disappointing this year, to be honest. So when people say, "Oh yes, it's global," I mean, I don't think we're in a globe anyway. That's stupid. But
in my kitchen,
the idea that the Earth's temperature is rising is just
Okay, I just Googled it.
it doesn't seem to be borne out by actual evidence.
Yeah, the average.
in my kitchen, which has been there since 1642, it's never been warmer than 4 degrees, except for one day in 1643.
Yeah.
We've kept records.
I just Googled it, and I think the average annual temperature has been going up.
Yeah, that's what Google would tell you because
Yeah.
they want you to believe it's fucking going up.
I would want to believe if I measured it. Yeah, I'd hate to believe.
Well, I just said for one of our record-breaking temperatures 2 years ago here in the UK, they took the temperature reading from an active Air Force runway.
Right. I really think your belief is kind of unfalsifiable, though, because all of the people that would know the truth are just like lying to you or incompetent or something. So there's like no way of proving your beliefs wrong. You're just gonna believe whatever you want, anyways.
And the temperature where? At what time? Like, is it supposed to be hot there all the time? At that exact time, weirdly enough? You know what I mean? Because even in the wintertime, sometimes it gets super hot. And, you know what I mean? The sun will be right there shining great and, you know, snow everywhere. I don't know.
That didn't really answer anything I said.
We don't have a belief about it. You've got the positive claim. It's like
Yeah, but it's like
Yeah, you're saying weird stuff.
Yeah, I know it's weird stuff, but like
The weather weathers.
But like, when I find evidence for like a positive claim, it's like, well, they're incompetent or they're lying or something. Like that's
No,
what
they are
Well,
lying.
why do you believe
yeah,
it?
but like that's not an argument though, right? Like you need to demonstrate they're lying with other evidence.
Go on, crypto.
No. Why do you believe it?
Why do I believe what?
Global warming.
Why do you believe the Earth is warming?
The guys whose job it is to measure the temperature have said that it is getting warmer.
Have you seen the measurements?
So no evidence, just take their word.
I googled it.
Which is so I know what the basis of your belief is. You're just believing someone, right?
Yeah, so I googled like a source, and it was like, "Hey, it's getting warmer." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, and where did they take the temperature readings from?
I guess you could ask them if you don't believe it.
Well, I gave you one example. Do you think that's a sensible place to take a temperature reading?
I don't know anything about that. You have to provide like a
I'm
source.
offering it to you. You can Google it. You can Google it and find the articles on it.
I provided sources for my positive claims.
No, you haven't.
Source for your positive claim.
No, you haven't. You've said it, dude. On the internet said so.
Google it.
Sorry, you're right.
Temperature reading taken from active runway in the UK. You'll find it.
All right, I don't think we should battle this stupidity any longer. I think what we should do is ask him to provide the raw temperature measurements, please.
Sure. Just a second.
Okay.
Well,
the raw ones, nothing tampered with. Just what was.
I mean, even if it wasn't tampered with, you would say.
I said,
you know, it's not. And
I said, what's been directly measured? Just get me that.
Give me a second. I gotta Google it. Okay.
Go ahead. The raw temperature data, please. Nothing else.
Fucking, I'm
Wait. Are you gonna? Am I gonna provide a source? You'd be like, that's not the raw temperature data. This is someone's reported the raw temperature data. It's like
We just want to see what you see, dude.
Sure. That's fair enough, I guess. Let me Google it, and then you can tell me why it's wrong.
Might tell you if it's right.
I'm always truly amazed they've managed to fear entire generations into being scared of the weather.
Ever since we...
What was it? Up until the 80s, it was the big freeze coming, right? The fucking world was going to freeze over. Yeah. And they just flip-flopped on that shit.
Well, I mean, 4 years ago, they got people scared of breathing, so they can actually get people scared of anything, it seems.
Yeah, that's right.
But by the way, we're going to be wiped out by another meteor, NASA told us, like, the other week.
Another one. Oh, shit.
It's definitely going to hit this time.
We're going to get wiped out again?
Not if Punky Mox gets you. Once you drink the Punky Mox.
Do you guys remember when we were told that if we didn't wear our masks like good guys, that we'd all end up dead? And I don't know, like every single flat earther seems to still be alive, so it's weird. I don't know how that works.
It's true, I'm dead.
I died.
Yeah, me too.
Out of curiosity, do you guys trust the National Weather Service as a source?
Oh my god. Yeah.
You do or you don't?
You mean when they say it's 70% going to rain and then it doesn't? And then when they say it's a chance of rain 10% or 30% and then it does? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like one of them is like predicting the future, and one of them is like predicting.
It's not about blindly trusting any source. It's about analyzing their methodology to come to their results.
That's fair. Give me a second.
Right, it's like, to what percent are they accurate on their prediction? That's really all.
No, it's in that. No, that's not important though. Because if you're predicting the weather, if you're predicting, the ability to predict tomorrow's weather is not as important as measuring what's already happened.
You know they don't predict, right?
Well, when you're talking about 70% of rain tomorrow, that is literally a prediction. Yes.
It's post-diction, crazy dude. Past, post, before, pre-hand, before. It's before, yeah, because that means a city ahead of you, before you, is when it happens as it comes your way. That'd be
Right.
post-diction. That's not prediction. It's not
Right.
saying, I know for a million years it's going to rain this many inches every second of the day, today from this point, and then it happens. No,
Wait, so
they're
if
not
I
going to
say
predict.
that it's going to rain tomorrow, I think it's like a 50% chance it's going to rain tomorrow. You agree with me that's a prediction, correct?
If you said it, yeah.
Okay.
But if you said it and you were right 99% of the time, every time you've said it, and you said it again, I would say, well, you're probably going to be right.
Right.
But it doesn't mean I have to believe or disbelieve you. I would go by the percentages. I would go by the amount of times you're correct. And if you're not correct all the time and it's a 50-50, then I'd say, hell no, I don't know. It might or might not.
But you agree that there's a
It
difference
depends if it's a cycle or not, doesn't it? So, like for instance, if it's a cycle, say I predict that. Yeah, if you say that you predict that, like, say the sun's going to rise tomorrow, that's not really a prediction because it happens every day, obviously.
That's not even relevant to the conversation.
So it depends. It's cyclical
Sure.
nature of the claim.
Great, that's great. So wait, Demach, do you agree that there's a difference between like accuracy in predicting something that hasn't happened yet and just measurements for things that have happened?
How do you measure something that has happened? What do you
Just
mean?
you agree that there's a difference between those two things?
Between what two things?
Predicting something that hasn't happened yet, accuracy in that, right? Like flipping a coin, like it's like there's a difference between calling a coin before it landed and
Guessing.
writing down the results of all of the coins that landed. You agree there's a difference between those two things, correct?
The difference between guessing and knowing 100%? Yeah.
Okay, so when I say the global temperature was recorded to be this, the fact whether or not they're good at predicting rain tomorrow is not relevant at all.
The globe doesn't have a temperature. That was the dumbest thing
That
I've
was
ever heard
not.
you say.
That was.
How do you get global temperature? Tell me the temperature of the globe.
Sorry, yesterday we had
All right.
my friend. 2 seconds.
Bro, I think you're broke.
It's
It's
yesterday
not
we had
engaging with what I'm saying, so I'll just stop talking to him.
hold on. Yesterday we had a weather report. The week before that we had the weather reports. We've been having weather reports for decades. They keep this information. Based on that information, he's saying that the average global temperature has risen.
The average global temperature is a recording of the temperature that has already happened. That's just the point I'm trying to make. I'm still trying to get
Right,
you sidetracked. I'm not talking to Demok anymore. He's not understanding.
Yeah, but there's also a group of people that disagree and have facts that say different than that. So I don't know.
And then, of course, the questionable methods of obtaining the temperatures they claim are rising.
That's
Right.
true.
Where would I take them? Where would I substantiate their claims every single time? Now, if they're saying, "Hey, man, it's been hot," this like I'd have to have been there 100 years ago, or like I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know where they're comparing it. If they're in Death Valley and they're saying it's 300 degrees and it's never ever been 300 or 400 degrees here, but it can get up to 200 degrees, and it was 200 degrees today, oddly enough. But usually it's 120, but it can get up to 200. If it's not out of the realm of possibility, what do you do with that? Now, if it's out of the realm of possibility, and they say the highest temperature ever recorded in Death Valley is 200 degrees, and then tomorrow it gets 700 degrees there, then I would say something's wrong. You see what I'm
He's
saying?
deafened himself, man.
Yeah, but I wouldn't compare it on a 10-degree differential or a 5 or 50-degree differential for the whole world. It would be just crazy.
I think they're right. I think, and I don't believe this, but I think they're saying it's only like a small percentage of a degree, or maybe 1.5 degrees of an average over about 50 years, over 100 years, something stupid.
Right, that's not a substantial amount that would worry me.
It's according to the weather data, it's been higher temperatures like a few hundred years ago, like 1,000 years ago. It's goes up and down. It's not necessarily the hottest it's ever been, even according to their records.
Did the Arctic have its first ice-free summer yet?
No, that's next December.
Nice.
1 year, I'm sure it'll happen. 1 year, the what was it, the Antarctic or the Arctic we're talking about? There'll be like a polar bear or a penguin on a like lonely piece of ice that's just melting. I'm sure that'll happen.
Yeah.
They drop them motherfuckers off by helicopter, man.
You know, one of them, I can't remember which one. One of them got busted because they deliberately filmed during summer when all the ice was going to melt anyway, in like a part of the country that wasn't anywhere near the pole. Pathetic. People just believe it because it's like you're a bad person if you don't believe it. What kind of reasoning is that?
All right, I'm back.
It's always got to be kind of that emotional guilt trip, you know?
Well, anyways, I was asked a kind of interesting question. I was asked, well, how do we know, how do they measure global temperature? And actually, I didn't know that. I didn't know how we knew. So I Googled it, and I'm going to share with you my answer, if that's okay with you guys, okay?
Go for it.
Right.
Yeah, you know, this is something. There's quite a few problems with measuring temperature of something so large, right? So the first one is, do you know how many temperature sensors there are on the Earth?
Thousands.
4.
Yeah, thousands. How
Huh?
How big do you think the Earth is?
Pretty large, I would imagine.
Yeah. So I can't. I mean, it's been years since I've debated this, but there's an enormous area between each sensor. It's the equivalent of measuring the corner temperature of your bedroom in order to find out the temperature of the entire house. That's the way I couldn't.
I think you would like space it out a bit, right?
Well, no, but the temperature, you can't measure the whole temperature of the whole place. You're just measuring specific places.
Right.
It can't tell you the whole temperature.
It can tell. It can. I mean, obviously, you're not going to measure literally every micrometer. That would be like inefficient as fuck.
But I never. So that's a straw man of what.
Well, I don't even know what you're saying. So how can I steel man you? You're just saying if the Earth is really big, dude. You can't measure all of it. Well, no, I can't measure all of it, but I can measure enough of it that we can get an accurate measurement.
They don't even measure in 100-mile increments, man.
I didn't even get to explain how we measure it. Yeah, he just assumed my answer.
Let's say that all the data that they've got from any.
Thank you. Thank you. Yo, can I please respond to him? You can't still man me if you talk over. You can't still man me if you talk over my response. That's going to be very hard to do. So the problem you have when trying to assess the temperature of any given space, obviously you can't measure every single point, but there is a point at which the sparseness of your measurements make the measurements themselves pointless for any kind of overall picture. And that's where we're at.
And how would you determine whether or not it's pointless?
Because you've got something like 50,000 sensors over the entire Earth. It's nowhere near enough.
Right. How would you determine that it's not enough? Like, how would you determine what is enough?
Well, more is obviously better.
Right.
But you kind of
infinite amount.
Talking over me again. Like, how do you expect to have a conversation if every time you ask me a question, you talk over the answer?
Are you in a
So you've essentially asked me the question, how long is a piece of string? And obviously there's no answer to that. But I would say that 50,000 sensors or so over something the size of the Earth is way insufficient.
That's like your intuition, right?
No, this is the opinion of many people.
Many people's intuition. Got it.
Oh, I mean, you can. At the end of the day, opinions. If you just think opinions are intuition, then there's no point discussing anything.
Right. I don't need
because everything
you to agree with me. I don't
Look like enough to me, so I guess it's not enough because I know, Silly Kitten 69. I know how many it takes. I know that's not enough. That's clearly not enough. I know.
Why are you talking?
Best. I know.
Why is he getting muted and unmuted so rapidly? Like, is that like a? I don't know. Who cares?
There's two people trying to mute him at the same time.
Yeah, that's crazy. You guys are sabotaging yourself.
What's going on?
I was
I'm finished.
interrupting her.
Me. Just wait till I'm done. Stop being rude. So obviously, if you decide that everyone's opinion is just intuition, then there's no point discussing anything. You might as well leave.
Intuition. Brilliant.
So, have you considered the way that the temperature levels around anywhere that humans are living and occupying is increased by the way that we're living and our effects on the environment in our direct space, like the smog, for example?
I mean, we appreciate the questions, dude, but the more you ask, the further we're getting away from the topic of the server, or the channel in the server.
Well, I mean, I did start the conversation by asking if you guys believe in climate change. I feel like everything we've gone from is sort of led from there. You know, like we're still on that topic. You know, and I sort of want to respond to what the British guy in the wind tunnel said.
The British guy in the wind tunnel.
Because he said that like it is the opinion of many people that 50,000 is not enough, and maybe he's right. Right? Maybe 50. I assume it's 50,000. It's a lot. It's like thousands, right? And maybe he's right. Maybe 50,000 isn't enough. But I have no way of measuring that it's not enough. It's just many people's opinions. So, like, he's already admitted. Now you're interrupting. He's already admitted that there's no way of
You're
like.
talking about 8 times. You can't call the model high ground now, dude. Like, you can't serially interrupt someone, and the first time someone does it back, you cry about it.
So, can I finish or no?
Yeah, go on, man.
All right. So, anyways, I wanted to finish. Because I learned something. Just hold on, British guy. So I looked this up because I wanted to learn, and you know, whenever I come here, I learn. Sometimes it's facts, sometimes it's people's perspectives. So I'm gonna read this. Okay. Earth's global mean temperature (GMT) is determined by averaging measurements of air temperatures over land, ocean, surface temperatures. This is like a paragraph. Like, 2 or 3 more sentences. Thousands of weather stations spread over land surface worldwide measure the local air temperatures, while thousands of ships and buoys measure the local sea surface temperatures. Surface temperatures measured not only by thermometers at ground-based weather stations and on ships, but also by satellites and weather balloons. These measurements are combined so that every square kilometer counts equally towards the global mean temperature.
So how can they possibly do that with 50,000 sensors?
It says here, combined so that every square kilometer counts equally towards the global mean.
Yeah, every square
so how are they
kilometer
doing
they
that?
cover.
I guess they would measure like square kilometers or something.
Yeah, it's not saying every single square kilometer of the Earth. It's just saying this, every square kilometer.
Yeah, that's pretty important. You want to get every square kilometer.
They just apply an average. They just apply an average to an insufficient number of sensors. And
Yeah,
then they
you take
call it
like
a global temperature.
yeah, like some places of the Earth are like like really really cold, and some are like really really hot. You sort of expect that, but maybe like the cold area like isn't as cold as it used to be when you measure it every day, and then you sort of like take all those numbers, a whole bunch of numbers, and then you average it out. And that's kind of a sloppy way of thinking of it, because maybe like one area, like let's say like Antarctica raised by 3 degrees, but like the desert raised by like 1 degree, and you average out, it's like 1.5 degrees. But it's the best you can do. I think it's a mean, so you know what a mean is, right?
Do you know what a line is?
So anyway,
anyways, I have a.
What you're doing is you're begging the question when you're saying, for instance, that the Sahara raised a degree or whatever. You don't actually know that based on the sensors. You don't know that.
Right.
You're assuming that that's the case because, say, 50 sensors in the desert have gone up. But you don't know that the areas between the sensors have gone up or gone down or stayed the same. You don't know.
Well, it's definitely gone up. And when you average out when you average out all the numbers, it's the temperature. The global mean temperature has definitely gone up over the past 100 years or so.
You don't know.
Which I think is kind of concerning. Maybe Sahara is putting in more work for that raising average. I don't know.
Making the question. You're just asserting the thing in contention. There's something very important about where those sensors are generally placed. They're generally placed in city centres and in urban hotspots.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
My source.
That's generally true. That's generally true.
I don't think you would do that. No, it doesn't make sense at all. I don't know why you would ever put a weather station in a city. Cities tend to be like really, really warmer than the areas around it.
Didn't say a weather station.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, my source says weather station. Yeah, weather stations, ships, satellites, air balloons, a whole bunch of things.
He just wants to interrupt a straw man. That's fine. But the placing
Right.
of these sensors isn't necessarily conducive to understanding the temperature as a whole. Anyway, that's another issue.
Oh,
So
it
you-
definitely is. It's really good at it. Yeah.
No, you're just saying that, or you're just claiming all of these things and hoping that people don't point out that all of these things are just claims.
Yeah. Everyone makes claims. I mean, my source makes a bunch of claims.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
Right.
Just
Well, I mean, they measured it. So if you don't believe it, I can't help you. I guess if you don't want to believe my source, then they're all like incompetent liars who put their weather stations in the middle of big cities. and I can't
No,
help you.
you're incompetent. News channels that broadcast you the weather and the news all the time have
Did the mock
Doppler
stop
radar.
talking? I'm gonna mute when mock.
That's just a straw man.
Nope, can't do that. Don't need anybody.
Yeah, dude, that's just a straw man. Again, I never said they were incompetent liars. I'm actually being very
Generally,
specific.
they're in cities.
I'm being very specific
No, you aren't.
in my criticism that there aren't enough sensors and that the sensors are placed poorly.
How do you know
That's
that?
got nothing. Yeah, so don't address anything else. So I didn't say anything else.
How do you know that? How do you know there aren't enough sensors and that they're only in cities and hotspots?
Right, you know what the continuum fallacy is?
I want you to know how you know that.
Do you know what the continuum
You know what
fallacy
the fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what the fallacy. Do you know what the fallacy is?
Do you know what the fallacy is?
Exactly. So
Exactly.
do you know
You don't. So explain to me how you know there aren't enough sensors. Explain that.
you know what the I know you don't like this because this is going to kill you, but do you know what a continuum fallacy is?
How do you know that?
You don't even know what the continuum fallacy is. That's fine.
How do you
So-
know there aren't enough sensors?
Yeah, so you don't know what continuum fallacy
You
is.
just keep asserting it. You just keep asserting there aren't enough sensors, but you haven't demonstrated that you need an X amount. You haven't demonstrated. You just said it's several people's opinions. I don't give a fuck about these several people, unnamed people.
Yeah, thank you. You don't know what fallacy you're committing and you're not interested in learning. Let me ask you a different question. Do you know how many calories you need on a day-to-day basis to survive? To the calorie.
To the calorie?
Yeah.
To survive? No, I don't know. No, I'm not. I have a general idea, yeah.
So, do you think if I asked like 50 experts, they would give me 50 different numbers?
Numbers of what?
How many calories you need to survive?
I think if I asked 50 different experts, they all know enough that the answer would be something to the effect of, it depends.
Right.
Right, they wouldn't say, this guy says you deserve 3,000. This guy says you deserve 3,100. Like every single expert would say, it really depends on a bunch of different factors. Here are the factors. None of them would be irresponsible enough to give me a specific number.
Right. So you understand this concept when talking about calories, but not when talking about sensors. Isn't that interesting?
I don't think you've tracked those 2 points.
That
together.
interesting.
Can you explain how those 2 points?
You understand the logic, but not when it kills your argument.
I don't
Because
think you've demonstrated that kills my argument. Can you please explain further?
You're talking over me. I'm not going to be able to, am I?
Right. So can you go ahead?
So this is where you stop talking?
Go ahead.
No, you need to stop talking.
And when you're done with that, can you also tell me how you know there aren't enough sensors? Because you haven't answered that yet. You just said several people's opinions.
No. Are you able to stop talking? Is that something you're able to do?
I shall permit you to speak. Go ahead.
No, you're not. Just stop talking.
Go ahead.
No, you need to stop talking.
Go ahead.
No, someone mute this cunt. I don't want to talk to him.
I had fun, guys. It was
Unable to shut up or someone answer. Ridiculous.
See, we're all getting on really well tonight.
Fucking stupid, man. How can you expect someone to answer your question if you talk through the answer every time?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. The conversation could have gone somewhere as well. I was kind of waiting and hoping it was going to get somewhere, but just kept circling around this fucking drain.
Now, does anyone want me to clarify any of the stuff I was talking about, or should we just move on?
If you feel like
No, I can't believe he missed the point about the calories and the experts. Like, it was obvious.
Yeah, he understands logic, but only if it doesn't destroy his worldview. Isn't that interesting?
He doesn't understand weather channels either, or that a single line is 24,901 miles on your globe. It's just a single line. Like if I took my pen and drew that around the ball, right? So if you have 50,000 on that single line, you can only put 2 per 1,000 miles. You fucking think that's enough to do diddly squat jack shit for the ball? That's an infinite amount of pin lines.
241,000.
An
That's a
infinite.
lot of miles.
What?
How many miles would
24,901
you walk?
miles, brother. You walk forward, walk down and around the ball, and when you come back to where you started, that's 24,901. That's what your ball's supposed to be. And if you put 50,000 fucking things, that's 2 for every 1,000 miles. Stupid. Now what the hell? You think that's enough? That's one line around the whole sphere of Earth. Earth is a sphere. It's an infinite number of those lines almost. It's like a whole bunch of those lines. A whole bunch of little guy yous walking around like a ball of yarn making itself be. You understand that, right? So you're talking about one fucking line? One line around a big ass ball of Earth? And you only get to put 2 sensors per 1,000 miles? Are you dumb? What a fucking crazy way to figure something out.
Yeah, I was wanting to point that out as well, D-Monk.
For some reason, they think 360 is the globe. That's just one line around. That's just like put one hula hoop around Earth. How many hula hoops could you fit around Earth till it made the Earth? That's how many 360s you're looking for, brother.
And they're looking for a change of 1 degree, and they're taking measurements every. Well, now here in Phoenix, as of till recently, I believe in the last 5 years, you would have your measurement of temperature taken from a wooden box on a pole that's mounted on a pole, right? 4 feet above the ground, whatever. That's on the tarmac here at the Phoenix airport's one of them. Of course, it's going to register over 115 degrees. It's in an oven that's like man-made asphalt oven.
This is what was pointed out earlier by Obvious and Crypto. Some of the places that these pieces of technology that read temperature are placed in obvious man-made hot areas surrounded by concrete and engines and shit. It's gonna fuck with your numbers. You have to take account for this shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heathrow Airport was also used this year at some point. Why would you use an airport, you know? Even just the smallest exhaust from any of an airplane's engines would completely fuck your readings, you know? And you're talking about the busiest airport in Europe. That right there should just be, it's one big farce.
I think there's no reason that they couldn't have, profoundly more sensors and sensor readings and data feedback. But if they provide the bare minimum of data, they can make literally any projection that they like on it, because it's a skeletal framework that you can just expand from.
Think about like the entire Pacific Ocean itself, you know. They say, oh, we've got boats are measuring temperature. We've got our buoys. Most of the temperature reading is like shoreline. You know, it's coastal, and then you've got the trade routes probably measuring some temperatures along their travels. But like 80% rest of that ocean is not being measured. Maybe there's an occasional kind of like third-party expedition along some novel route, but even that's a small section to add in. It's like statistically negligible if you think about it. If you were
like the data,
readings, like at 1 mile increments across the entire Pacific Ocean, I'm sure that would throw off everything entirely.
The volume of data that they're using to make the full projection, if they were using enough data, would probably account for the margin of fucking error at the end of the day. And that's how arbitrary it really is.
I wanted to ask that guy, like, what's the kind of final implication of this? Because it's just them that says, oh, if the Earth raises temperature by so and so degrees, we're all fucked. Well, how do you prove that claim true? You know?
Well, the body is supposed to percolate at about 65 Celsius, I think. Like the blood percolates and you boil inside.
Yeah, but you know, even before this whole false narrative, we've had summers where you need to look after yourself.
Oh, the heat stroke was crazy when I was a kid.
Midday in the sun for hours. You take
Like I
shelter.
didn't have a school closure for pretty much my entire adult schooling, if you want to call it that. But before I was out of the senior younger grades, if you get the Australian system, yeah, we had school closures on 55-degree days. Too hot to do anything but go home and hide.
Did you hear him banging his table in anger?
I thought that was him banging. I didn't want to say anything, but if it was, then that was obviously a very frustrating conversation for him.
I mean, in regards to the weather and stuff, the fact that across the world there's 1,200 radiosondes launched every single day. It's between 900 to 1,200. Or I don't know is that what he was trying to justify? That's how they would cover because I heard you saying there's not enough sensors. But
There's not enough. There's not enough of the weather sensors. But the funny thing is, if you ignored weather sensors and you just took a reading of every human's car, plane, train, or boat, because most all of them on the inside have a thermometer and it tells you the degrees of the temperature outside. So if you used all those, that would give you a better idea, but I still don't think it would answer the question or tell you that it's global warming. Right?
Yeah.
Oddly enough, they should have altitude or topography sensors in every one of these vehicles too. And if you did, you just go across the screen for Ford, Chevy, whatever, Hyundai, Toyota, whatever kind of car, Mercedes, BMW, you just put them, just click them all in there, and it'll come out a reading of the topography of every vehicle and every boat and every plane, and you'd have cars, trucks, boat. It'd be a color line for each one, matching the topography, and then you could put a lot of buoys out on the water to to represent boats too. And then you add that up and you get the fucking idea of what the whole Earth is. The actual topography of it.
Yeah.
Not that it means a shape or anything. It's just to get the layout.
Get the layout. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've once again put into the minds of the average person this notion that we can achieve a feat that is impossible. We cannot measure the temperature of the Earth in any kind of accurate way.
No,
There's so many influencing factors at any given location, at any given moment, It's not a feat that's actually possible, but they've put it in the minds of the public that this is something we can do, just like knowing the age of the fucking universe and all the stars and galaxies. It's the same level of shit.
Yeah.
We're incapable of it.
They're also saying they found more water underwater, and they can only dig 7. So the incapabilities of, it's pretty relevant that we're incapable of doing a lot of shit so far.
Well, it's all based on models, isn't it? And they've got a preconceived model, and anything that they measure, anything that they do, has got to be comported to that model. It's got to be backwards engineered to fit. But the claim about global warming, whether there is a temperature measurement that shows an increase, there's temperature measurements apparently, that I said this earlier, that show that the Earth's been hotter. So we're actually in a bit of a decline. It's this story for the last 40, 50 years or whatever about global cooling, global warming, global this, global that. It's just
Right.
That's all it is.
Ever since I was 13, when all the way up till 13, about 12 or 13, I remember vividly hot, warm, nice, really hot, nice days. So hot you have a mask and you have to sweat real bad for Halloween. And then after I turned 13, rainy, cold, 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 cold. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about global fucking warming, but what I've experienced is it's been colder. And I think we've had 2 nice Halloweens that have been nice enough for you to go out and sweat your ass off, 2 or 3, since I was 13. And that's a lot of Halloweens that were cold and rainy. See?
Well, did you notice they changed the language as well? They called it climate change. That's a lovely way to be very ambiguous. Could get hotter, could get colder. Who knows? The climate's change.
Yeah, he comes in. Do you guys believe in climate change? It's like, ooh, the politicized, false narrative to get what they want, or just climate change.
Here's the funniest thing. Why don't you shoot a torpedo under the boat that's over the curve? Why don't you be lined up in the water with the submarine, face horizontal, shoot your torpedo above and around the boat. Once it goes down past the curve, wait, it'll be down. Fire. Your horizontal torpedo is going to come out of the water over the boat and miss it, or hit the boat or under the boat.
All right. How about this? Why aren't submarines banana shaped?
No, that was retarded. What we need is a submarine to go under the water or a lake, a little fucking lake, dude, a 10-mile lake. Have the submarine go underneath it and shoot a horizontal rocket 1 foot underneath the water. After 10 miles, that rocket, if they're only 1 foot or 8 inches or 6 inches under that water surface, that rocket should come out horizontally. Or a railgun.
DMOC, fucking Globers find even a way to deny FE core results. I think they're going to take issue with our submarine torpedoing.
Shooting something forward? How about the submarine itself just going forward and popping just the tip out for the curverts? Give them just the tip.
The curverts.
Yeah. Listen, brother. They're telling you there's curving water and the boat is riding. The boat is riding on the curved water down below, and it's going below you on the curved water. So how the hell can you not send something out horizontally and pop it out the water without hitting dirt? Why is this not the thing they're doing? That would prove they live on a globe. If you go 8 inches underwater, go horizontally that way, and just pop out half of your stuff like you're on a waterfall, and half of your boat's out of the waterfall, and the other half's anchored back. Like that's what I want to see. I want to even try to prove anything.
That's what you want to see, Demo.
Yeah, we live on a globe. Hell yeah, that's right.
Fly Earth over too much time, man.
I want a tube observatory where they stick a tube down through water, the surface, just a tube, and then they can film the sun go down past the end of the tube after it's past where we could see it or anything. It's on the other side of the earth coming down around. And your tube, it'll go pop in your tube yourself. There it is. Yep, sun's going down around that way. You see? But there's no tube that can cut through the water. There's nothing that can cut through the water diagonally and pop out the surface. Nothing that can just drop down 6 inches and pop out the surface horizontally. So that to me tells me there's no way in hell you can be on a ball. At all. Helium balloons don't go that way. My horizontal doesn't become your vertical ever. What the fuck? If a horizontal line under my foot going out to space forever or whatever that means, just an imaginary line, doesn't become your horizontal somewhere, then how the fuck can we be on a globe? I mean, your vertical. My horizontal has to become your vertical. So like if you're standing somewhere on the side of the ball looking up, you should see my line go up to the air, up past the sky. Right? But to me, I'm standing on the globe. and it's a line leaving my feet. So on a globe, 1 inch high can go to space. Or touching the fucking globe can go to space that way horizontally. Supposed to. But we never get to the edge. Another thing. They keep saying a globe doesn't have an edge. That's stupid. A globe is nothing but the epitome of an edge. You're only on the surface. The outside of an orange is nothing but an edge of the orange. So to say you can't go hover somewhere and say there's no dirt and water in front of me, Ma, that's what I'd like to see too. That would show me you're not on a globe. Hot air balloon, drone, or helicopter. Hover at that sweet spot where there's no dirt and water under you. You have to hit that spot if you're flying around a ball. You have to be able to have that vision, that view. You can't go down around the ball without having the view of no fucking earth in front of you. None. No horizon for the globe.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't experienced it firsthand.
You know how you can? Get a little helicopter, a little toy, and then put a camera in the front of it and fly it around the globe with your fingers, a big ball, and you'll see the perspective of what you would see out of the camera versus that ball underneath you. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The globe's not going to fucking follow you. You're going to be able to see the attribute of the wall and the floor in your room. 100%. So this cockamamie shit that we can't fly forward to where the dirt stops at 39.59, we can't fly from one point to that point. If one person's standing there and you left them and get that, like, that doesn't make any sense. How are they going down below any dirt and water if they're still staring at it in front of them? You tell me how that makes sense. How could you possibly, on this planet, go down below dirt and water if you're staring at it in front of you and there's a horizon in front of you somewhere? You're definitely not going down below the earth. You must have fell in a hole or something, Grand Canyon or something. Because there's two sides to Grand Canyon. The side you're going past to fall down, then you look in front of you and see more earth. That's not a globe. That can't be a globe. Globe has to have no earth in front of you for you to traverse this motherfucker to get to the other side. That's all I'm saying. That means no horizon. None at all. You're looking for no horizon to be a globe. Especially once you went 39.59 that way. Past any other human behind you. So, if you're looking forward and they're behind you, the globe shouldn't be in front of you still. 39.59 more. It just doesn't, it's not making any, it just can't. Especially when they tell you no tilt, no dippy. No
Dude,
dippy
it's
to no.
2024 and you guys believe in flat Earth.
Show
grow
it,
up.
prove to us it's not a religion. How would you do that?
That flat Earth is not a religion?
The globe, son.
Oh,
but
because
what have you thought about? Have you pondered?
2024 and you believe the Earth is a
religion is a
globe?
concept based on faith, whereas globe Earth is based on evidence.
No. But have you pondered it? Have you pondered it though?
No, I haven't pondered it.
Well,
because I don't need to ponder it to know what's right and what's wrong.
How
Like,
do
I know
you
1
prove?
+ 1 is 2,
How do
but
you
I don't
prove globe
ponder it.
elevation? What's globe elevation look like? How do I draw it on the wall?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
How do you draw globe elevation?
Conversations where you
So
specifically
you don't
point out
know what a
specific
globe
words.
is, and you couldn't prove you live on a globe just by drawing the elevation out? Is that what you're telling me? You're too dumb to draw a line?
That's what you got out of it.
So we
Go
have
ahead
a
and
glober.
run with it, but
Too
that,
dumb.
at the end of the day, I'm not going denying evidence, and you are. So
Okay, that's just like the second or maybe third time you said that. What evidence, mate?
Oh, the best and the biggest one you guys all have to accept is the pictures from NASA and from satellites. Unless you think you have more credible source, of course.
But can
You mean the
flat
stuff
and
they
round
say is
both exist at the
CGI?
same time?
There's two people talking. I can't
Oh my
hear.
god, we're going in like 10 different directions. Okay, his evidence is the so-called pictures from space. How do you validate those?
Wait, how do you invalidate those? Because you're the one laughing at it, right? So what more credible source do you have to say mine is wrong?
Validate your evidence.
Yeah, so you can't validate your best proof, so I guess that's a wrap. Thank you.
I mean, I guess if you're incompetent, you could take it like that, but I'm not going to walk you down every little step.
Dude, is your picture, bro. What are you talking
Right.
Let's see you guys.
Yeah, it's your picture and you can't even validate it? Come on.
Like, hello?
Hold on, 2 seconds.
Dude, it's 2024 and you think the Earth is a globe. That's too funny.
Do you think evidence should be verifiable?
Yeah, guys, it's not like NASA has a bunch of satellites in outer space and they don't go to outer
you missed
space,
the
right?
question. You missed a question. Do you think
Verifies
evidence? Do you think evidence should be verifiable?
Yeah, it should be verifiable.
That's what we're asking you.
Oh, I mean, there's multiple other countries that have been to outer space, right? It's not just NASA specifically in America. I mean, there's like other countries.
So lots of people are making this claim. How do we verify that claim?
So, I mean, essentially what you're saying is unless you go up there, there's no way to verify because they could be lying.
No, that's not what I've said. I'm asking
So
you.
what are you saying? Instead of walking around it, just say it.
I'm asking you.
I already gave you an answer. I told you that we have multiple credible sources that tell us the Earth is a globe. And with them, there's no reason for them to lie. There's no other evidence to say otherwise. Why would I not believe them?
Okay, what's the claim that they're making? Where are they going? What are they doing? Okay, now.
The claim they're making is the Earth is a globe. And they know that as a fact because they've been to outer space and they've seen Earth from outer space.
Okay, so they've given us images and stories from the vacuum of space. That's what you're telling me. Okay, cool. So which part of that should we start taking apart? Images, stories, or the vacuum of space?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Which part would you like to start on?
The pictures. I just want to talk about the pictures from the satellites they have.
Okay, so how do we verify images?
Well, I don't know how I would specifically verify it, but there's other people that are capable of that, which already have done it.
So what you're telling me is you haven't verified them. You've just taken for granted the word of these people you've never met.
I also have never opened my chest to know there's a heart in it, but I take the people's word for it.
Okay. But that claim's easy to follow up, though, isn't it? We're talking about an extraordinary claim, the vacuum of space being one of them. You can't have a vacuum space adjacent to an uncontained gas pressure system. Entropy will increase. The gas will fuck off.
I don't know what you just said. I'm lost.
Okay, so with regards to the vacuum of space. So with regards to the vacuum of space. So with regards to the vacuum of space, that can't exist. We're breathing gas pressure, which is declared to be in an open system. That means, if we were to follow that logically through, that if there's no closed system for the gas to press against, we wouldn't achieve pressure. And if the system was open, the gas would disperse into the vacuum.
Yeah, but the vacuum just means there's nothing. There's no matter, right? It doesn't mean there's actual vacuum sucking stuff out or something.
No, it's not that type of vacuum.
Right, that's what I'm saying is nothing.
It's space. It's a lower pressure differential than the gas pressure we're breathing. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy will increase. The high pressure system will evacuate into the space.
So why hasn't it then?
Because space isn't a vacuum. To make that claim would be to violate laws of nature.
And so you think NASA is lying about what they have up there?
Yeah, if they're claiming that they're going to the vacuum of space to go to the moon and send remote control cars to Mars, that can't be true because it's in a vacuum and that can't exist if the Earth is an open system, which they say it is.
So I think you're simplifying something because a lot of people would know this then, right? If it's like the way you're putting it without any other context to it, then people would be like, okay, that's not true then. They would just be like, NASA's lying.
It's the second law of thermodynamics.
Right, but I think there's more context to what they're building, how they're building it, how it interacts with outer space, how it is, that we're missing here because I don't think it's as simple as you're putting it.
Well, if the claim is up there's a vacuum and it's an open system, the gas will fill the space. It is that simple. That's what the second law of thermodynamics dictates. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, everything that goes into PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula. What we understand about gas.
Okay,
Like,
you know what? Why
even
don't I
if
just
you
put it?
wanted to assert, right, that either the gas is being held in by some kind of field, or it's being vented out constantly and it's just being renewed at a rate on Earth by some biological or geological process, you're still dealing with the fact that it's pressurized. What the hell is pressurized? It's so that your lungs don't explode and
High
deflate with the air pressure.
Okay, so it says there's when I went on Google, there's multiple responses that it gave me.
Well, how Google? What has Google got to say?
Okay, but this one is I don't know why it's giving me this. It's telling me there are several reasons to why gas don't let go in vacuum space, including first gravity, gas pressure, absence of molecules, higher pressure areas.
Okay, so your claim is gravity is stopping the gas dispersing.
There's gravity, gas pressure, absence of molecules, and high pressure areas. There's 4 of them. It's not just gravity.
Okay, how do you achieve pressure?
High pressure in areas
Yeah.
of gas.
How do you put the gas under pressure? How do you do it?
Well, it's when you compact them, right?
Yes, when you contain the gas.
Right.
What happens when you uncontain the gas?
They, I guess, it evens out. It goes.
Yeah, exactly. The higher pressure disperses into the lower pressure and reaches an equilibrium. The high pressure goes to the low pressure. The gas we're breathing will disperse into the space.
Right.
Now, you said gravity is stopping that. What's gravity?
One of them is gravity, yeah.
And what were the other 3? Sorry, remind me.
It says absence of molecules, higher pressure areas.
Like, think of it like this, right? You can have smoke inside a bubble, but have you ever seen a sphere of smoke inside of another gas, or just inside of a vacuum?
No.
It won't adhere to a sphere, will it? Because it needs pressure to do that.
There's no molecules in gas. Okay, it says right here in space outside of Earth's atmosphere, there's almost no molecules in gas. That means the air pressure is extremely low, almost zero, so it's a nearly perfect vacuum.
Yeah, that's the claim. That up there is a volume for gas to fill, and it isn't.
It says right here, gravity pulls on the atmosphere, compressing it and creating pressure. Earth gravity is strong enough to hold on to the atmosphere.
Okay, so what's gravity?
Force of the, I guess, the Earth.
Okay, and you're saying this force is mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, was there something else you want me to add?
Oh, yeah, essentially what gravity does is pull you down.
Okay, so does gas have mass if mass attracts mass, right?
I'm not quite sure. Let me see. Yes, gas have mass.
Okay, cool. Does gas attract gas?
I'm not quite sure.
No. Gas disperses. It moves apart from each other. The only thing that stops it from moving apart is a physical boundary. Remove the boundary, the gas keeps getting further away from each other.
Right.
So no, it doesn't. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, right? Depending on the pressure differentials, depending on the temperature.
Yeah.
Gas moves, yeah. And gravity is down to the floor, right?
Yeah.
Cool. When you drop something like your phone. But when you uncontain gas, or when you put gas into any container, or when you study gas, it moves in all directions. That's why we use gas to fill up spherical things like balls. We put the gas inside the ball because the ball is going to contain the gas. We don't put the gas on the outside of the ball because the gas will fuck off.
Yeah. The thing is, the ball doesn't have like any sort of gravity to pull it down. I think the Earth is really huge, and I think it makes sense to why there's a huge amount of like air or dense amount of air when we're at the bottom of the Earth. But doesn't it make sense why there's like a least amount of air when you're flying up an airplane and starting to decline in the density and when you go down? I think everything adds up to the way they explain it to.
Okay, so I get what you mean about a gradient. There's more gas down here than there is up there when you get in your aeroplane or go higher. I get that. But to have a graduated system, first you're going to need a container to fix the volume before the gas goes away, and then you could vary and manipulate things like temperature. You can have gas production on one area, let's call that the surface, and we can have oxygen and nitrogen circulating from that area, produced, being absorbed again by the surface and cycling around like the evaporation cycle, right?
Mm.
But you're going to need a container. So the reason why we have a graduation is because where the gas is produced, down here at surface level, where all the trees and where all the water is, where all the biology and chemical things take place, then it moves away from the earth. The very thing that's supposed to be attracting it, it moves away. And it goes upwards and fills space. According to the second law, if there's no barrier, the gas will just keep expanding.
Okay, so right here it says Earth gravity magnetic field is the reason why they don't just float away and just jump off. Is essentially just holding it down. Okay, so either I'm missing something right here of what you're saying.
Well, you
But,
know why fog forms in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Or just whenever it's cold, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's a heavier gas than the gas that's above it, correct?
Right.
But it's still being contained by its own weight in a pressurized system.
Right. But are you
So,
guys saying depending on the temperature, if it's when it reaches a time period where it's like really light, it should be able to get out of Earth's atmosphere, or
well, if you make it hotter, it should rise. So, if it's
but to what
closer up
point?
to the sun, then the gas would vent quicker.
But don't you think the gravity is still greater than how whatever heatness there might be to, I guess, elevate the gas?
There's no mention of gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. Now, when we're talking about entropy, that's a direction, right? It's a direction of energy, basically, whether that be thermodynamic energy or energy that gas has, because that's very busy stuff. So according to that law, then you can only have a contained system to have variance in temperature, because you need gas for that. To have a gradient, you're going to need a container and you're going to need temperature. You're going to need all these things, but you're going to need a container. Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. If it did, then gas wouldn't expand, but it does.
Wait, but doesn't gas still expand while still being in the atmosphere, but just
Fills the space above the Earth, yeah. That's what it does. It disperses outwards. That's why we put gases in like balls, balloons, tires and stuff. We understand the dynamics of how that works, but inside those containers, the gases are moving freely and randomly in all directions, hitting the limitation of that container. That's how they achieve pressure. If there wasn't a container, the gases would disperse into a lower pressure environment and seek equilibrium.
I gotta watch a video on this or something, because I'm just kind of lost on this. You said this law doesn't take gravity into consideration.
Yo, is the world flat?
Yeah, man.
Yep.
I'm just gonna watch a video on this.
Let's see if I can find you something.
Alright, nothing biased though. I want it to be.
Wait, Branson.
Yeah.
Branson. Go to. These guys are right now. Go to LGBTQ plus one.
Holy smokes. +1. ABCDF minus G2. Meet me in that room.
All right, I got a video. I'm on beer bike.
LMNIYFS. Let me know if you're serious.
Hello?
Oh my god, with the Earth and the flat and everything.
Can you start that over?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.